I'll check that before I get going there. Thanks for coming in here. All right, in and out we go. In and out. There we go. Let's get some fire on that bad boy. All right. Let's do the live chat. Live chat. Where we at? There we go. We got the live chat. Looking at the analytics. This is definitely not the best time, but that's okay. Right there. Right there. There. Getting the wood stove going here. You got a wood stove, a wood burner? Are you hooked up to the electric grid? You will have electric. You are gonna have electric, so you're gonna have no choice in the matter. You're gonna have to go by their electric panopticon system. Yep, you'll drive their meet George Jetson, his dog Elroy. You're gonna eat your 3D printed food too, huh? Uh-oh. Food printed by the mile. How about that? You like your food printed by the mile? We're getting the fire going here. Whoa, hey, we're getting a... How about that? They ban the food in America and other countries. They say, no, we won't even let that across our border. No, we won't feed that to our people. We know that's poison. You guys might eat it there in that there undivided states of America, but no, we're not allowing that across our borders. Pretty amazing. And I'm the crazy guy, huh? Yeah, I eat it, so I'm crazy just like you. See? We're all crazy. A little bit. Let's get this fire. Get the fire going. Go to live, buddy. He's right here underneath my feet trying to say hi. So it's all windy out there. Little puppies don't like being outside when it's all windy. So I entitled this live stream, When Will Weather Dominate the Earth? Question mark, huh? Gee, how long have I said that? When was the first time I said that on the internet? When's the first time I blogged and said, weather will dominate the internet? It'll dominate the internet too, probably, huh? Well, I don't know. They got a lot of underground cables, remember? It's not all Mr. Stinky Musk up there with his neuro. Oh, wait, that's not. It's the star, not the neuro. Something's linked up there, though, isn't it? You got something leaking or Lincoln? No, something, Mr. X, Mr. Stinky Musk, I'm on to him. He's playing with Mr. Drump, Mr. Warp Speed, and Mr. Starlink are in they both do the hokey pokey and turn themselves around. And that's what it's all about. So I'm not falling for his tricks. Silly rabbits. Tricks are for kids. Or rabbit, right? So silly rabbit. But when will weather dominate the earth? Every day. See, that's not about politics. That's not about religion. It's about the sun. How long before it will dominate the earth? Because I said that well over a dozen years ago. I believe on this platform that weather will dominate the earth at one point when nobody will care who the pretending is or nothing else. And ever since that day, thinking how many people have lost their life without politics, hundreds, thousands, sometimes of tens of thousands, that's a normal thing. But when will weather dominate this plain et? I'm not corkscrewing or spinning on a round ball, but if that's what you believe in, whatever you think. But how much longer? We just had 5 low latitude aurora events, and that is proving that our magnetosphere, our magnetic canopy, our magnetic umbrella, our magnetic protection, the magnetosphere sphere is weakened by at least 25%. We should normally have high energy, X20 level high proton bombardment of that magnetosphere before we start seeing low latitude aurora events on this plane that we live on. Supposedly corkscrewing and spinning third rock from the sun in this here third dimension. But how much longer before Earth is dominated by weather? Do you have a plan before that? Weather is in scripture. So I believe if you're spiritual, you'll go, oh, yeah, it does say hailstones, 149 pounds and 14 ounces. Oh, wait, most people don't even decipher anything that's in that book, or they hate math, so they'll run from that. Oh, talent. Oh, what did they don't need a talent? What do you mean, like an eagle claw? No, never mind. No, a talent, like a weight of measurement. The talent was 149 pounds and 14 ounces. You got a hail plan for 149 pound, 14 ounce hail? And that's almost, if you think about it, I mean, it's not probably going to feel like a Volkswagen coming at you. So will your house survive? There were hailstones during cycles that we have. Some of these things are just cyclical. In the 1800s, we were in a solar minimum where our sun's output stepped down, and it has been for the last 3 solar cycles, shrinks, and we got a lot more bombardment by that radiation, those protons, that cosmic solar radiation. And we had hailstones the size of basketballs, and it leveled wooden cities, pummeled them into the ground. So you think you're I'll huff and I'll puff and I'll bring hailstones the weight of a talent. How about that? So careful. I'm not the big bad wolf, but I'll warn you. I'll send the warning out that your little house made of sticks, and possibly even stones are not going to survive hailstones the weight of a talent, that's for sure. So just have to put it out there. It is what it is. It's in his word. It's part of the plagues of Revelation, and we're already there. We're already in Revelation. So everything's set to go. He already put they used their Mountain Dew Me baby to pump this earth and send that column, as I tell you, to the stratosphere and into the ionosphere. We have 146 gigarams of ocean just sitting there on hold, waiting for the next hurricane event to try to cool this earth, so to speak. Vacuum the heat from the ocean and blow it up into that upper atmosphere like it does. That's how this earth cools itself. It's not rocket science. It's actually pretty simple. The mechanics of it. It's not the Most High knows exactly what he's done here. So irregardless, the earth's atmosphere is affected and weather will dominate this earth. I don't know how long you think it'll be before that happens, but in my eyes, nobody's going to care who the pretending is or, again, what is doing what. I think this is something you should pay attention to because I don't believe it's going to be too much. We don't have a whole lot longer. We've never seen 5 low latitude aurora events, Texas, Ukraine, Mexico, where these fires are at and all these low latitude areas, Florida, and it's something that takes. Thanks for coming in, guys. Appreciate you coming in. Ross, Matthew, appreciate it, brothers. Weather. This is one of the plagues of Revelation, and he's going to use his son to do it. And it's already starting to happen. The mechanics of it's already there. So I see the National Guard suspending all these helicopters because there's helicopter crashes, and Mr. Stinky Musk couldn't get his satellites up in the air. All of this has because of I was out of town for a couple of days, man. Just getting back and just getting in the flow of things here. So I told you I don't check messages too often. So trying to focus on getting this weather thing. I need to be a light, and I know I'm supposed to do his work above all, but I have to prepare this ark and prepare what is they've been using remember it said that he will be able to rain fire from the sky. Okay. Fire from the sky. Remember, that's one of his things that's one of the things that the adversary gets to do. So think about electric, think about things, energy. I keep telling you guys about, about these domes. Again, everybody to look up. And I've been trying to get you to look up for decades, but get your head out of your phone, get your head out of your search engine, get your head out of TikTok. Here I am on it, but there's time and a place for everything. And look up these celestial markers, this defiance and this blasphemy. They've marked their foreshadowing on the ground of their X and their 7, everything I've told you. I know something that it's one of God, and I know it's when something it's from a one who distributes fortunes or lies, a genie or a fairy or a demon, all the same thing. One who distributes fortunes or lies. And I know when I see a lie because he tells me to look up. And so I know that when the birth of my King Shiloh, it was birthed through an eclipse we left an age, the age of Christ, before his birth of the Lamb, who David declared that Lamb of God, born of Bethlehem, just as David was born of Bethlehem from the house of David, correct? Shiloh, the ram, Aries, the ram. And we saw that conjunction, the passing, the horizontal conjunction, the birth, the Vesca Pisces, the birth of the age, everything I've taught you over and over and over and over and over again, as he sent me as this messenger to declare this message to the world, that these magi were watching the king, the birth of the king and the morning star, those two celestial markers, when they conjuncted, they married, the union, the one that made two, the whole, the porthole, the birth, the Vesca Pisces, that birthed Shiloh, my love. That what I see on the ground is nonsense. That's the way they have this sun moving across this, the way they're marking this X and this Aleph symbol that I told you. It took 7 years. 7 years for them to mark with this shadow, the sun going the wrong way. I marked my body with it. Here it is. As a matter of fact, I'm wearing the shirt right now. There it is. Remember, I showed you I have that marked on my body, correct? The ring, the marriage, the 2, 817, the start of this nonsense, the start of this marking of this what's going to, I believe in my eyes, happen to this nation that's marked for judgment because it's a wicked nation. Remember the sign of Jonah. Remember, I keep telling you, the wicked and adulterous generation will look for a sign, and the only sign they'll be given is the sign of Jonah. What is Jonah? Remember, he was told to go to Nineveh, correct? I keep telling you all these markers. That was through 7 Salems. It started in Jerusalem, Oregon, correct? And it went through 7 Salems, and it traversed in the wrong direction. The sun went the wrong way. Then it came diagonally through. That's not how the birth of the king was. That's not the birth of an age. That's a fallacy. That's hypocrisy. That's blasphemy. That's not of God. I can tell you. I know what the wise men, I've told you what the Magi knew. There were Magi. They gave 3 gifts. There weren't 3 wise men. They were the Magi, and they were watching the king's star when it married the morning star. Remember, it also wasn't just one sign that the wise men or the Magi saw. It was the Shiloh sign, the birth of the king, Leo, the lion from the tribe of Judah. Remember, from the house of David, Shiloh, Aries the ram. It birthed us into the age of Pisces. This is my specialty. This is what I'm here to do. This is my time. This is my time to show what it is that I've studied for decades. And I've left my mark, and I've said it to the world. I've declared that this is nonsense. They got you looking on the ground when you should be looking up, and you would see what I see. You would see this passing of an age. You'd understand the birth of the king. And you'd understand that marker was left again back in 2015. And then the Shiloh sign. Yes, again, the marker that was left in the heavens for those that are wise and understand that it's not some, thing on the ground, that there's a marker in the heavens. It's like a clock. The stars can be corrupted, though, brothers and sisters. Remember, it tells us that in his word. Mr. Stinky Musk with all their spraying of these skies and the sun going in the wrong direction starting in 2017 from the west to the east, marking 7 Salems, were going diagonally across the United States the wrong way, coming out on the 33rd parallel in South Carolina. Nonsense. No. That's not of God. That is them. And I made such a fit of it back then. My life has never been the same when I was a witness to what I saw. I knew that was not of God, and everybody called me crazy back then. It was so crazy. I went ahead and got the tattoo as I've shown you on my body to mark God. Hey, you know what? Mark myself. And so that God knows that I was paying attention to these celestial markers and that I was looking up as he told me. Nobody knows the day or the hour, brothers and sisters. I'm not calling for the end of the world, but I believe the end of America is nigh. I didn't say the end of the world. I said the end of this country as you know it again, kind of like a CV thing, whack the nation, the whole world. And they're, waiting for this one world government that doesn't even say that. Not even one time in scripture never says a one world government. But as you were led by a one world governance, lockstep, every one of them, king of the jab, creating this declaration of the coming of his king, because he has to get my king, Shiloh, to come back. As the heavens declared he was the king and the head of the church. When Jupiter stopped at the head of the lion, Shiloh, Leo, the lion, that's the second sign that the wise men saw, because they were wise and they were paying attention to the celestial markers that were left in the heavens. And what we've seen is not the same thing. That's not an eclipse. Are you that unstudied, world, that you don't even understand that they took the birth of an age, that we left the age of Aries and came into the age of Pisces when we saw the birth of the heavens, of the birth of Christ? That's what I'm telling you, Matthew. That's what I'm saying. It's nonsense. They got people looking on the ground. But it is foreshadowing, because that's how this devil gets to work. These daemonians, these distributor of lies. And it gets called the devil comet. Can you be any more obvious? Just rub it in your face. The devil comet, my rear end. Devil is one who distributes lies. Hello? But the whole world's sleeping. Everything I brought you, the Heliofont logo, it's in. They've been talking about this time forever. This age, this coming and this passing of this nation that's marked for judgment, twice the judgment. Remember, it says X marks the spot. There you go. Did you not hear what I just said? Nineveh, Jonah. Have you not seen this April 8th trajectory? It's going to go from the west to the east again. I told you the same thing back on October. I declared when I had 18,000 followers on the TikTok platform before they took all my live stream and everything down on that channel, that this was hogwash and that the sun doesn't go from the west to the east, and it's going to do it again. And it did it again, and nobody cares. And I don't particularly mind either if nobody hears me, because God knows. He knows that I'm watching. He knows that I've been looking up, paying attention. He knows that I've marked my body with these celestial markers. Marks Little Cairo, okay? Little Egypt, Illinois. It's going to go through 4 Ninevehs, okay? Pay attention to what it says in the Word of God. These people do know the Word, and they're playing with you. Remember, I said it went through 7 Salems. It's going to go through Palestines. How many Palestines? How many Ninevehs? This is such hogwash. And that's none of it's an eclipse. It doesn't even matter what's happening on where it goes across the ground. Why are we paying attention to things on the ground? We should be looking up and realizing that's not an eclipse. An eclipse happens when 2 celestial bodies conjunct each other and marry each other on a horizontal plane. Not on a diagonal, not on a vertical. And I bet you, because they know I'm so on to them, that they'll go ahead and bring it across the horizon again. That's what I've called. There's nobody else that's called this like this on the earth. Not anybody that has sent this message of this hogwash. Got people paying attention to shadows on the ground. We should be paying attention to the celestial markers and leave this in heaven. You realize this is all not of God. That's not how he was birthed. He was birthed when we passed 2 celestial bodies, conjuncted each other. This is what King Herod knew. That's why he was trying to kill him. Remember, all the firstborn? Pay attention, brothers and sisters. It's in his word. This is passion. This is passion, what you hear in my voice. This is passion. You should have been on your face in 2015 when that celestial marker happened again. The same thing that happened to the birth of Christ happened again in 2015. And then again, the Shiloh sign, the one that declared he was the head of the church. The scepter sign, the lion, the king, the lion king, the one that sprang out of Judah, David, right? Declared the Lamb of God, Aries the ram. When we saw that conjunction, we left that age of Aries and came into the age of Pisces, and it was the birth of the king. That's what they're telling you. That's what they're over and over slamming in your face, whether you realize it or not. X marks the spot. Why do you think Mr. Sticky Musk came from Twitter to X? Why do everything you see right now is X? The X disease. They're throwing it in your face. They're throwing it right in your face. Cool. Thanks for coming in, beauty. But the whole world doesn't see it. What do you think they were declaring? What do you think the virus was? What was the name of it? My love, Shiloh, the one who holds the inheritance. Let no man steal your crown. In your face with his tennis shoes, the footstool sign, all this stuff by the world sleeps. But he's going to know that I was watching. And that's why I do what I do, to declare it for him. Any of my brothers and sisters want to hear what I have to say? Great. We all have their own path to the Father, and it's through the Son. And he's the one who leads me to this information through his word. But the whole declared the whole world, because it was a worldwide, get it round and around like a crown. Like when you birth 2 and they become 1. That has to happen again, so Shiloh will come back with the key to let out their king. Pay attention, brothers and sisters. Pay attention. Pay attention. This is what they've been declaring over and over in your face, marking this earth with shadows. If you paid attention to realize that this is not of God, this is not how the birth of the king was declared. It was declared when 2 celestial bodies became 1, united, and they rang out. I showed you this, these marks that I have multiple. I have that Shiloh sign. I have marked myself with all these things. I believe that I am his, vessel, and I've chosen to mark myself with these celestial markers in the heavens so that he knows and so that I can minister and teach people what is to come. I'm trying, brothers, sisters. And I got to keep doing. I got to keep blowing this horn. I got to keep sounding this message, brothers, sisters. I do it for us, the body. Remember, he said he is the king, the one that holds the heritage of the church, the scepter sign, the one from David. Remember, the house of David, born of Bethlehem. David declared him born of Bethlehem that he was the lion. Remember the lamb. The Lamb of God, Aries the ram, and we saw this conjunction and this passing of this horizontal marker in the heavens at birth king, the Vesica Pisces, that between that Pisces, we were born into this dimension. So when you look up and you see the sun doing and going in a diagonal and vertical, you should realize that's not how God has ever made the heavens work. This is hocus pocus, and I have marked my body, and I've declared that message, and I don't care if the whole world calls me crazy, and I gave this to my followers at 18,000 on TikTok to tell them, you want to know what it's like to be in my head? I already have to deal with just being me. Imagine holding this in when nobody else cares about this. This started 7 years ago, guys. April 2024 marks a 7. That's to be the number of completion. And I know it's of the devil, but they're trying to tell you because that's how they do this. Yeah, I'm telling you this. I'm giving you the basics of it, Matthew. This is how the heavens birthed the king. Okay, I can't make it any clearer to you. I've drawn it on the board 10 times, 50 times probably in the last year about how when we see two markers, the Vesica Pisces, we'll do it again. We'll do it again. We'll do it for you, Father. We don't do it for me. We do it for you. I'm your vessel and use me. Let's do it again, Matthew. I swear you've been here for this lesson. This isn't rocket science. This isn't NASA. Remember, I don't believe in space. I'm not falling for none of that. Those are the celestial markers that have been left there, as it tells us in the book of Genesis, for times and for seasons, okay? That's what they're there. That's what the heavens declare. His handiwork, it's the firmament is what I've told you to go back to the original Testament that it's written in, okay? Go back to the Testament it's written in because that's how you study it. You study it in the actual word it was originally written in, not this perverted version of the word here. So let me try to get this up a little bit here closer. So listen, it doesn't need to be. I'm not going to make this overly complicated. It's very simple. This is not hard to understand. I can teach this to a child that doesn't have bills and a girlfriend or a boyfriend or that wants or the cares of this world, and they would be able to understand what it is that I am showing because they haven't been perverted by this world. They're innocent, the innocence about them would allow them to understand this. But we get so confused as adults because we have all these responsibilities of the flesh that a child generally doesn't care about. So this is it. When we saw Jupiter, okay, but I'm going to make Jupiter much, much bigger, okay? I'm going to make Jupiter this big to show you what I'm talking about. I don't even need to draw the whole star. That is Jupiter. That is the largest star in our solar system. It gets its name, the King. Okay, we'll draw it with a little bit of more animation so you get the idea of what we're talking about here. Okay, Jupiter, right? He was lion for this is Melchizedek in the scripture. This is Jupiter. Okay, he was the lion from the tribe of Judah, right? From the house of David. When this king star gets its name, the king, and this is the star that the wise men, the magi, were watching. It gets its name, the king, because it's out the longest and it is the brightest in the night sky. Okay? Yeah, there's a bunch of them, enormous. There's several to exactly. So when we saw this king star conjunct, this is what the wise men saw. It birthed through this portal right here, which is called Vesica Pisces. Okay, you see this marker that I'm putting here? Doesn't have to be perfect, guys. I'm not trying to draw perfect circles here. You understand what I'm saying? You see that hole? You see that hole? Yes, Melchizedek. That is Jupiter in the scripture. Yes, exactly. Enormous. So this hole is what birthed the king. This is where you get your Pisces. Symbol of the fish. When we left the age, we were back here in the age of Aries. These are 2,000-year slices of time. We went into the age of Pisces. We left an age. This happened between 2 and 3 BC. This is what the sign that the wise men saw. It was the birth and the marriage. And I have this tattoo. I don't want to draw it on me. I showed you. It was this. It bursts. This is a ring. It forms the ring. As I showed you, it rings out. I already showed you that. It rings out on the one side over here because that light is going to shine through the first side. Actually, that would ring out over here, wouldn't it? Because if it passed over here, the first light would be right there. And it forms the marriage, the union. When that two becomes one, it forms the ring. That is what it does when it's a proper eclipse. It rings out. But this one that we saw back in 2000, we saw it diagonally. Diagonally come from the top like this. The 2000 eclipse didn't happen like this. Horizontally, it happened, as I've shown you my tattoo, diagonally through the sun, just like that, in a diagonal direction. And that's not how an eclipse works. That would have meant that the moon would have had to come out the solar system, and I saw the moon hit right on the side of the sun. Okay? So then if we drew the United States right here, Texas, California, it went from Salem, Oregon, all the way through, traversing the wrong way. Never eat soggy waffles. So it went the wrong way. The sun rises over here. You get the time. The ball drops in New York, right? The apple, the big apple, the ball drops. The time over here starts because the sun rises over here and sets over here. On that day, on August 21st of 2017, we saw it start in Jerusalem, Oregon. Not only did it go wrong, it didn't Vesica Pisces, it went diagonally, and then it went the wrong way. So the sun going that way, right? The moon going this way, and the sun going the wrong way, from west to east. That's not of God. That's not an eclipse. It didn't Vesica Pisces. It has to form this birth, this canal that you came in. I know, because it's fake. Everybody's called me crazy since then. Matthew, since 2017. They've told me that something's wrong with me. But I know that's not how this works. Horizo. Prohorizo, predestined for the light, the horizo. I believe, I don't know. They did it again back in, I warned everybody when I had 18,000 subscribers on the TikTok channel. I said, okay, you guys are going to do this again. This time it's going to come from Oregon again, and it's going to come through Texas, right back where it's at again, right? And it's going to go through Oregon again and traverse the wrong way. It's going to go from west to east. Oh, Tracy. And nobody can tell me how it did that. I live streamed for a whole week on the TikTok platform. And I warned everybody that when it comes on April 8th, it's going to form this Aleph symbol, which is the symbol for, as I told you, the Aleph symbol, or Aleph symbol, is the letter for the beginning, the alpha, or as I told you, like in the letter or in the word abyss. That's why I teach you to study the Greek, study the Hebrew, study this language. You can decipher. Bis is knowledge, basos or busos, but we're not talking about that word. We're talking about this. He said, I am the Alpha and the Omega. Omega is 24. The 24th letter of the alphabet is X, because X marks the spot, like you were saying, Matthew. You're talking about this X. Okay, but I'm telling you, not only pay attention to this X that's been marked, but it's also the Aleph symbol, which took them 7 years to do. 24 is the last letter of the alphabet. The Omega event will happen, I believe, on this date. I'm not a date picker. This is the date they chose. They do everything by the number. I don't care what the world thinks. So the Aleph symbol in the alpha privative in the Greek negates, cancels out any word that follows. So I believe this is a canceling of the United States as we know it. Because not only is it marked with an X for twice the judgment, but it's marked with the Aleph symbol. And I don't care if it's Satan doing it, it's the wrong way. They've still taken 7 years, which is the number of completion. Another number of completion. It's over. Aleph, you're out of here. X marks the spot. Mark for judgment. You got an X on your back in a movie. I don't think that's a good thing. So well, no, we're already there. I don't think it's the beginning of birthing pains. That started back here. Okay, way back here. Okay, dude, I believe for me it did. And for my life was completely turned upside back down here in 2017. Trust you, me, the Most High, and myself pulled the rug right out from underneath my own feet. So this is not an eclipse. So what I told everybody was to pay attention. And when I hit that 18K, because I watched their imagery, I knew that in 2018 that they were probably going to bring this thing vertically. And I warned you that this symbolism that's all over your clothing, this is this turn up and turn down, and the MasterCard logo has already been, that Vesica Pisces is already something that we've been told they'll invert this. And that's exactly what happened on this 2023 October 18th eclipse, when the sun went the wrong way again. The sun came from the top this time, or the moon came from the top, and it formed what I called, and what you see in the music is called the black hole sun. And it didn't ring out, and it didn't get dark, and this is a bunch of crap. This is crap. This is not an eclipse. You don't start from the top down. That's Under Armour. That's the logo they've been telling everybody this. You've been wearing this eclipse April 8th date on your bodies for years, and you don't even know it. Yeah, they've been telling you this. Yeah, that's that Under Armour logo. That's the Vesica Pisces. This is the logo that they've been telling you about, this event that they knew about that was going to happen forever ago. For thousands of years, this has been known that this was going to happen at this time and date. The Mayans are very aware and knew of this date and time. Not this. I guarantee you, the Mayans didn't see this, because this is nonsense. This is not how an eclipse works. Eclipse doesn't, because see, remember, this eclipse now of 2023 didn't happen diagonally, because what I thought and what I told you, from what I see, guys, I'm not a prophet. Go watch the live streams. They should still be up there. Okay? I said, I'm not a prophet, but I look at what their imagery says, and I'm telling you what they're putting out in their white papers. So then we saw the sun go like this, from the top down. And I know, because I had 5 hip campers, and I saw it with my own eyes. Vertically come through the sun. Vertically. To make the black hole sun ring, which is in music and all that other crap. It's, yeah, they don't happen vertically. Never. That's not how an eclipse happens. No, Matthew. They only happen, yes, you got it. Young man, you got it. They only happen horizontally. You're never going to find this image. That's not how an eclipse works. Remember, they told us that they've got to be, just think the basics. Even India, they teach this in the elementary and stuff, that it's got to be this far apart, that the moon is this big. They're telling us this little teeny tiny moon covers this big old massive sun, but they got to be at the right distance, and remember, to cover the sun. And they form that, but no, they don't do this, or they don't do diagonally. No, they form a Vesica Pisces. They ring out on one side. That's an eclipse, just like the birth of the king. Okay? So this is bull crap, and I apologize. This is cockamamie, and this is them doing it, and I don't know how they do it, Matthew. I don't know, but since then I've been telling everybody, you can't make the sun go from the west to the east, but somehow they figure this out. I don't know how. They've been spraying these guys. Remember, I have a chemtrailer tattoo on my body. I don't have that for no reason. You know, I believe it's biblical. They will be allowed to change times and seasons. There's one, you know, and yeah, it changes by changing the weather, you know, which changes the season. So, yeah, and that didn't take a machine with that ionic thing up in Alaska. They did that with spraying these skies, seeding them with all this nanoparticulate. The nefarious side is all the crap that's in it that we breathe, but the other side is the solar radiation management from this bright, hot, white sun that they actually got our back, and they're spraying us to actually protect us, to try to radiate that radiation back up away from our atmosphere so it doesn't keep scrubbing off, because they already knew this day was coming. They only know that they have so much time, brothers and sisters. The devil knows he has but a short time. So pay attention to what I'm telling you here on this weather event. To the original, you know, name of this live stream is that weather will dominate this earth. I'm not going to get that wrong. It says the seas and the waves will be roaring. You know, you can go through many of the books. You know, men's heart will fail them to what is to come upon this earth. We're right back at that same temple. You know, no stone will be unturned. We're here again in that same celestial alignment that I'm telling you about. The 10-24-24 will use their Gregorian calendar of the squaring off of those outer four stars. The Jovian gas giants are going to do what they did again, right? It was at the time that the temple was destroyed. So I believe we're here again. And not only this is the most blessed nation, supposedly. You know, we were blessed for 400 years, the Mayflower sign. If you read in scripture, guys, this is all going by the word of God. Once again, the devil has to make every single thing that comes in those 66 books to pass before he can get my love, my king, not the king that's locked up in the pit that will come back as an AI spirit antichrist. But it's Shiloh, the one that holds the inheritance to the church, the Shiloh sign that said that inheritance shall not depart from Judah until Shiloh returns. The one who holds the inheritance to the church until he comes back, he's the head of the church. But he will make a new heaven and a new earth, brothers and sisters. He's going to use this sun to do it with fire. And everything it says in that book will come to pass. Every jot and every tittle will come to pass, as it says, before that great day, for just a teeny tiny number of people, his bride, his flock, that he'll call out and bring them to the new, right back here to the new earth after he destroys this one with fire, and make them rulers of this earth over this earth. They will be rulers over the earth. The heavens are the rulers and the earth is the ruled. I don't believe in some place in the sky called heaven. There's the firmament, the waters above, the waters below. I believe everybody who's ever been on this earth prior to 2,600 plus years ago fell under the agape, and only did it apply to the house of Aaron and the Levites. Everybody else are going to hell. And that makes it pretty simple, because under this 2,600 years come judgment. The New Testament, the new living will, plus the fulfilling of the law. You can't go kill a man, right? He didn't abolish the law. He fulfilled the law. You can't steal, right? He came back and made a New Testament, brothers and sisters, and from that day, he included all flesh. That's the good news of the coming of the King. That's why I will not allow this into my brain, or allow my brothers and sisters to at least blow the horn to tell you, this is not of God. This is not how God, I know the circuit of these heavens, very wise, and pay attention to the signs that are here today that he left. Again, very few know that in 2015, that we saw that sign that the Magi saw back, that was the passing, the same exact sign that this earth had not seen in over 2,000 plus years. We saw it again. Welcome to being set apart. Most, even the churches, should be falling on their faces and glorifying and edifying the coming of the King, but you didn't see that at all, did you? 2017, that Shiloh sign, as we saw, as that Jupiter passed the head of the lion, just it did again, that the second sign that the Magi saw.
that they were watching the coming of the king. This is how King Herod knew to destroy all the firstborn. He was trying to kill Christ. There are people who are wise enough to pay attention and take the time. We're in this third dimension. I'm not corkscrewing and spinning, but in this third supposed rock from the sun, that we are here with a limited amount of time and we can do whatever we want with our time, right? Or he wills us to do things, right? We have self-will or God's will, and there is no freedom. There was a price that was paid, and he paid for the Lamb of God and all the other people that when he judges and they pass through that books, Grandma's not sitting up there in heaven waiting. She has to pass through that book of judgments when he pulls the dead, and that great day for the very few that he chooses from the past and from the 2,600 years ago, those that walked agape and followed his commandments, those that were meek will have the inheritance of this new earth, and they'll rule over this earth. As there's rulers of this earth right now, is the promise to rule, to take that evil, principalities, powers, spiritual wickedness, and the rulers of the darkness of this world. They are the heavens at this time. If you let them rule you, you cannot serve two masters, brothers and sisters. This is a spiritual agape that we're under. It's a spiritual law. He blotted out the handwriting of ordinances in the book of Colossians 2 and 14, where it made it once written on those tablets, those tables pounded out on stone, is now sprinkled with that price that he paid with the blood of the Lamb, as he paid the price, the unblemished, his promise, unblemished sacrificial lamb paid in blood for his bride, that he will take and call out their names at that time, and their names will be called out in the book of life, who he chose from the foundation of the world. Not something anywhere in between their lives. There was a one-time purchase. Before any of this was ever started or created, he already chose his bride, and he commanded them to agape them. He pulled them. He rebuked their hearts, just as he did the mass murderer of Christians, the Pharisee Paul, the tax collector Matthew, anybody who chooses, brothers and sisters, because he takes from all flesh. But most everybody is going to go to hell. And so it's not going to be, I believe, a tough thing for the Father. It's something that's set apart. He already chose it. We just need to go through the jots and the tittles, and the devil knows this. The devil knows this more than most Christians, priests, pastors, Protestants, Catholics, Presbyterians, Lutherans, Mormons, more than most all religions combined. They're all mostly pagan, as I told you. They don't fall under his commandments. They follow their own commandments. They bring in that tree and grove and owl and fire worship into the churches, into their homes. They celebrate these traditions of men. And that's the same exact reason why God divorced his bride. But the world will tell you it's okay to do that because God knows what's in your heart. But if he divorced his bride for doing that, I don't think he had something he's going to call out your name in this next book, if that's the same thing that he called you out as a whore. Yeah, you that cheat on his law, he called a whore. You know, the mother of all idolatry, the whore that rode the beast, you know, that system that's in play right now, you know, that agape, that other man agape, their own, like the Pharisees that perverted with their halakha, and they perverted his shem, his agape, his law, his authority, the Torah, the 613 laws, statutes, commandments that the house of Aaron and the Levites were subject to. Everybody else was a Gentile, and you could do what you want. God, you're going to hell. You weren't saved by salvation. You were fallen under the Torah, and you had to do and follow those 613 statutes and commandments to the best of your ability. That was the law, okay? And he fulfilled that, okay? But he didn't abolish it, okay? There are still laws and things that we have to go by, and that he don't even can be concerned. You know, if you're doing what the Father says, you'll know it. And if you're not, he'll tell you what you're not doing that displeases him. And he'll call it's like a perfect fit, kind of like their Jabba Dabba Dooski, Mr. Bringer of the disease and the cure of the disease, with his one size fit all jab. You know, God's like that. He'll call out to your head what you're supposed to not be doing, or if there's something that you're not doing that he wants you to start doing, he'll tell you, oh yeah, go to that quiet place in secret and just have some time. Don't pray like the heathens. Don't. He doesn't like a repetitive and long prayers. Okay, just talk to him. He's your Father. He already knows what you want. It's kind of pointless to sit there and ask him for something if he already wrote everything from the foundation of the world. But I'm not telling you to not talk to him. Please don't ban me on that. Can you make me out? I don't know what happened there, Babylon. I got some aggressive moderators in here, I know. But we're trying to keep it clean in here. I do appreciate your comments. I don't know what happened there. Welcome back, Babylon. Thanks for coming in. It's good to see you back in here. And sure, yeah, you could be a mod. I've read your comments. I think you got a good understanding. Ain't keeping company with vipers. Ain't even trying to hang out with anybody anymore if they're not spiritually getting their house in order before anything. All this fleshy stuff's just going to probably blow away and burn or be pummeled by the sun or wind or weather. So we need to have our spiritual house in order above all. So you bet, man. Thanks for coming in again. I apologize. I can't control all these moderators I got, but we definitely get too many of these children in here with a foul mouth. And I won't, if I research something, and I know I'm pretty stern on my stuff, but I ain't gonna put out something that's not had decades of research. And at this point in time, I think it should be quite obvious that, there are principalities, powers, spiritual wickedness, and the rulers of the darkness of this world that are pulling a lot of these puppet strings on this earth. And that I'm just trying to point that out. So I don't do any of the teams. I don't do any religions. I don't do none of that. I don't like being called a Christian. I don't want a label. Actually, I really wish I could just erase my name altogether and not even have a name, because I didn't have a name as a spirit before I came into this flesh. That's just who I am. I'm just a temporary, physical experience here before I go back to who I am before I ever came into this flesh, and we'll go back to who I am when I leave this. And it's not who I am now. So yeah, I really don't like the whole labels and borders and walls, but I don't know. Anyways, welcome back. So very important that you pay attention to this. Again, guys, they're going to April 8th this, but I believe what it marks for the United States is the end of the United States as we know it. Yeah, the nation of Israel is a spiritual nation. Babylon once was written on tables of stone. Don't take away what he did on the cross and made this all spiritual. He did it when he was here. It's a spiritual Israel. We're spiritual Jews. It's not a physical thing at all. That is a failure, and we are a spiritual house. It'll be a spiritual temple that's built. None of this is physical. That was all blotted out in the book of Colossians 2 and 14. So, okay, cool. That's what I'm saying. I know you know this stuff. I already got to. It's a spiritual Babylon, guys. It's a spiritual everything. Yes, we are here in the flesh, and yes, these things came by Jesus Christ. Yep, that's right. He is the law. He is the agape, and he put us under this New Testament that we are under, where he said, "Let vengeance be mine," saith the Lord, and that it's not an eye for an eye. We're under this testament, and if you want to be a king in the new world, then you must be meek to receive that inheritance. Not weak, but meek, okay? And you must agape your brother and sister, whether they're your enemy or they're your neighbor, and you bring them to the narrow way, show them that, and a couple times, and if they don't want to hear it, move on. We don't have any other duty here. Our duty is to glorify and edify and lift up his Shem, lift up his law, and declare the coming of the good news of the coming of the King, that he is here to save all flesh, and that it's not just the house of Aaron and the Levites anymore. He came back, and he doesn't care if you're Paul the mass murderer. He hung out with a prostitute and a tax collector. And again, he's the one who rebukes our hearts, and the glory of God is nigh at hand, and the heavens are declaring this. And we don't have a ton of time, brothers and sisters. And those that he sent out to declare his message will declare the coming of this King. They'll do it in every way, shape, or form, because that's what we're here to do. Our Father, who art in heaven, glorify, edify, lift up his name. Hallowed be thy name. It is in his prayer, brothers and sisters, right there at the beginning. Thy kingdom come. Thy will be done. Thy will. There is no other. There's self-will and God's will, and still his will. He created all things from the foundation of the world. It's a one-time purchase. Careful about that blotting out, though. Okay? Careful of that blotting out. Your name could be written in that book as he blotted out that Old Testament and made amendments, testaments to his old. He made testaments. He'll come back and make a new one. I guarantee it. It says it in his book, does it not? When I return, no one will know my testament. No one will know my agape. No one will know my name. No one will know my Shem. No one will know my authority. No one will know my law. And I will make a new law, testament, name, agape, Shem, authority. Correct? Isn't that what his book says? Yes, it does. That is his words. Hallelujah. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on this earth as it is in heaven. You must do the works, and you must be as esteemed as the potter's clay. You must turn their works upside down on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day that bread, right? The living word, the testament, like he broke bread with his apostles, correct? And how many did he feed with that living testament that he made, that agape, that Shem when he was here? He fed how many people? And he still had more than enough, correct, to fill baskets, bountiful blessings. That is the agape, brothers and sisters, that daily bread. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, right? On earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts. Because there was a Jubilee cycle before they had perverted the word of God. And there was 7 Shemitah cycles of 7 years, brothers and sisters, 7, okay? Which is the number of completion, to be mature, to be 7. You know, forgive us our debts as we forgive us our debtors, right? They've said, forgive us our trespasses as who trespassed against us. That's not what the original word of God said. But again, forgive us our debts as we forgive us our debtors, and lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil, right? The evil of this world. And we can do that through his agape, because he will show us the way, right? Deliver us. It's a deliverance from evil. And that is the Hados. That is the narrow way. That is the Aletheia. That is the truth. And that is the Horizo. That is the light. That's why he said, I am the way, the truth, and the light. You understand what it is he's telling us? His prayer is beautiful. If you look at what he's saying, and he makes it so clear what it is that he's asking. That again, that daily bread that we eat, it is something that we do daily, as he said. Give us this day our daily bread. That is that cross. That is that narrowing. Remember, who shall ever come after me? Let them deny themselves. Take up your cross daily. Daily bread. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts as we forgive those who did. Or we forgive us our debtors, because you were actually forgiven of your debt on the 50th year. Okay. I'm hoping that somehow that this year will be a better year for me. Not so much the finances, but that he will relieve me of some of this burden, this debt that I've had in these last 49 years, because I am in my Jubilee year, right? But forgive us and lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom. Thine is the kingdom of heaven. That's where he's at. And the power, right? Remember, he's going to strip this earth of that evil. Principalities, power, spiritual wickedness in the rulers of the darkness of this world. Thy kingdom, thy power, and thy glory. Now. And like I told you, I don't never end. I'm from the past and the future, forever and ever. Shalom, brothers and sisters. Hallelujah. Amen. It's in his word. It's infallible, and his prayer is what leads me every day. And I try to make sure that I am that living testament of that word, that prayer, because that's how, if we were to pray, we're supposed to pray to him. Glorify him, edify him, the coming of the kingdom, thy kingdom come. I told you, the Bible is basic instructions before leaving earth. I don't even ever say Bible, do I? I call it the word of God. I call it the scripture, the Aletheia. He is the Ruach HaKodesh. He is the living testament. He's the living word of God in the flesh. He is that living testament that was paid, the bride price that was paid, right? He is the king, the head of the church, and he declared that he is the king, and we are that body, and we are to eat of our mother and our brothers and sisters and not partake of these things of this world. And it's all spiritual law that we're under. And the minute we succumb to this flesh, we have failed, because he has protected us with this spiritual agape, this spiritual testament that he put us under, and that we will be judged by his agape, that spiritual testament that he left us under, correct? Do not change a jot or a tittle. Your name will be blotted out. You add to it, you're going to receive of all the plagues. He made it very clear, brothers, sisters. It's not about no house made by hands. He don't dwell there. Nice. Cool. I'm going here. Yeah, do both. I'm off grid at the farm, at the big farm off grid. So come join me, Babylon. I don't know. This is a good place. There's a spot out in this valley. I don't know where you're headed, but have you seen my overlay video of what I believe God is going to do? The Most High. I don't think they're going to do that. I believe that the heavens and the earth will be shaken and the waters will come up onto the land like they have before. Yes, that's what I want to do too. I want to feed people. We're on the same thing, same sheet of music. I don't want to lob lead at people. I want to throw jars of peanut butter at diabetic people that are in diabetic shock because all they eat is candy bars all day and Frappuccinos and Red Bulls and, whatever, because they got skills that I can extort them for and bring them into my community while everybody's just trying to protect all they got. I got enough I got bountiful blessings already. He's already blessed me with enough for, 5 people to come live on this property and shut the doors and never leave and never feed anybody. We could just feed ourselves, but there's enough to grow gardens here. I have underground gardens already dug out. I already have all this here. I just need the bodies to do it. So don't come join me. Go do it wherever he's put your 10 toes at, Babylon. But that's wholesome. That's what I was talking about earlier in my stream. It's all about, I guess I'm going to sit down for a minute. It's all about going back to the earth, going back to the dirt, not being in these cities. I did a stream earlier because I went to the city to visit my son, and it's just disgusting. The city to me is not righteous. It's not godly. It's convenience. It's not, you can't even grow gardens in most places because all their tyrannical codes and ordinances and laws and all this nonsense, or they're not laws, they're for a corporation, but all the nonsense where they get on you for growing a garden in your front yard when every American front yard shouldn't have a lawn, but a garden in it. If it's in a conducive place to grow it, it's in the right grow zone, but instead that's frowned upon because people got convenience in the grocery stores and all that. So I'm all about going back to the dirt, going back to the earth, getting the hands in the dirt, growing. That's what I do. I've farmed out here for going on 6 years using livestock and feed and doing all that. It's I limit the amount of help I can. That's right. Okay, well, we're in the same sheet of music there, Babylon. That's why I'm on 40 acres and I bought another 20 and I have another 5 up the road so I can bless dozens of people. If God will just bring them to me, I could bless 24 to 36 people right now, I'm pretty sure. Wow. That'd be a blessing. The food wouldn't go as long, but I bet you with 36 people here, I could start growing so much food, we could give away food to the community. Free range, non-genetically modified vegetables and chicken and rabbit and goat and even enough. If I had 36 people here, we'd have cows out here. We do an Angus. I have enough property here to have cows and to have plenty of people. So, but that's not what God wants for me yet. So I've tried though, Babylon. I've tried and tried, but it's okay because he'll provide the right people or he won't. It's already written. I'm not concerned about that at this point. My major concern is I've already taken care of all that. I just need the bodies to do it now. Yeah. Oh yeah. I've been waiting for 10 years, a whole decade. But I have everything in place, 95%, I guess 90%. I left some of the things undone so people could come and be a part of it. I don't want somebody to come join this and not be able to kind of build some of these things up. So it's personal, so I'm not saying people couldn't enjoy the benefits of my labor, but I'd rather see people, if they're going to be here and they're going to call this home,
help me finish these cabins. Here's all the material. Here's the square. Here's the thing. Let's put it all together. Let's do this together. Let's make this, your place to stay. And then all that extra material, that's for you. That's yours to build your own place right next to this place. So you can build it on a skid so you can go drag it somewhere on this property somewhere else, or you can go drag it to your own, cool. Yeah, I hear you, Brother Matthew. Appreciate it. God's going to send whoever he wants here. I've already put it out there 1,000,001 times, it feels like, so I don't need to anymore. There's no reason to fight myself or him over it. He didn't want anybody here, so that's why nobody's come, in the last 10 years. But if the time is right, and they will show up or they won't, I'm not going to be concerned about it either way. I'll know that I provided a way for people to be blessed, to bless themselves and to bless the community they live in. And I don't have everything, but when I have the bodies here, things would just continue to grow in abundance. But my son said the other day, he said, "Dad, nobody's there because they'd all turn on you." So I have a pretty rigid way of doing things and a standard, but I can not bug anybody, as long as I don't have trash from your yard and your place don't look like the ghetto. I probably wouldn't say anything to anybody. They built a nice little quaint cabin, didn't bother anybody, and all they cared about was reading the word and, participating in the abundance that we have of the community and doing their part. They could just chill out here and just stay in the word and never do anything but just stay here on the property, never worry about another dime again. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's why I want them to build it up beyond, what I'm saying. I want them to build up this little shack, turn this pile of rubbish, this pile of mill ends, this pile of old wood material here, and let's turn it into a cabin, a nice little cabin. And, hey, if you want to do a shipping container and you want to make it all modern and you want to put lights and windows and all of it, hey, I got property. I got a space on this property. I think it'd be perfect for all that modern stuff. Want to know why? Because it's down in that nice gully down there, and I don't want to look at it from up here where I'm at, because up here is all looks like a movie set like the 1800s. But there's enough land here where I could put you down there, and you could build 2-story buildings down there, and you can't see it from here. The pitch, it's that far down over there, and it's a massive spot that you and 5 other people can come out here and build all your modern buildings if you want. I'm not going to limit what somebody wants to build out here, so to speak, right? Just dongs don't look ghetto. But anyways, I say ship containers and stuff too, because I want people to, if they wanted to have the ability, guys, to take up their stuff and go to their own property out here. There's plenty of property out here that they can bounce from this property or never leave if they want to stay here. There's enough property out here that eventually I'm going to try to, I haven't done this in a minute, but maybe eventually try to turn this property over once I can get this other 20 acres paid off. Turn it over to the ministry and turn this all over to High Desert Grace and Truth, and turn it over to the church and turn this property into a church so it can never be taken in this great taking that they're talking about. If you pay attention, economics, that they've all set this up for the next time that this system collapses. They're not going to bail out the banks with federal money. They're going to take your money, the creditor. They're going to take your loan. They're going to take your mortgage. They're going to take your 401k. They're going to drain everything that's in your bank account. And they're taking it this time to bail the banks in. That's what Glass-Steagall was about. And that's what economically, if you don't pay attention, I apologize, you're missing it. But they're not bailing anybody out this time. They're going to bail in the system, and they're going to do it with your mortgage, and they're going to do it with your money. And if you owe one payment on your house, it's gone. You'll see it's going to happen. It's already written in the books. They already did it. So, sure. Well, I'm a vet too, but I don't know if I get any tax exemption from that. Never even looked into that, Babylon, but
I'm an honorably discharged veteran, so I don't know if I'd be tax exempt. I didn't get any disability or anything from the military. I've never even been to the VA, so I don't get any kind of veterans benefits or nothing. But that's another whole nother story in itself. But I do have an honorable discharge. It is on my license. I have it for my commercial license. It's on there. It's on, I have vet plates or whatever. I don't like the license thing, but whatever. Anymore, I don't even care about any of that. I don't register my vehicles anymore. I don't worry about my license. I don't do that. I don't go by that anymore. I don't follow none of that. So, but anyways, yeah, just I want to say that again. It's the cool. I thought I put my number up there somewhere before. I'll message you my number, Matthew. I thought we've already spoke on the phone and you have my number. For VA disability. Yeah, I won't get any VA benefits, trust you me, and I won't get any Social Security, even though I have broke my back in the military. I never went to sick call. I broke my back in the military because I went in with scoliosis. Somebody worked with me and taught me how to get past their physical, so to speak, because I had not an extreme case, but I had enough to where it's pretty noticeable, but helped me pass the physical. So when I busted my back in the military, I never wanted anybody to look at my back and figure out that I'd already had issues with my back. So I just moved out and, draw fire. I never went to sick call with a broken back. So not until I got in a car accident and they took, MRIs of my back and went, oh my God, look at this. I broke my back the second time. And then I denied breaking my back, that it caused me a bunch of problems. And the doctor's like, look, you're lying to me. Look at this. This is how I can tell from all this calcium buildup that, this happened during, 90 to 95, somewhere in this, it has to be in this, somewhere in this half of this day. I'm like, oh, that's my tourist service, right? Exactly. And so I told him what happened. I didn't, and then it made problems like, how could you break your back? And now you've been in this, and have this other issue. Because that actually was the first time I didn't break my back in that car accident. I got in a 5-car pileup and I ripped every muscle in my back from my lumbruscal to my thoracic muscles, every one of them almost, because it was all twisted up and contorted in a delivery vehicle doing deliveries. And, but I broke my back again the second time in a car accident as a passenger vehicle, and that caused everything for me to have more problems than I ever had in my life. I actually had fluid in the frontal lobes of my brain, vertigo. This is a second break. I'd already had degenerative disease from the just the problems with the break that I had, because the way I broke it in the military was the opposite way most people break it in an accident. And so it caused that disc to bulge on the one end and then compress on the other end of the disc and actually rip open and leak that disc fluid that onto my spinal column, which was pain like you've never even experienced in your life. That's like being hooked up to an incinerator inside your body with some electric shock going at it. It's super intense. It's not as intense as sciatica, but it is way close to what sciatica feels like. And that was a 6-month spat of, man, that accident wiped me out, guys. That accident, I owned my own business at the time. I was a single dad trying to get Social Security, some kind of thing, so I wouldn't have to work so hard. And I was actually self-employed doing landscaping. I'm telling you, the nerve pain that I have that's what I've been experiencing, guys. That's what I knew, that something's really wrong with me here recently, because, but actually that's getting a little bit, that hip pain is,
I'm back to just the sciatica, so I can deal with that. I mean, it's still very intense, the hip pain, whatever there, it's something nerve signal pain too, is what it is. So I try to explain people it's not the breaks because I broken on so many bones in my life, arms, legs, elbows, wrists, all that, back multiple times more than, but it's this, it's the nerve pain that, it's signal pain. Your body is the one who's telling it that there's trauma to that area, that something's wrong, and it sends a signal pain. And so that's not like pain that's like tender or break or contusion or, like you cut something. That's a whole different pain from the inside out, which is not the only thing I could try to ever tell somebody that's never maybe had, if they've never broken anything of that extreme or had that kind of problems, um, with, yeah, I don't get any money. I don't get no money from the military. I don't get no Social Security. I'm an honorably discharged veteran. I was a school bus driver. I've been a CDL driver for 30 years. I've served this beast country. I've was a single parent for 10 years. I fought for 8 years in court and spent every dime, hundreds of thousands of dollars to fight for my son to get him away from, um, abuse on both sides of abuse. He was being abused. And um, even during that time, they still wouldn't give me nothing. So, and still to this day, I don't even get nothing. I live on $0 every day. Like this month, I don't even know how my bills are going to get paid, but whatever. um, but anyways, yeah, signal pain is something else, guys. It's something that you can't stop. You can sit there and try, but when your brain is telling itself something that there's trauma there and it sends that signal, it's telling it's pain and it does it something that's a whole different level of pain. Again, maybe if you've ever had a tooth or something that got a little too far or something and you didn't get it pulled out soon, it got that nerve in and started hurting really bad. That's about a 16th of what sciatica feels like. And if you've ever had a bad tooth that struck, you don't want that in your head and your mouth. That's not good anyways, but it's excruciating. It's an intense type of thing that for people, if they've never experienced any kind of nerve pain, that's the only thing I could tell people, that if you haven't actually done something to your body like that, that maybe you have had, because it happens, people, maybe they don't go in there soon enough or something. They don't realize it till it gets to that point, right? That there's something that far, your tooth has gotten that far gone or something. After a car accident for a year. Yeah, I got in 3 rear end accidents in 13 months. So my back has been hashed after that, yeah. And every time I get through the physical therapy and get through all their stuff, like, no, I'm not taking your drugs. I'm not going to do none of that. I'm going to go do the physical therapy. Bam! Another car accident. So, yeah, it's been a lot of years. So I feel better, guys, though. But I recently hurt myself out here just overdoing it, just way overdoing it. You don't pick up I probably weigh 170 pounds. I'm pretty light and pretty thin right now because I'm super fit. I have a 0% body fat, I have a 6-pack. I'm got a body of a 20-year-old, but I'm not supposed to be picking up 400-pound beams and lifting them, 10 and a half feet over my head. So, yeah, I think that's when I dropped that beam and held on to it. I should have let it go, but I was so worried about it coming back and taking me off that ladder and just knocking the crap. Know what long boards do. They bounce around and, yeah. So I held on to it and, 75 milligrams. 30, a few years, but I used every 3 6 months. Yeah. So that's where I think I did my hip. I think somehow I because I was twisted to the side. It wasn't lifting it. It was because it didn't hit the top plate that I had to twist it out and push it all the way out. And I leaned out on the ladder and it fell and I didn't want it to go. So I held it. And I mean, I heard the loudest crack I've ever heard in my entire life inside my body. It was so loud. It made my ears ring, inside my head. And I knew that I had hurt myself really bad. And so that was my hip, I figured it out, but it's feeling better. I really feel, I mean, I still got the tender spot in the back and I'm not getting that. Like, I felt like I had like somebody mule kicked me in my knees. I still have the weight and the pressure and the pain, but it's feeling a lot better than it did, guys. So I was a little worried when I went to town that it was going to act, irritate it from all those microwave towers and all that stuff. But, couple days I only stayed in the city, and the last time I hadn't had any sciatica in 5 or 6 years, to the extreme where it was I live with sciatica every day, but not to the point where it was so bad where again it curls me over, and I tell you I call it shrimps me, turns me into an old man where I look like I'm an old man all curled over, and I can't help it because my back, I can't even stand up straight. I can't get my body to do that. It won't. I mean, and eventually I come out of it because I walk around, drag myself out, work like a shrimp and do everything, keep going. And eventually I'll get myself standing back up straight again. Sometimes it can take a week. Sometimes it could take months. Sometimes it could take 6 months. But I always push through it. But the other day too, I was out in that water tank. I shouldn't have done that. I should have just drained the water out of the tank, and I didn't. And the water sloshed on me. And the same thing, that water tank of that ICBM tote, when I was moving it over to the Rusty Dragon, I had to let it go. I had to let it crush me, and it pinned me down on that same hip, and I landed on that hip that I was having problems with. But I was pretty upset at God for that. I'm like, you can't give me another hand. If one other person, just like on that board, would be here, I would not be in this pain right now as I'm pulling myself out from the water tank, which again, I can't remember. It's probably 80 gallons of water in there. That's like eight or something pounds per gallon. I shouldn't have done that. I should have just drained it out. But, and then I fell on the big logging chain or whatever that, right on my hip, right on the bad part. I was like, and I had to let it go, because if I'd held on to it again, guys, I know right now I wouldn't even be on this live stream. I'd be back the way I was feeling. I was so bad a couple weeks back. It was really bad, really, really bad. I'm really glad that I'm not feeling, I'm back to level 8 pain. I could live with level 8 all day long. Every day of my life, I live with 7 to 8 pain. So this feels good. Actually, I feel pretty good now that I think about it. Yeah, I just wish he'd send me another person, because I wouldn't be even in this pain if I had somebody to help me. But it's okay. If he didn't want me to experience this physical and mental and emotional pain, then it wouldn't happen. He'd have somebody on the other end of the board. He'd have somebody out here for me. So enough whining about my pain in my back but I power through it, guys. Like I said, I told you right now, I'm feeling pretty good. I went to the city, and I really thought, because I went there for 3 days last time, and that set me into sciatica that I hadn't felt in probably 6 years. It had been since I've been, maybe 7 years or something before I'd had a spat like that at all. And I didn't do anything but go to the city for 3 days. I didn't do anything. Actually, I didn't do anything in the city but sit there. It was just being around all that millimeter wave and microwave, because I'm super sensitive to electronics. I don't care what other people say. I have nerve pain, nerve damage, extensive nerve damage. Really shouldn't be able to walk around like I do what I do. But when I get around that millimeter wave and I get around that electric soup or stew, as I call it, it affects me. I can feel it. I've lived in the country for, I don't know, like, how long has I been in the country now? I was out when I moved out there. So at least more than 13, 14 years or something, going on. Yeah. So quite a long time I've been out in the country. I don't, I don't do good around all that electronics. That stew is just way too much for my body. So I was really worried about. I'm not staying there another day. I only stayed 2 days, and I left that second day for the end of the day because I just couldn't do. I couldn't do the city. I told my son, I got to go, man. I love you. I'd want to hang out here, but I got kiddies to get home to. And I remember the last time I stayed there, I didn't do anything. I just stayed there for 3 days, and I didn't injure myself that time. I just stayed too long around those electronics. So I was really worried when I came back this time. I was going to be hammered from being around all that. But actually, I told you I feel okay. So sooner or later, I'm going to have to stop putting all this treasure up in heaven and protect the things that I have out here. Pick out all the time. A few hundred yards. Yeah, I can't do that, Babylon. I can't be around that. My body just can't take it. It's probably because I just have too much nerve problems. Strong, yeah. When I get a few miles outside, it goes away. Exactly. And when I was telling my son when I got into town, I was like, "Oh my gosh!" This time I was like, "It's stronger than when I was here last time, man." I was trying to warn him, man. I don't know if I can stay here. I'll try to stay because he wanted me to stay and visit. I said, I'll try to stay, but I have no promises. If I get in that car and leave, you're just going to have to understand that I can't be here. And I'm telling you, my teeth were ringing and I could feel my teeth buzzing. And I don't have no fillings or anything like that in my teeth, but I felt my teeth, for a whole time I was there. It's hard to sit there and talk. It was like, yeah, like mental blockers and stuff. Really weird waves of just they're pumping stuff through those towers. I was telling I had a mental block. I couldn't remember the name of his cat. It was driving me crazy, and his is I Am or Torah, right? His name is Torah, but that field of energy that he created, he is the Torah field. Remember, he is I Am. That's what he would, if he had not in the flesh, but if he had he tells us that he will come like the wind in the clouds and that toroidal field. So, but for the life of me, just little things like that, I was like, what is going on here? So I'm glad to be back out of that city, and you couldn't pay me $1 million to live in the city. You could give me a big old huge house, big piece of land, and no thanks. Nope. Don't want it. Don't want no. If you had $1 million to go with it, nope. Well, you can just buy it. No, I wouldn't do it. I know. Thank you. Exactly, Babylon. Remember when they were going to do all these updates? Everybody's going to switch over to the 5G. Cool, he is, Matthew. He's giving me strength. I'm starting to see that I need to just hang tight on this property until after 10/24/24, after 5/25, and that I'll make, if I make it to that day, then I'll be set free of these chains, so to speak, and maybe before then, or he'll provide to me the people that what I've always wanted to do, and that's to have a community of people that are spiritual and love the Word of God and want to form a community where, because I don't want to leave the country to eat good food, and that's what I want. I want to grow good food. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. As long as we're on that narrow path. Thank you, Derek. Absolutely. We all, that path, as long as we're going through the Son to get to the Father, he'll put a narrowing and we'll narrow that. We're on the same path. We have to be narrow to enter through a straight gate, right? Can't fit through a straight gate unless you've been narrowed down through that path. So that's right. Absolutely, brother. Many of us are on the same path where he is our prize. He is what we seek in this world because it is what edifies us, but I really wish there was a person that didn't care about being around other people. I just live out here and do my thing and go, oh, well, whatever. I got the Word of God and I'm not alone. And he's with me in the spirit, blah, 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 whatever. If that's you, cool. You could be all happy, but
I want to be around people, man. I want a community. I don't want to grow food on my own. I did things out here by myself for 5 years. I've been off the grid for 5 years by myself. Um, I have no guilt feeling for not want to be a person that wants to share my blessings and share my bounty, that he's blessed me with. So, but I'm willing to face no matter what. If he never sends a single person out here, I've been out here 10 years and nobody's ever come. It's pretty tough to be somewhere 10 years. And I'm just gonna flash every day. I'm 26, learning early or late is time really. Yeah, it don't matter. It don't matter the years that you're in this flesh, Derek. You know what I mean? It don't matter. Those of us that are eternal, this is just a stop of time in this Uber ride or whatever, because it's not long. If we're all eternal, so to speak, some of us have they might say, well, somebody has an old soul or something. And I'm not sure if somebody's ever told you that, but some of us this ain't our first rodeo. We can relate. There's things we understand of this world that are way beyond our years in the flesh. So I don't ever really look at somebody's years on this earth, because I believe I'm at least, 12,000 years old or whatever. I don't care what you think of that. He said, if I'm eternal, what's 12,000 years in the eternal speck of time? That's nothing. So something of that nature, but we're all eternal. And some of us have found that this place is, it's a testing, it's a proving ground for where we spend our eternal resting place at this point, whether we either get a new body or we get set into the place of no knowledge, and that's where we'll spend. It says eternal damnation, brothers and sisters, but please remember, he'll loose the devil for a time. Again, remember, a season after this, evil is taken from this earth. Everything is cyclical. Don't forget what his word says, okay? It may feel like eternity, I bet, and I'm not saying that his word is not, he didn't speak with marvels in his mouth, okay? But, look at what the word says and go by what the word of God says. Don't believe no man, edify yourself and your brothers and sisters with that word. So, but I don't think our years on this earth reflect how old we are. Some of us could be 50, 60 years old, guys, and just, I apologize, but just, about as dense as a bag of hammers, just, you met old people that they're clueless, just have no spirit. That's what I'm talking about. And I'm not saying that they're not, because I love hearing their stories and you know what I'm saying? But, people that I found that are truly wealthy in spirit, it doesn't matter their age. It's Brother Matthew in here, guys. If you listen to Brother Matthew, he's from India. And he doesn't sound like, if I brought him on here and you listen to him, you wouldn't think he's 18 years old. He just turned 18, guys. He just turned 18 on this channel. He turned 18. And if I brought him on here, you wouldn't know. I could say, hey, this is my brother Matthew. We're the same age, and lie to you. I don't think any of you pick it out. If we had a conversation, you wouldn't call me out. You wouldn't be able to tell. You wouldn't. Not by talking to him, you wouldn't. He's way beyond wise, beyond his years. Obviously, he lives in India. He's lived a different life than some of us here in Americas, in the Americas. But, it's his age. Has nothing to do with the wealth of knowledge that he already has. And where he's headed, like you were saying, Derek, again too, that we're all on the same path, headed to that, hopefully to that same place. We might be on, different paths, but they're the same path leading to that. There's either the broad way and the wide path, or there's the straight and the narrow, right? The narrow path, the difficult path, the one that leads to eternal salvation, the one that very few find. So, I appreciate your comment. That's very true. And we do all have our own path to the Father, but it's the only way to the Father is through the Son, right? So as long as we're on that path, then we are on that same
cutting off of self, the same narrowing of the flesh, the same cutting off of the things of this world. They just don't do anything for us anymore. The older you get, unless you're young, I guess that's fine. But the older that you get, you don't want to drink, you don't want to party, you don't want to do drugs, you don't want to go out and get prostitutes, you don't want to do all the things that people do when they're young. You don't want to do, stay out and rave all night and listen to loud, obnoxious music. And, it's just not, you want to sit around and go to bed early and wake up with the sun, wake up early to bed, early to rise, that type thing, as we get older, our spirit, and so some people never do that, guys. Some people, some people, they're old, they still party, drink, have, a good time, and they don't really progress much in spirit. They're just more 2D, people, even in 3 or 4D. They're not thinking outside the box. 3 dimensions is inside the box. 4th dimension is outside of the box, right? Welcome to the 4th dimension. Yes. Think outside the box. Think, step into that spirit realm and think outside your flesh and start thinking of others and not just of self. And yeah, boy, it just sure expands our spirituality. And, that's my hang up in this life, is always want to, again, share what I have with others instead of just being that man that's content. And I don't need nobody. Whatever, I got everything I need right here. You guys can have it. I don't care. Rah, rah, rah. I'm just fine all here by myself. I'm content. And some people are just fine like that, guys. So if you're one of those, cool. I'm not saying that, sorry, my bad. If you're happy by yourself, be happy by yourself. Cool. But, I think if I was happy by myself, I wouldn't live on 40 acres of land. I wouldn't have a farm, and I wouldn't try to do what I've done for, how long, for a good couple decades. I've really tried to, again, for 10 years, I've tried to invite people to come out and do this off grid, come learn how to live under the ground, get away from the weather, get away from the sun. Not live under the ground, but have a house under the ground, and you live above the ground, but you go down under, at the end of the day. You don't fight weather. You don't learn how to live like that. And I never bought this property just for myself. I actually bought it to do that, to share it with others. As God is my witness, as my son is my witness. I did this to try to be a community. And in 10 years, I've probably had 100 people tell me they're going to come out here. And nobody's ever showed up. I had Daniel from the internet show up from the Predestined for Light channel, but he just wanted to sit around, and he wanted to be coddled. And he's a big, tall dude or whatever. And he grew up where I grew up, but he just kind of wanted to, to live with somebody, and I need my space. And I said, hey, you can go right over there and build your own space. Actually, I'll give you a nice, no, he didn't. He just wanted to kind of hang out. And so anyways, that didn't work. A couple of days, like I said, and he was out of here, and he's still around. I actually saw him the other day, but he's kind of just doing the same thing. He's kind of a floater, and kind of blows around and likes to be, just more like coddled, I guess. So sometimes, dynamite comes in small packages, and sometimes big old, somebody might be 7 foot tall, just big teddy bears. All they are. They're no, maybe they're all bark and no bite. So I went out here. I told me I had to start speaking up a little more and stop being, I can't stand around and be the silent majority. And so anyways, he just left all on his own. Couple days, he didn't make it a couple days, and he knew it wasn't a good fit. And I think he did the respectable thing, and left without any confrontation or anything like that. So like I said, I saw him first time in a little while the other day, and he said hi. He was with somebody else, a lady out here who's a nice lady and stuff. So I'm glad he's around. I want good things for Daniel. I hope he finds his way. But either way, he's going to provide for me, and whoever, if he decides to bring anybody out here, that'd be great. And if he doesn't, That's okay. It's okay. I'm over it. Like I said, I'll give up on the whole thing after this reset happens. I know we've got about 2 more years of this solar maximum of this Earth, but I don't think we have 2 more years before weather. Again, the title of this live stream was "When Will Weather Dominate the Earth?" And I believe that weather will dominate the Earth before 5 of 25 for sure. I believe that Earth will be dominated by weather before the 10-24-24 celestial gas alignment that I tell you. I do believe I'm not going to be incorrect that we will see the seas and the waves roaring. We will see that water come up onto the land. We will see it come up to where it's come up to before, and then it will lower back down and expose all these cities that are sitting off of our coastlines right now that you go take scuba diving trips and see that are under the ocean. So this next cycle, it's going down, but it will come up onto the land before it goes down. And I believe we will see that before 10-24-24. If I'm wrong, then great. That's awesome. I hope it never happens in any of our lifetimes, but it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. And I've paid attention to the cycles that I think that very few have even had the time. I've been so blessed by the Father to be self-employed. And, maybe if I would have gotten a check, a VA check, or I would have gotten a Social Security check, I would have got complacent and I wouldn't have worked as hard as I did. But I worked hard for everything I had. And even if it kept getting stolen, that makes sense why everybody kept stealing it from me like they always do. They steal everything I have sometimes. 5-6 years ago, was down to nothing. I got stripped back to nothing again. And look at this. Now I have way more than I did 5 years ago. It took me almost 20 years to collect all the things to put together to be able to come out to this property. As I told you, 20 years ago, I thought about doing this dream of coming out and building a community, going off, off the grid, off the away from society, but not too far away, where it could still exist in a small little country community and drive to a city, but far enough away from society that you didn't have to participate with society. So I've done that, and I've been blessed to do that, and I've been blessed to have all these blessings, and him to give me this time again. Maybe that's why, because maybe I just get complacent, and then I wouldn't know the things and have the knowledge that I have, because I'm obviously a person that needs a challenge in life, So I'm never satisfied with anything that I do, as far as, even in my final product, I'm like, well, I could have got that done a lot quicker or something like that. I just cannot be settled with anything like that. Not that I'm not unhappy, but I've always challenged myself. I want to lift the bar, lift the bar, lift the bar, lift the bar. Some people meet the standard, and some people set the standard, right? So for myself, that's what I'm saying. I have a standard for myself, and so I'm never satisfied. And so maybe that's how I've been able to accomplish the things that I do, because I look at what I have and like, wow, you could have done a lot more with your time. So yeah, that's what it is. I mean, I'm 50 years old and I actually don't want anything anymore. But when I do what I do, I don't want to do anything that's there's what I'm saying. People have been home for 3 years, success, but a lot of fires. Think you can wait until. Yeah, so 10 years. 10 years I've been out here. Yeah, I'm always in study mode. I'm always learning. I never stop learning, man. If I don't learn something new, I failed. You know what I'm saying? There's always information. So I knew that I could gain more than just one thing a day, 10 things, 20 things. I could just, actually what I figured out how to do is get all my bills paid, because I was self-employed. I didn't have to put in a 40-hour weekly work week like some people. Sometimes I had to put in more. But there was times where I could take months off at a time. I got my bills paid up, for 2 months, and I didn't do nothing but study for 2 months straight. 12, 16 hours a day, study. Sometimes I would study all day. I'd study for 20 hours and sleep for 2 and wake up for 2 of those 4 hours that I was laying down, being up, and, so I've been blessed with with this understanding of where we're at in these cycles, and I'm pretty certain that I'm not going to get uh, what I'm conveying to the world right now incorrect. I wouldn't even say it. I wouldn't even say it to the world if it was something that wasn't worth my time or your time. But I do believe that weather will dominate this earth very soon. I believe you're going to see more and more riffing of the earth, cracking of railways, more airplanes being grounded, like we're seeing. The National Guard just grounded all the Apache helicopters in the United States for the National Guard. Um, the Osprey helicopters have been grounded. Um, Starlink, the satellites. We're going to see more and more effects. We saw just the other day, we saw what all these, they said it was hacking. You don't understand how hacking works, obviously. They said it was an upware. It was, you obviously don't understand software the way that works. Um, that doesn't jive. The sun is what took down, the internet the other day, guys. And so they're going to keep trying to cover for this weakened magnetosphere that I'm telling you about. But we've never seen 5 low latitude auroral events ever, I believe, in the history of mankind. That's never been seen. But normally a cycle of our sun has a regularity, and it does a solar maximum and a solar minimum. And I'm not saying that that's irregular, but during the times that in our lifetimes that we've known it, it has that pretty regular 11-year, 11.9 years solar maximum, 5.9 years up solar maximum, 5.9 years down solar minimum. And that completes that 11.9 year elliptical orbit of Jupiter around the sun. Obviously, that must be what's creating the cycle of our solar maximum and solar minimum. But as of right now, we just saw what an X6, that's the largest solar flare that we have seen of this solar cycle 25 that we're in. And normally it takes high level X20 to create these low latitude auroral events in latitudes, lower towards the equator, down in towards like Mexico and Ukraine and Texas and Arizona and New Mexico and all these. That's not something that has ever happened more than 2 times in a year, ever been recorded in history. It's never happened 3 times in 1 year. And we shattered the records in 2023. And that's why I told you to look up. In 2023 would be the year of everything you see in the sky. And they didn't disappoint with their Chinese balloons in February, didn't they? They got you looking up, didn't they? And that's all they're talking about now. Look up, look up, look up. The same thing I've been telling. It's like they got my game plan and they're using it against you. But I was telling you 10 years ago, if you watch my YouTube channel, watch Truth Viral, you'll find it there. Go to America Ever After. You'll find it there. You'll find me talking about all these things, chemtrailing and all these things that I talk about today. I was talking about more than a decade ago on this platform, telling you and blowing the horn as this is what's to come. But now we're here. So I know now I can say that I have documented as my witness. It's on this platform. It's on other platforms. I've said it. I've do other things other than social media, and I've made it very clear where we're at and where we're going to be. And I have studied and given you droves of my research and people that I study. Actually, I don't put links, but I'll tell you who it is that I, study and who it is that I'm following and which information, peer reviewed, what information where I'm getting it from. And, some of its own personal studies. I was telling people way back before 2000 Y2K, I was a conspiracy theorist before Y2K, guys. I was trying to tell people to pay attention to the weather back in the 90s. That I thought the weather was changing dramatically and saw changes in the weather. And people told me, why do you pay attention to this stuff, Tracy? I said, because I pay attention to cycles in history and there's something is happening, So people call me a conspiracy theorist in 2024 and I was doing this stuff in the 90s. Yeah, right. You ain't going to shut me up, man. You ain't going to shut up somebody who's been doing this for decades. So, yeah, I was warning people, guys, before Y2K that the weather, at least in the state that I was living in, there was such a mismatch of spring days in the middle of the winter and the summer. I'd never seen that before. And I'm in the state of Oregon. I wasn't born in Oregon. I was born in the city of Messengers. in the valley, and I was born in Los Messengers, Los Angeles. I was born in the concrete jungle, and where it's sunny 365 days of the year. It used to be back in the, in the 70s, first part of the 70s, 80s, and the 90s. We came out of that cold spell into a really very constant solar maximum and solar minimum, like I'm telling you. Back then, the sun was very orange, didn't get white until the summertime, in the heat of the summer, when it was up real high in the night, or up in the daytime sky. And now that the solar cycle has stepped down, the last 3 cycles, solar 23, 24, and 25 that we're in now, it's spiked a little bit now, but it's stepped down, and it's melted off that protection, that magnetic canopy, that magnetic protection from the energy from our sun, and it's bled off, and it's, like a flame. If you take a flame and you turn it up, it has tons of carbon in it, it's going to be very orange, just like our sun. That magnetosphere had a ton of particulate in it, and obviously that's why they're spraying the living crap out of our atmosphere, guys. Remember in the 70s, think about turning up the flame on a torch. The more carbon that's burnt out of it, the lighter color that flame gets, correct? Goes from an orange to an orangish yellow, to a yellow, to a yellowish white, to a white, and then finally, if it burns every bit of particulate off, it will turn blue. So that's what's happened to our sun. The sun's still the same sun. It's nothing. It's the magnetosphere that is weakened, the protection, the magnetic canopy. And so we see a different spectrum of light through our magnetosphere. And that's because the sun's energy has stepped down in the last 3 solar cycles. Remember, 30 some years ago, the sun was very orange. So it's not rocket science. It's something that's very explainable. And we've never had 5 low latitude auroral events ever. And they didn't take that high level, X-ray, X20, X30, high energy proton, high ionic, deionized gas, turned to plasma to hit that protection and then penetrate our atmosphere and eventually excite the core of our Earth, and increasing in volcanism. And again, as I said, you're going to start to see probably obviously more satellites dropping out of the sky. You're going to see more airplanes being grounded, some just eventually starting to drop out of the sky because they're not going to lose their controls. A lot of stuff is set up on electronic. All these planes, all these towers, everything. They pushing everybody into this electric grid when they know darn good and well it's going to fail. And because they're going to make you drink the pitch black Mountain Dew, and they're forcing people to drink Mountain Dew. They made Lahaina drink the Maui Blast, right? And it was paradise in California. I don't think that's a Mountain Dew, but probably, maybe. I don't know. I don't drink soda. I haven't drank soda for a long time. Yeah. I don't know. It's probably been like, I don't know, maybe 7 or 8 years. It's been a long time since I've had a soda. But anyways, yeah, you're going to drink the pitch black, and you're going to eat the bugs, and you're going to do what they tell you, and you're going to get in your Hotel California, and you're going to be in your city, and you're going to love it, and you're going to check in, but you're never going to leave, because Mr. Trump's going to put up his millimeter Trump bowl around you, and you're going to remember I said this and went, darn it. Should have went out into the country, like Tracy said, and got out of that city, because now look at me. I can't even leave. Yeah, I've got a check-in time, but I can't get out of here because it's a millimeter bowl. You won't have to eat the bugs, Babylon. I'm sure you're smarter than that, where you can find your way. And if you had to, guys, you could eat a bug, but God put it on this earth. It's here for us to consume. It's not what goes in a man or a woman that defiles him. It's what comes out of him. But I don't want you to eat bugs. Did you hear what Babylon said? He wants to feed people, guys. That's what I want to do. Well, I hope that God will bless me. And someday I'll get to share these blessings that I have with others, and I'll be able to grow abundance out of here, and I won't have to leave the country to eat decent food. I can stay right here with my brothers and sisters and my mother and grow food that the government will hate that we have, because they don't want anybody to have good, clean, healthy food and drink good, clean, healthy, filtered water and have a good, healthy community and that. So I'll keep pushing for that. But I think my day is going to come after this weather event, guys. I'm going to be 100% honest with you. I think that's when my success in life is going to come, is after this weather event that I tell you, where weather's going to dominate this earth. Most people aren't going to get ready for it. And then when you all blow around like a bunch of bowling pins or whatever, dust in the wind, if you will, I'll go take whatever you guys, has blown around, and it's, maybe the neighbor's truck sitting on my front porch and he's not here anymore. Nobody's seen him for a long time or whatever. Yeah, well, looks like got me a nice pickup truck here, whatever. It's all going to be a mismatch, guys, I'm sure. And we'll have to start over, so to speak. And the world will go on, though. I believe we'll snap out of this cycle, and it's something as we. Why are you whining? You want to go outside? All right, then we'll let the dogs go outside. Quit blowing, the wind quit blowing. So let me let these puppies out. The wind was ripping earlier, huh, guys? It was a ripping. Oh, well, it's still windy out there, but it's not. It's not blowing 100 miles an hour. So, what's your plan? What's your plan? Is this even a thing? Is it possible for the sun to maybe affect the magnetosphere where the upper jet streams and the upper winds change, and, like poop, it runs downhill, right? Or like, yeah, that's good enough. So it finds its way down to this troposphere, maybe up into our, some of our first layers in our atmosphere. And we see winds on this earth at 200 and 300 miles an hour for 2 and 3 weeks straight. Is that even a possibility? Is that even a thing? Is that plausible at all? Do you think that's ever happened before on this earth? Do you think it could ever happen again? Straight line winds, 100, 200, hurricane strength winds. The ratios. Oh, wait, some of that's already happened, huh? But not for 2 weeks straight, guys. Not for 3 weeks straight. Do you have a plan if the wind blows 200 miles an hour for 2 weeks straight? You think your house you live in would survive that right now? A pummeling of all that stuff blowing? Well, that's a bummer. Yeah. See, I'm glad that I have my health at 50, and I might have broken bones and some problems with my nerves, but I'm stronger than. I said I have a zero body fat, and I can work most 20-year-olds into the ground. I don't think most 20-year-olds want to work with me a day out here at the farm. They would probably leave halfway. You do this every day out here? Well, sure. If you want to have a farm, you got to keep it going. 40 acres don't take care of themselves. So, especially when you have a full boat and you got livestock coming out, all the pens and corrals and feed and water and, yeah, the whole keeping them healthy and out of the weather and all that other stuff. It's a challenge. So I'm glad that I've been able to have my health. I'll look and think, man, lucky me. But anyways, I don't know why anybody doesn't listen to me when I tell them that weather's going to dominate this earth. Make a plan to get your livestock out of the weather, Babylon. Make a plan for, your livestock to, there's a reason why you see in the cave paintings, you see cows and animals that are, don't eat them on the walls, because they took their animals inside their in the caves to get away from these type of events that have happened on the earth before. Try to find a safe place to put your animals. I built a shelter out here just for my animals, because if I can't get them to the back shelter back there, which I don't plan on, if things could come fast. I want to be able to get my animals secured on the front of the property until I can get to the back, of the 20 acres back there where the shelter's at, and secure myself. If I have to go in there with the animals in their shelter that I built, I will. But yeah, I built a shelter just for my animals. I have a 20-acre parcel and the farm's up towards the front, but the shelter's at the back of the property. So I had to start working on another shelter up front to, I can't scramble all my animals, and throw them all, I can't bring them all to the back. It's 15 acres back there. I can't do that, so I said, oh man, I need to build a shelter up front for the animals. I can secure them because hopefully whatever it is just a temporary thing, 15 minutes, 20 minutes, an hour, a day, whatever, they'll be all right in there for a day or so. Right. And they come back out and my animals all be secure. Right. They'll be blown over to the next town or state, So I don't know if you're hearing me, guys. I don't want to beat a dead horse here. I believe that soon weather will dominate the earth. They're very aware of this celestial alignment that I keep, telling you about. It is why they are doing what they're doing. It's why we saw everything we've seen, and they're very aware of it. So I hope you're doing something about it, and just being wise about it. Don't live in fear. Don't overdo it. But you should have already been doing something about it 10 years ago, if you ask me. But yesterday was never too late, and neither is tomorrow. One step at a time. Just start. Even if it's mental steps in your head, get yourself ready. Because in my opinion, I don't think that the wind, blowing for 2 weeks at 200 miles an hour is not plausible. I think every one of us are going to see something like that in our lifetimes. So can your home withstand that? Probably not. Probably not the one you currently live in. I doubt it, unless you just live in it some kind of, maybe a brick home. Brick home might do something like that. I'll huff and I'll puff, huh? The old story of the 3 pigs. Maybe should take some advice to the pigs, This little piggy went to the market. Careful. Careful. You don't want to go to the market. So, that sure wasn't the market we were thinking about when we were a kid. When they said we went to the market, you were thinking of the other market, weren't you? They were talking about that market. So, this little piggy stayed home. Yeah, I'll huff and I'll puff. So, please, and I believe that every one of us in our lifetimes will see that hailstones, 149 pounds and 14 ounces, guys. None of us will probably make it through that. I don't see how we can make it through 149 pound. I can't, unless I don't think the shelter that I built, I don't know. We'll see, if I can get enough dirt on top of it in time, maybe, it is steel. It can have 150 feet of earth on top of it. So I don't plan on putting 150 feet of earth on top of it, but, hopefully by the time here before spring hits, it'll have a full 10, 12 feet of earth on top of it. And, maybe 159 pound hailstones won't penetrate 10 feet of earth. I think that would be good. I think you probably hear some thudding up there, probably be pretty doom, 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 but yeah, most of us don't have a plan for that, guys. I know that. So that's something, again, that you probably had to start, either be pretty wealthy or God has had to provide for you or something, pave a way as he paved a way for me, a man with zero income. And, I have $100,000 plasma shelter back there. It cost me at least that to have installed what I have installed back there that I've done, that I've probably spent, a tenth or maybe more on, well, probably more than that, but, I don't have a fancy truck. I don't have a nice double wide out here. I'm not hooked up to the grid. I don't have all those things. But I got a shelter. I got a plasma shelter. I got a way to secure myself in this Word of God and these books to archive them. everywhere, all over the state. I collect them. If I see something, I'll go look at, falling down buildings or decks or barns, or it doesn't matter if it's old. Um, I go all over. So each one of these boards is from somewhere else. You notice not one two is the same. No two is the same color. So my walls talk to me, right? Because they all have a different story. Came from a different place. So I don't know. I'm a weirdo, guys. I do things differently than most people. But I know that what I do is because I'm a minimalist and I choose to be resourceful. So that's how I've been able to put together $100,000 storm shelter. And I look back and I don't even know how I did it half the time. I mean, I did it all honestly, but I did it by putting my nose down and making it a job. Making it a job. So, steel culverts are very expensive, and having them transported from halfway across the state cost nearly as much as each one of the culverts cost to get here. But, two 20-foot culverts, that's 40 foot with the end cap, the wall, that's 50-foot shelter. You couldn't have Atlas Shelter Company come build something like that for any less than probably $125,000, $150,000. So, yeah, I don't have a fancy truck, but I got blocks, I got concrete, and I got rebar, right? And I got, all the things that I need to concrete mixer, and I finally got that. I've mixed everything on that shelter so far by hand. I haven't used the concrete mixer yet. Just like I bought that tractor 2 years ago, and I've been trying to get all the parts together because it's an old tractor. I've only got to use it one time, but maybe I'll get that fired up this spring too. It's just an old 1955 860, so it's not like some fancy tractor on it, nothing like that, guys. But it's got an old bucket on it, and that'll be nice to use. I can maybe move that dirt around that I'm telling you that when I get this shelter finished up this spring. I'm going to finish it by myself if I have to, because I've done it all by myself so far. Nobody's helped me do it. So I'll finish it if I have to this spring. It's going to get done. I'm just waiting for the weather to break, and then like I said, I don't know. I don't want to shut the whole world off, but I am really getting tired of looking at the world, not seeing anybody do anything about what's going on here. We all have access to the internet. We all have access to things outside the internet. I know that you probably don't hear that we've had 5 low latitude auroral Earth events, and that's not a thing that's ever happened before, but it is something you've been told about now and something you're aware of. So what you choose to do with that information is up to you. But I've acted on this more than a decade ago, myself personally, and started preparing a way, a couple of decades to go to get out to where I'm at almost, a decade ago. And it took me half a decade almost to dig by hand because I don't have resources. I don't have money to hire a tractor or a company or anything to do that. Or at least I didn't at the time, Actually, I got it done. And after I got it done, I hired a company to dig my underground house. And that took 2.5 days, which took me nearly a half a decade to do by hand. I was able to pay a lot of money to have somebody come out and do it, but it was worth my time to sit there. It was hard to swallow, like all that time years that it took me. It only took them a couple days with, a really nice John Deere backhoe. But whatever, I don't need to dig for 4 more years, 5 more years to dig that hole. That hole is just a little bit bigger and a little bit wider than the hole I dug. I dug 40 feet, 50 with the end, because I've dug that out too, I guess, I still dug that out. So 50 feet, by 10, that takes a long time to dig through the 2 hard pans out here. And, do it by hand. Hey, what's going on there, son? I was about ready to shut this bad boy down, but I'll stay in here for a minute. There's my son. Yeah, we used to throw shovels of snow when we were out there, and I told you we were out there in the middle of nowhere. And yeah, all those people watching us snowed in there as they had all their tractors, and me and my son over there throwing snow, 8-10 feet over our head, just to be able to get out to the driveway. That was a long pull. That driveway is about as long as the driveway is now here at the farm, right? About to the drive, not to the top of the hill, just to the end of the driveway, not to the hill, to the end of the driveway. That's about the same, isn't it? About 80 acres back in. 80 acres, you know what I'm saying? Because I'm 80 acres back in here to the back of the property, to the back drive, So that's about, yeah, you guys imagine shoveling. That's my son that just came in here, and he used to help me because he didn't want to, but I was like, so we got to do this. If we get stuck here, there's no going, we can't get out of here. We're not going anywhere. So you got to help me do this. I know you're young, and he didn't want to do it, but it's a learning experience for him now. He'll probably look back at that and go, man, my dad made me shovel snow uphill both ways. No, to get out to take him to school, guys, I had to get out to the end of the driveway to be able to take him to school. So, yeah, every day people used to just sit there and watch us with their equipment as they watch us snowed in over there multiple times, doing it all by hand. But it is what it is, just like the driveway that I have now, all done by hand. All done by hand. My son watched me dig the driveway right now. That's to the front of this property to back to where that shelter is at. And how many days did that take me? Days, guys, days that took me. And I mean, I pulled out every piece of brush, every root ball, every single one. Not one of those has grown back since, because I did it the right way. So I was on a mission that time, wasn't I? To get to the back of the property. Boy, I've made so much progress out here in the time that I've been here, guys. It's ridiculous. But if there's a will, there's a way. Yeah, it's just a fight. Constant battle for the driveway. So yeah, no, I've worked on that driveway year after year after year. My shoveling and throwing sagebrush back into the thing, because I don't have the ability to I already spent $3,000 just to be able to get in to this place. I couldn't even have anybody wouldn't even come back here. Or there's no way I could have anybody even do work. You couldn't get into the property when I first bought it. It was such a mess, but it's because I live right next to a pivot, and that water has always been here. And I'm at the very edge of town, the very back side of the very, very farthest edge of town where there's power. And on the edge of that pivot, the water used to wash that road out, and the farmers' kids used to come down and just womp this road. This was the Womp Road. I had to move on the property where the Womp Road was. So I had to tell these young guys, hey, I live back here now. You guys can't keep coming back here tearing this road up, man. I know you've been out here for a long time, and I gave a lot of, I know, guys, I know, but yeah, I've moved the duck pond now. Remember, it don't look the same way. This ain't the same. Look at all this gravel up here. Look at this. Yeah, notice that duck pond don't pull up because I've re-angled the whole drive. I did all that with a rake and a shovel, guys. For as long as I dug the hole out here, I've worked on the driveway longer. So, no, I've never had any equipment to do it. It's all been done by hand. I told you I only used the tractor one time. And it started to, the reason why I stopped using the tractors, I got to use it one time. And because it has a big front bucket on it, it's kind of pulled down on the frame a little bit. And I noticed that the fan was hitting that front portion of where the radiator sits, and it was hitting it, and it almost, yeah, I've removed a lot of sagebrush out here for sure. And when I do it, I don't just knock the top of it off. I just have to take the root ball out, take it all out. There's rabbit brush out here. There's it looks kind of like Scotch broom. It's it starts with an A. Greasewood. There's greasewood out here. And there is, I can't remember the name of the other one, but there's 4 or 5 bushes that are out here that are pretty predominant. But each one of them, it takes a little bit different effort to get out. Has a different, the sage comes out different than the greasewood, and the greasewood comes out different than the rabbit brush, and the rabbit brush comes out different than the tumbleweed, so it all has a yeah. I'm so far away that there's nobody. Yeah, and that was like this in this town. They didn't want nothing out here. They were gonna unalive me because I was telling them that I wasn't gonna go by their silly little rules that they have out here. That I was gonna be a free man and do whatever I wanted, and no one's gonna tell me. I don't care how many millions of dollars you have and how much pool you think you have or how many pew-pews you got at home. I'm gonna sleep with my doors open. I'm gonna go out here and live. I'm a veteran. I serve this country, and you're going to tell me how I can live or how I can't. I'm going to live the way I choose, and nobody's going to tell me different. And that's the way I've been out here. Nobody tells me how to live. I tell people to clean their nastiness up out here when I see it, because it gives people like me a bad name. Because I don't do nothing. I don't pull none of their. I don't ask permission to do anything. Okay. And nobody's going to tell me that I can or can't produce power or take this out or do none of that. I'm not that guy to be told. I'll make my own way. I don't need you. I don't need your system. I don't need none of your crap. No. Yep, I drove over there to an unlocked front door, definitely ready for anything and anyone. Yeah, I don't lock my doors. I don't live in fear, guys. I don't. Nope, I'm not going to live like that. Even if they threaten me. My son remembers when I first came out here. He sit on the Chamber of Commerce, and they used to give me a hard time. Oh, we've had 5 people like you come out here and say that the same thing you said, and we done ran all of them off, and you ain't gonna make it out here. Blah 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 blah. I wasn't hearing it. I wasn't hearing it. Everything 90% of what I've told these people, these farmers, all these people sit on the Chamber of Commerce, all these people told me all these things that I couldn't do or wasn't going to be able to do or wasn't going to happen out here. I did everything I told them what I was going to do, include build a UFO. I couldn't get anybody once it got my guide wires to get back up there and get it back down. I almost killed myself trying to get it fixed, but I did build that UFO in this town. This is the town that I told them that they said it was never going to be. It's the same town that I told them it was, and they said that was never going to happen here. And they were going to unalive me and run me off out of this town, because that's what this town is known for, being rough and rugged, and that this the Billy Bob and system out here, and they say what goes, because the farmers they grow the #1 alfalfa on the planet. Yeah, I got dogs, and like I say, and I'm not even. If you got animals, then your animals are going to sound off Babylon before anything, and I don't live in fear like that either. Like I said, I don't live my life in fear. If somebody wants to come and unalive me in the middle of the night, please take me out of here. This place sucks. There's good people here, but the world itself has gone to hell in a handbag. So I'm ready to die. I'm ready to get out of here, but I'm going to die trying, but I ain't going to lock my doors. I ain't going to live in fear, and I ain't going to have somebody tell me that I can't do this, or I can't build that, or I have to do it this way, or I have to do. You can't tell me what I can do. No, I won't lighten up. Heck no. Heck no. I'm not going to ask permission to do nothing. You're not going to tell me. And again, a lot of them had to make face when when their little teeny tiny country town was never going to grow. It's just going to be this little tumbleweed town out in the middle, one lane, blink of an eye. And it's still a little teeny tiny town, guys, but nobody's going to move out here. No, you guys, people moved out here from big cities and came out here and sold their big spreads and came out here and bought a nice little cabin. And again, they own the land, they own the cabin, they own the well, they own the the septic, they own it all, and they got $100,000, $200,000 in their bank still, and they absolutely love it out here. So, yeah, the farmers didn't want people like me to come out here because, guys, a lot of people come out here and they don't make it more than a year. You know what I'm saying? And then they leave their property, and then all that stuff blows all around, and a couple years, and they think they can live free out here like me, but they're unorganized. And their crap blows all over this valley because it's a very windy, high desert, 4,500 feet in the air valley. The wind does blow out here from time to time, not all the time. I've lived in places that are way windier than this place, but then the locals come pick it off, and then the police get called. It becomes a problem. So I see why they didn't want people out here. I have some neighbors from Oregon, they asked me if I got a permit for my septic. I guess they looked into the county code, said I needed a permit. I said, oh, I don't think like that. It's my land. Exactly. I don't have permission. They thought I was crazy. Exactly, Babylon. And that's the only thing they'll actually mess with you out here for is your septic, but whatever. I burn all my trash. I burn all my compost. I compost all my, I have waterless toilets. And I compost everything, so I'm not going to let them rob me. Hey, build this septic system and make it drool out onto the land instead of just pooping on top of the land. Yeah, that's real brilliant. Oh, you got to dig holes so it leaches out into the land. You can't poop on top of the land, but you got to dig these big log leach lines so it will leach out into the land. What nonsense, man. Yeah, well, that's actually, like I said, see my son saying, yeah, lots of trash out there. But they've cleaned it up a lot, guys. Like I said, this town's getting a lot better. The locals are starting to run people like this off, not like that, but the people are like, hey, you got to get your stuff cleaned up. We don't want it. And the town is putting pressure on the locals, and not just because there are people coming out here who have nicer places. And they went right down the main highway with their code people, and that worked they tried to get that code ordinance officer off the side of the roads, guys. And he started getting shot at. He didn't make it off the side road. He went down the main road, and that worked. But the minute that guy tried to go down the side roads, he didn't. And then they paused for, 4 or 5 years, and then they tried to bring him out again. And then I posted up the Fourth Amendment and told people he can't come on your property, which he was. And then I called the county and got a hold of the district attorney and said, you're going to end up getting this man shot, and you're going to have a liability case. He really seems like a pretty decent guy. He's got a family, and he's not actually being rude to people, but you're letting him go on people's property, and that's illegal. And if he goes on another property, I've told everybody in this town that they have the right to deem him an intruder, and that they don't have to have any code. Officer cannot enter their property I don't care what their excuse is, unless they have a warrant. I don't care if they're with the federal government, the Department of Defense, what their excuse is. Nobody can enter your property without a warrant. You have the right to warrantless search or seizure, right? So yeah, unless you have a warrant, you can't enter somebody's property. And this guy was going on people's property. So he was 1 or 2 properties away from being unalive, guys. People out here don't care. They don't care. Not everybody out here is godly. And they protect their land out here, and they have animals, and they have scopes and backhoes, we'll say, and they will watch you coming, and they'll plug you off from their house, you coming down their driveway. So this ain't some little place to just, it's not like that everywhere out here, but the further you get away from people's property from the main area, you should be cautious, right? Don't just drive down somebody's driveway all willy-nilly, because they'll throw lead at you out here. It's not uncommon. And most of the time, the law enforcement will not get involved. If nobody's actually been hit, they're probably just not going to get involved with it, guys. So dug trash out of the river here. Got in there, so let's got to ask them do anything about it. But they write petty tickets all day. That's it. Yep. But they go on and harass, but they don't want to actually harass and extort the people who are doing it, causing real havoc or damage to the land or the persons or the property or whatnot. So, yeah, it's nice to see a lot of the things that I set out here come to pass, and many people live a wholesome life out here. They don't get messed with by nobody, and yeah, there's some crime out here, like a lot of people, but a lot of people take a lot of precautions out here, and as long as you don't leave your land for extended periods of time, guys, it doesn't look like it's abandoned, and people will leave it alone, and recently there's been a big ring of people that, because the county got pressed on pretty hard by the locals saying, hey, these guys are just running around and you're not doing anything about it. We're going to do something about it. We're going to take them out. And they did, guys. They actually started, using their Second Amendment out here, and it put county pressure on the county, and they went in here and arrested a bunch of these people out here. Was it about 6 months ago, a year ago now, and things have been a whole lot different out here. I'm not saying that there's still not opportunistic people out here, but it has definitely changed a lot. And we don't seem to have the problems. And a lot of that was because there were some people out here doing some drugs and doing that. And that got cleaned up a lot too, which was part of the problem. But that took pressure from the people in this community to put pressure, and that's why I do the things that I do. I pressure this community. Yeah, but they cleaned it up. They actually got those people out here. Same thing. It's everywhere. You can't get away from it. The government pushes it in. So it's the government who pushes it through their sheriff's office and their counties, and they're the ones doing it. A lot of these sheriff's offices move that stuff. This one out here is no different. This one's the same thing. That's why I can't get the elected sheriff to come out here and talk about what his sheriff's out here doing at the airport and what I see. But like I said, most of the time they don't want to mess with nobody out here. They're too busy trying to extort and harass, skim, not so much the public in this case, but skim the system and skim probation and some of these other contracts they have with parolees and whatnot through the system. They're all these systems are corrupt, man. I told you, I don't like law enforcement. They're absolutely tyrants. They don't show up normally after the crime has been committed anyway. So they're not going to be there to help you most of the time. You need to protect yourself and assert your rights accordingly to what God allows you to do. And so, but this is a really nice place out here, guys. Again, what I'm saying is the crime is dropped tremendously out here. It wasn't really super bad to begin with. Normally when only things get, picked off, it's because of, cool. Thanks for coming in, Babylon. I think we're very similar. I think we got a very similar understanding. When this time happens, I think you and I are going to be very similar. All we want to do is share and feed people, man. Just see people with abundance. Stay on that narrow path, man. I like you being in here, and I apologize. I don't know what happened with my moderators, but you're a moderator now. Hopefully he'll get bounced out of here. And whoever it was with your friends, please encourage them. I believe that was you, to come back if they so choose. I got to remind my moderators, don't over moderate, because I know they do a little bit in here, but we're trying to keep it wholesome. We get the kids that come in here and they're just filthy. Their mouths are just potty mouths. So I appreciate you coming back and give us another shot here. So and I appreciate what you're doing. I think we have a very similar idea of what we see in life over these next 6 months, year, and couple years. So it's going to be a good year. A lot of people are just going to barely survive, and some of us will be very well prepared for this. And hopefully, if it doesn't all get taken from us, we'll be able to thrive and help others, and it will be abundance. Okay. When most people are just barely surviving, abundance is something that you can obtain through community, guys. So sounds like Babylon's on that mission to me. And I think God will hopefully provide for Babylon and myself, and those things that we've, I feel like I've put my seeds on good fertile ground, not rocky ground, on good solid, no, not rock, but nice fertile soil, nice, put it in the right area so that I'll get a good, I'll reap what I sow, eventually. Um, there might be some chaff in there with it, right? But the wheat will grow, and I have to allow these things to come up together, so to speak, I guess, and be patient, right? Um, so I see the wheat, I see the chaff, but the separation will happen, and then he'll provide, he'll provide for me the things that I need. And I hope the same thing happens for you there, Babylon, if you're still in there. So thank you for coming in. And again, I appreciate your comments tonight. And yeah, tell your friends they want to come back and participate in this discussion. I think a few of your friends that came in were leaving some good comments too. I can't always, sometimes when we got a little bit fuller chat in here, was zinging by a little bit quicker than, that's good, because you guys were commenting with each other. That's what I like to see. I like talking to you guys, but man, I like when I see the comment section talking to you guys, talking back and forth to each other, and I'm up just here talking, and every once in a while I make a comment about what you guys are saying or something. So much appreciated, guys, much appreciated. So let's wrap this one up, guys. Any questions before I get out of here, guys? I hope you're doing something about the weather. Again, the description of this live stream is, how long do you think before weather will dominate this earth? So plan for high winds. I believe our upper jet streams are going to be affected, and that's going to run downhill like poop. And we're going to have winds down on this troposphere within our atmosphere, or that we live on, will be 100 and 200 miles an hour. And that might blow for a week or two straight. And I don't think your stick home is going to fare very well with laminate roofing need. I'll huff and I'll puff and I'll blow your house to the next town over. I think that's very plausible. I don't think that's something that we won't not see in our lifetimes. When we see 5 low latitude auroral events telling us that our magnetosphere has been compromised, again, I think they should be shutting down all entertainment right now, anywhere and everywhere around the world, and go straight into a protective mode. Just like Israel, every home in Israel has a shelter underneath it, some type of shelter, and that's everybody on this earth. We shouldn't be sending any money to war. We need to stop all that and pull back and protect the citizens within the own borders. I don't care if there's some here that's illegally. Okay, you're here now. We need to start protecting the people that are here within the confines of the walls, and protect them from the sun, protect them from weather. And then when everybody has a shelter and everybody's got a place, then we go back about our business. Again. The world will go on. This will thrive. This would stimulate some economy, guys. It really would. There'd be a big boom in some of the building industries and stuff like that, as long as these governments as long as it wasn't government funded, right? There's no such thing as government funded. There's only taxpayer funded. But, if these, focus kind of like a war effort, that's when the money's made, when all else fails, like Gerald Celente, the economist, says, they take you to war. So, if we went to war on this upper magnetosphere, the magnetic protection, and we all could probably, there's probably a big chunk of us could land some kind of work in this field, whether it's providing, hardening your cellar, or just something. And it's not like you need a huge shelter. You just need a place to get away from the weather, a plasma type event, but that'll never happen, guys. That won't. They're not going to tell anybody. They're just going to keep digging in themselves. And you should look around and see that, oh, wait, they are getting ready for this event that Tracy's talking about. Zuckerberg, where everybody's getting ready for cash, and they know what's coming. They know exactly what's coming. And so, weather will dominate this earth. I asked, how long do you think? It's not a matter of if. I didn't say, do you think weather will dominate? I said, when. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. When will weather dominate your space that you live in? It doesn't even have to get to the event that I'm talking about every single day. Hundreds, Sometimes thousands, and again, tens of thousands of people are displaced by weather. They lose their homes. They can't stay in the areas that they're at. So don't act like what I'm talking about ain't going to happen to you. You just like playing, roulette. Bzzz, before it comes and bzzz, bzzz, bzzz. It's a matter of time, guys. It's only a matter of time. But I do believe at one point in time, there will be a point where it is so rampant and so worldwide that the governments don't even focus on anything but the weather at one point. And they'll probably announce too, some of the things, and that may be for 10/24/24 very well. And so be ready for a shift, many shifts, a lot of changes coming. And the biggest shift that I see coming that I think that's going to be affected is we're going to see a liquefaction events like we did in the 1800s. We're going to see mud volcanoes. We're going to see the earth spew out the inner portions of the earth and liquefy and spew out onto the land as it's done time immemorial. And we'll see literally mud volcanoes. We'll see the hills will turn to fountains. It says that in the book of Enoch. There'll be earthquakes in diverse places. The seas and the waves will be roaring. This 400-foot event, this 100 to 400-foot event, I believe we will see that before 10/24 or sometime before that time. We will start having a shift in our tides on this earth. There'll be a shift, and they'll start having to talk about it. But by then, I think they'll be completely ready for that, to take one top-down lockstep control of this earth. They already told you to go inside, stand on the X, put your face diaper on. They already got you prepared for this day. They're already getting you ready to do what you're told when that day comes. And many people showed their face, who's going to go along with it and who's not. So they're getting ready for this. That's why they're digging in. That's why all these elite, all these people who have money, they're all building shelters. They all know of this cycle. They got money. They're privileged information. The limbs, the people, the legs, the people down on down in the grassroots, a lot of them have no idea what's coming. And it's going to come upon them like a thief in the night, but not to the elite. Look at what most of them, anybody who's got any kind of money, they're getting prepared for this event. They're moving into precious metals. They're moving out of these paper assets. They're buying things like, shelters and, carbon scrub systems for their water, for their filtering, for their air and their water systems. And they're getting long-term food storage, and they're buying up things that are going to make these days much, much easier for them when everybody else has nothing. They'll be ready, and they'll reap what they sow. Either way. So, but you don't need to be an elite. You don't need to be rich to understand that this is a cycle. We've been here before. You're just privileged enough to have him put you right in front of somebody's, mouth that's talked about this. If you followed my channel for a considerable amount of time now, I am getting ready for this because I know this event is coming. And so I'm not going to be anywhere near the coastline. I'm not going to be anywhere near the cycle was any time in the past. I'm going to put myself in a place where I wasn't affected in the last cycles. And I don't believe that it can make it as high as I'm 4,500 feet. And if I have to go 15, 20 minutes, I can be at 6,500 feet. I go 30 minutes, I could be at 8,000 feet from where I'm at now. So I have a plan, but the water ain't going to get anywhere near this place. This ain't a Noah event where it's going to leak out from the under the earth, guys. I don't believe. Maybe it will. Maybe it will be. I said there it's going to spew out the inner earth. So maybe we'll see that rifting again, because that's how it happened last time in the 1800s. The earth spewed out the inner earth onto the surface of this earth. Remember, I told you in the 1800s there were basketball-sized hailstones, the size of basketballs, that leveled wooden cities. They don't talk about this, but it did happen in history. It was global too. It wasn't just one isolated place on this earth. It was a global liquefaction event. So this event is too big by fire, so I don't believe floods will wipe us off anyways. I'm not saying that floods will wipe us off. It's not what I'm talking about. That's God's promise of the rainbow. He says, stop doing the hokey pokey and turn yourself around, Lot. Get your wife. I've seen enough. I'm bringing the fire, the promise of the rainbow. He'll never completely flood this earth again. Look at my overlay maps. It's not flooding the whole earth. That's not what this is. This is an event where the waters raise and lower between 100 to 400 feet. There are cities sitting off our coastlines right now underwater. You can take scuba diving events, understand, and see these cities. So this has nothing to do with fire. The fire he will bring, but that's coming. This is the event that's going to come before the fire, and we're already starting to see some of those fire events. So Lahaina, yeah, energy. And to the point, would you direct, if you could, if you will, do me baby, so they're already raining fire from the sky, guys. But this is not an event that's going to flood the whole earth, but a lot of the earth will go under the water, guys. And it'll be waves, again, as I believe, in labor, like a woman in labor pains. Again, it's going to come into Florida, overtake Florida. It's going to overtake New York. It's going to overtake the Carolinas. It's going to overtake Maine. And then it's going to subside back out. Then it's going to come in higher, worse past the Carolinas, get into, maybe Indiana, maybe border Illinois. And it's going to, up to the north in Michigan, up there in the, upper part of Michigan. We know what's up there, right? All that, that it's going to subside back out. Then it's going to come back in. This is what it's done before, guys, in a cycle. And it makes it all the way up to the Colorado Rockies. So the earth will not flood completely. No, that's not what I'm saying. That was 6,000 years ago. That was the Noah event. That's not what I'm telling you is going to happen here. We're going to get magnetically, something is going to push on this earth. And the way our earth oscillates, it goes back and forth like a fan. Our weather does it, the earth does it. But I believe this will happen before 10/24/24. I believe that's why my TikTok channel got banned. My live stream was taken down. Its channel's still up, but I can't. There's no traffic to the channel, and all the numbers point to the fact that it was the video about the overlay map, and then it wasn't just the overlay map that I put out. It was the fact that I'm showing you that the same overlay in America map that I'm showing you of the mean, the average, obviously they used that same program that I used to come up with the mean for the average, and that's where they took over the land. It's like a hand in a glove. It's a nearly perfect match. So I didn't stumble into something. I was a reconstructionist. I was a prior investigator, and in my brain, I've reconstructed what it is that I see that they're 100% know about. You can't deny after I showed you those, after that land that the federal government has taken over and bought and purchased and kicked people out of, that's the same exact where the water is washed up to before. Talks about moving the state capital under the capital of under the Denver International Airport, and the water washes all the way up to the Rockies. I know they know about this event, and I believe this is the event that they're getting ready for. This is the Omega event that will come. I believe before 10/24/24. Again, I believe in the first part of October, you'll see a shift. Maybe mid-October, I don't know, but there will be a shift. It'll be a shift in our tides, and it'll start shifting, and coming up onto the land, and you probably need to be where you're at already and moved out of wherever you're at by then and in your new location, because I don't think you're going to hustle and bustle across the United States and get the first one out. I think they'll take control, lockstep again of the, of the whole United States. And look at the other maps, my Aussies, they don't fend well, guys. Look at where they're sitting. A lot. Look at all the maps. Go look at the Predestined for Light channel, and you'll see what I'm saying. This is not an event that I don't think that they're not very aware of, and they're not making, obviously, at least here in America, that they have known about this for thousands of years, or at least hundreds of years. And I don't find that, again, I look at the back of the maps 15 and 20 years ago when I first started looking at this, and they didn't own half of the area that they have taken over and own now. You know what I'm saying? And it's rather ironic that 20 years ago, 30 years ago, I was looking at the same stuff and talking about this 15 years ago and all that. And now that this event is so close at hand, that the map that I show you of the federal land in America, they don't want any of that East Coast land. They have not taken over it. They don't want, it's only the high areas that they have interest in. Obviously, they know exactly what I'm telling you. And I don't think they're doing this 50 years from now. In the next lifetime, this will happen in our lifetimes. And I believe this will happen before the end of this year. So in my studies, may not. I hope I'm wrong. I hope I'm wrong. God, please be wrong. I hope I'm wrong and it doesn't happen in any of our lifetimes. But it's happened before. And again, the map that I'm showing you, the map that I've shown you and shown on this channel, and that's posted it on, it shows the mean, the average. It's come up higher than that before that I'm showing you. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I'm doing a little better here. Doing a little better. Physically, a little stressed mentally here because I want more of my brothers and sisters to be wise and do something about it. But I can't change a goat into a sheep, and I can't change a sheep into a goat. So it's already ordained, if you will, who's going to respond and who's going to do what to this. But I hope I'm wrong, but I don't think I'm going to be wrong on this, guys. I've studied this cycle for a long time, and I'm very aware of how this works. And if our magnetics are being affected and the shields of our earth have been weakened by at least 25% now. We've never seen 5 low latitude auroral events, and the governments aren't doing anything about it. Well, yes, they are. That's what I'm trying to explain to you is, yeah, they are. They're doing something about it. You're not, and they are. Maybe hopefully some of you are, but most of you aren't. You're thinking you'll have time, and no, you already should have been, preparing for this. This is something that, and you still can prepare today. It doesn't mean that tomorrow, even, that you can't start making steps towards getting yourself prepared for this event. Look at what I'm talking about. You're not going to find this information hard. There's nobody else on the internet that I know that's put the federal overlay map with the cycle of the overlay of the water map showing you it matches. This is why I say in my this is what I say in my video. This is what they know, guys. This is what they're getting ready for. This is what they know. They could not know about this, and then them have a perfect match of the land that's been taken over on the West Coast. And why are they flying all these immigrants out to the East Coast? That's all going to be underwater. And they're not flying hardly any of them over here to the West Coast. 95% of these people are being shipped in either bus, plane, or being flown in via military aircraft or private contractor into the interior of the United States on the West Coast. No, on the East Coast. Look at where all they're going, guys. It's like they're setting those people up, for something, obviously, to destroy them, chaos, I don't know. But they're not nearly in numbers. It's 10% probably is coming over here to the West Coast. All those immigrants are in your cities back there on the East Coast. En masse, you should be seeing them hanging out on the streets. They're everywhere. There's an estimated 10 million people in this country right now, just in the last 3 or 4 years. They something like 40 million. Remember, they're coming in during the Obama administration. Trump was building the wall because Obama was letting him in. They've got an estimation, probably 40, maybe even 50 million of these people, undocumented immigrants in this country right now. Most of them are sitting on the East Coast, though, in the major cities. And I find it rather ironic that this is where they don't have any interest in. It's like those immigrants are being set up for something, not to vote either, guys. Not talking about voting, so If that's what evil is doing, guys, that's got to be the most filthy thing I've ever seen. If they know that all those people are going to get taken out here soon, that's disgusting. That is absolutely disgusting. Move all these people from all over the earth into this east coast of the United States when they know darn good and well it's going to go underneath the water. It's going to wash every single state all the way up to the Rockies. Will go underwater at one point in time. So if you don't know what I'm talking about, please look at the overlay map that I put out, and you'll see. Your state will be underwater. I apologize. I don't mean to be the bearer of bad tidings, but if I'm wrong, then great. But if I'm correct, this will wash all the way up to the Rockies in this event. I'm pretty certain that it's happened before. I don't know what's caused it or when it happened before. It didn't happen the last time we were in this 4-gas giant alignment, but last time we were in this 4-gas giant alignment, the earth got rocked and it was at 100%. The protection, the magnetosphere, our magnetic canopy, our magnetic umbrella that protects us from that solar energy, the bombardment of protons and cosmic and galactic, if you're into all that, radiation, that protect, that actually, we have a protection. That shield is called our magnetosphere, and it's not at 100% anymore. And the governments should be talking about this, and they're not going to tell you. And so we still have about 1.5 years, maybe 2 more years of the sun being active and continuing to shoot off solar flares, which will continue to scrub off and bombard and continue to dissipate. And as the excursion of the the magnetic pole wanders closer and closer towards that 45-degree mark, I believe that these events will continue to accelerate. So we'll see an increase of intensity in the weather every single day. It will just get more intense week after week, month after month. And now we don't have years until 10/24/24. We only have 248 days or something like that. We don't even have, and it's going to be into 100 some days before you know it, guys. That time's whizzing by. 10/24/24 is right around the corner. And 5/25, when we swing out in front of the sun, we're the only celestial body in front of the sun with no other celestial body. All the remaining 8 bodies in our solar system are sitting behind the sun. We're screwed, guys. We are not going to have any protection from any of those other magnetic bodies. And I believe the earth was going to get pummeled at that point in time by either the energy from the sun or by the bolides that are sitting out, to the east, if you will, of our solar system, and that they can be drugged. They're part of the solar system. They can be drugged into our atmosphere. Absolutely. We see things come into our earth and penetrate our atmosphere. I don't believe in none of that nonsense with aliens in space, but there's gassy and rocky and icy and bodies of in our atmosphere that make up the heavens. Absolutely, those things can penetrate through our atmosphere. And so cosmic solar radiation is one of them. Plasma is one of them, and it will affect this earth. And I believe it'll take the grid down. And that's why I believe they're going to go ahead and take the grid down before that ever happens. They're going to get their internet up in place, up and going, and it'll be running the whole time while ours is down, right? And they'll turn ours on and turn it off, and turn it on and turn it off, and turn it on, and they'll dangle the carrot with the internet in front of people's face, and the people will get all, it'll just be a big, apologize, but it'll just be a big jerk in the chain is what it's going to be, just pulling that carrot away from you, putting it in front of you, pulling it away, getting you to chase it, and then taking it away from you. So all of this I see happening, guys, before 5/25, and I'm not a date picker, but it just doesn't seem like they have that much more time. When the magnetosphere is weakened by 25%, it's only going to be a matter of time before we have one of these solar events that takes this grid down. And if you live in a city and you actually get hit by this plasma, I don't think your city will fend well. All of you, in my eyes, are done. You're going to be gridded, like put on a grill, an electric grill, if you will, as all these, transformers and everything pop one of them after the other simultaneously. You're not going to want to be in that. That's going to fry. You're gonna look like chili or paradise or these places. They keep doing this same type of event, but it's going to come from the sun is what's going to do it. So weather will dominate the earth. Not a matter of if, but a matter of when. And I don't know the day or the hour, but I believe, in my humble opinion, it will be before 10/24/24, where they're going to have to take a lockstep. All it's going to take is for that shift, guys, in the tide. And you'll see everything I was telling you on this live stream, like, oh gosh, he was talking about that. And all of a sudden that day happened. And then bam, they took control. Yes, they will. They'll take control of every city, every roadway, every highway, every waterway, everything you drive. It's already been in America. It's already Obama instilled 923 executive orders, more than any other and all the presidents ever combined, any other administration. So they're ready, and they're already using, some of them are already, and they did during the Trump administration, the Trump bin, whatever you want to call him, by Trump, whatever yeah. Oh, that's a good one, huh? And that's the truth. So whether you like it or not, too bad. Suck it up and drive on. Move out, soldier. Draw fire. Bake a pie, eat a pie. So anyways, who do I support? None of these clowns. They're all actors, and they're all devils and demons, and they all steal your money and send your children to the meat grinder called war. They just just approved another, how much? 60-some billion dollars that's sitting on the Senate floor there, and he'll approve it. They'll cave in, and they'll send your money to some other country instead of feeding these children and starving veterans and people inside this country. They'll send your money out of this country. So they're all tyrants, and they all need to be flogged and taken out to the wood line. And all of them, every single one of them. When asked who my favorite president is, it's always going to be the same answer. None of them. George Washington was a 33-degree Mason. Hey, at least he went out onto the front lines, and at least he banned Christmas in America. There was one thing about George Washington that I could barely tolerate, but and they're all related to the Queen. So I'm not related to the Queen. So they're all tyrants, and they love spending your money and stealing your children's future money. So can't stand all of them. And all you people who work for the government too, I despise you. You do the works of your father, the devil. You support this beast system. 800 military bases around the world, forcing and extorting the greatest military ever, and forcing people since 1971 to pay for their oil, price the US dollar, all oil priced in the US dollar. Yep, the money changers of the Bible, the United States of America. Yep. The money changers of Scripture. Yep, you'll pay for our oil, or we'll unalive your children and ruin your country. We did it for decades, so don't act like you didn't help fund it. Guilty. I'm a veteran. So, was 6'3" man who had lead his mouth around the neck as nowhere he wanted to cross. Remember that man wasn't right. Not seriously, but you know what I'm saying? Just we're tyrannical, guys. There's no other country in the world that has 800 military bases. There's no other country in the world that says, hey, you're going to have to pay for this product that we're going to force you to pay for. We're not going to let you use any other product, and then you have to pay for it with our dollar. So I despise our country. I despise Americans who have supported this. I despise myself for being a part of it. But I will not stand by idly and not point out that it's still going on today. Today, we still have 800 military bases. Yeah, that's crazy. And then asking them what if they feel like they're this one or that one. That's crazy. Anybody who asks a child that, are you this or you that, should be, yep, flogged with these politicians and all these government contractors and every government employee, I believe, is a tyrant. And they failed the American public during the COVID because it was the governments, the state and the federal, that stood down, and the law enforcement. So they're all tyrannical. So if we get rid of the federal government and everybody works for it, get out of my country, leave now, get out of Dodge. You're a tyrant and you allowed all this to happen under this government watch. You're supposed to be there to protect us. That's what your job. I don't care what your job is. You work for the state. You're part of it. Get out of here. Cops, you enforce corporate law. You're a tyrant and you're enforcing this. Get out of here. You don't have a place in this country anymore. Guys, that's like 50% of the population right there. Are you aware that 40% of the population either has a government job, works for the federal or the state, or a subcontractor for this government? I love that Easter Fools. I've been using that. I told my son that. So I think that's where I got it from you, huh? First I told him I robbed that from one of my, so I'm going to take that. I love that. That's a good, but think about what I just said. No wonder nothing's happening here in America. Does that make sense, guys? Does that make sense why nothing's happening here in this country? 40% of the people are the government in America. In one way, shape, or form, they work for the government. 40%. Talk about a bootlicker nation, man. What a bunch of tyrants. And they all help fund this government program, the meat grinder to send, what was that, 500,000 men in Ukraine have lost their lives, women and men, between the ages of 1 and 60 years. That's a generation, guys, gone. And these governments, they support this, and they take your money to fuel these wars. Still want to vote for these people? Still want to kick all these 40% of these people that work for this government out of here? I don't care what your job is. I don't care what you do for this state. You're a part of it. You're the little tiny cotter pin in the wheel that I pull it, the whole thing comes apart. You're a part of it too. You're a part of it. So do you see why nothing happens in America? Because you've got 40% of the people that if they rock the boat, they don't have a job. They want this government to get bigger. They want to make more laws. They work for this beast system. See why they're my Satan? See why they're adversary? See why I hate the government? See why I hate everybody who works for the government? Get out of my country. Leave. Turn in your position. Go find somewhere else to go live on, but get out of here. You tell me to leave because I'm telling all these tyrants live here and all this, and oh, well, stop making fun of America and be a part of Team America. Why don't you just leave, Tracy? Why don't you get the people out of here that are causing these problems, funding these 800 military bases? Remember, I said, as your president of the United Divided States of America, as your 47th pretendant, that I was going to bring home all the militaries, every one of them, the Navy. They're going to patrol all our border water areas up around Russia, where you can fart and smell it up in Alaska. It's that close. Off all our coastlines. Our Navy will be sitting there protecting our coastlines. We'll put the tip of the spear. Put the Marines right there on the borders. They love confrontation. They love that front line. Hoorah, Semper Fi, right? We'll put the Army right there with them. I'm an Army soldier. We're a bunch of trained killers. We're out there too on the front lines, Cav Scouts, airborne, air assault, hoorah. Air assault's our border problem, huh? We don't have no border problem anymore, do we? We got so many people on the border, we don't need to build a wall. We'll just line them all up. Dress right, dress. Ready, hunt. They're ready, standing at attention. Guarantee you. I know. Coast Guard, they should already be guarding our coast. Every one of these military bases, 800 bases around the world, shutter your doors, close them down, give them back to the people in those countries, the embassies, the military bases, shut them down. No foreign entanglements, our founding fathers said. No foreign entanglements. Now we don't even need to put them at the borders. We should be able to, we're sending all these, there's something, what, for 3 years, there's been state troopers from Florida going to the Texas border. These people should be staying in Florida. So we should have no problem policing each one of our states. Do you understand? With our militaries. When we pull over these 800 military bases, we bring them home to America, we've got secure borders in America. We have a $1 trillion military budget, guys. That's more than all the other militaries in the world combined. We spend more every single year. We're not going to spend that anymore. We don't need to spend that kind of money. That's because all that's overseas. Bunker fuel rolling all over the earth. Polluting. Look at this too. I want to bring this up to the point. I am tired of these Gates and these people with their green agenda. They all fly all their airplanes all over Davos and all that. But who is the biggest polluter on the planet? Who is by hands down, and they get a free pass on destroying our ocean life, life on the land, life in the air, who gets the free pass to be the biggest polluter on the planet? And I'm not into that. I believe in, nope. They pollute, but who pollutes more than the dragon? The militaries, guys. They're working 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, trolling through all the waters, all the militaries. Bunker fuel from all the Navy ships, airplanes, all the tanks, all that, and they all get a free pass. Nobody ever talks about them. They go 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. They don't ever stop. Everybody's worried about the people. What the hell about these militaries? Nobody ever puts their CO2 output into the equation, do they? You never hear about that, do you? You understand what I'm saying? All of them. China's military, our military, all of them. They all get a free pass, and they are the biggest destroyers of this earth. They bomb the living crap out of the stuff of their ordinances. Look at what's happened in Ukraine. The bread basket of Europe has been destroyed. Destroyed. Absolutely, just pummeled. All that growing area offline. Not all of it, but a massive amount of growing area. That's all done by the military. They get a free pass. They fly more airplanes than any commercial and private airliners. There's more military aircraft in the air every single year. You might know the oldest man alive right now. Huh, interesting. But you're looking at him, okay? I'm eternal. I don't ever end. How about that? But anyways, you guys, think about what I'm saying. How come nobody talks about these militaries? They are polluting the planet more than they destroy the living hell out of our oceans with all their sonar and all their different waves that they're shooting into the ocean. There's so much sea life that's destroyed by the militaries every single year. You don't see PETA out there on the military, do you? No. You don't see them talking about, hey, our military produces this much CO2. It's not even counted into the equation, is it? So the military are the biggest polluters on the planet, okay? So stop blaming everybody else and blame and put the shoe on where it fits. The militaries are the biggest destroyers and polluters of the planet. Yeah, they blast the ocean, sonar, all this stuff, and they get a free pass on all of it. Nobody ever says anything for all the life that's destroyed on this earth. You know, they just get a free pass. So stop listening to these politicians. That's what I'm saying. Stop listening to these people who work for the government. They're lying to you. And they support these militaries, who's the absolute biggest destroyer and polluter on the planets. So exactly, look at all the stuff, all the testing. I'm not wrong about this, guys. Why do we support this stuff? Look at what I just said. 500 million people, women and children, that's a generation, guys, have been put into the meat grinder. Do you realize in right now in Ukraine that you cannot leave that country? If you're between the ages of 1 and 60 years old and they find you, they'll take you and pick you up. I don't care where you're at in that country, pick you up in a nice little white van, give you 2 days of training and put you straight into the front lines, into the meat grinder. 2 days of training and you're on the front line. Still support this war? Still support these politicians? Because that's where they're sending all your money, is over to Ukraine. How many hundreds of billions of dollars have been sent over there now? And yet I can't get the Social Security that I paid into the system, not a check. I paid Social Security since I was 15 years old. I've had some pretty decent jobs where I actually paid a lot of taxes through the years. So I'm guilty like you for anything else, for all the wars that I've funded too. But my Social Security, they won't even give it to me. After 7 years, I fought them in court. Can't get it. What, yeah, they're going to send money to Ukraine? To Israel? That's filthy. That's disgusting. There are children that starve in America, and we have military bases in other countries, and you still support these politicians? It's filthy, guys. It's just filthy. So I don't support any of it. I actually can't wait till we have a new system, because this one's broken. And even if I know what's coming next, guys. Communism, worldwide communism. I hope you're ready. The dragon will take over. Remember, it will give us its power and its authority to the dragon, to the beast. So we will hand over this country to the beast, guys. Whether you agree with me or not, I don't. Yeah, isn't that crazy? A bunch of people, homeless people in our country, Kinetic, and you can only be homeless in Oregon and Washington. Everywhere else in America, it's illegal to have a blanket or a pillow or a piece of cardboard to sleep with overnight. Still think that these politicians care about the people in this country? I said it's illegal to have a blanket to cover yourself with in 48 states in America. You still think these people care about the people in this country as they're sending all this money overseas, huh? See why I don't like anybody who is a part of this? None of them. I don't care if your job is just a little pushing a button. If you're part of this system, oh, I voted for the lesser of two evils. You're just as evil. You're part of it. Yeah. No, think about what I said, guys. They will not let them cover themselves with a blanket, a piece of newspaper, a pillow in 48 states. And you think that these politicians, these Democrats, these Republicans, these senators, these state workers, these private contracts, I don't care what they do. If they're a part of that, they're funding this crap as people die. Vets, citizens die in this country. They can't sleep on the streets and have a blanket, but they're going to put illegals up in a fucking hotel and give them a gift card and an iPhone. can't stand it, guys. I hate America. I hate these governments, not the people, but I hate this government so much, guys. And I'm beginning to yeah, the police are just as guilty too. They did it. They stood down and allowed these governments to do it, so they're guilty too. Pack them up, police officers. You failed the American public. Not one of you. You're all a tyrant. State, county, deputy, sheriff, you're tyrants. You should have had your Bearcats, your MRAPs, your armored vehicles in front of every small business in America, but instead you chose to stand down. And you got paychecks the whole time. You're a failure. You're not a law enforcement officer. You're not a public servant. You're a tyrant. Put your badge in your clown suit, turn it in, go home. It won't be the end of the world, guys, if all the police officers go home. Or have you lost that much faith in humanity if every one of these police officers went home? Or you think we can't police ourselves? You're the problem. Get out of my country. Get out of my country. Get out of here. If you can't police yourself, get the hell out of here. You're the problem. You bootlicker. Get out of here. Seriously, we can police ourselves. I don't need to be policed. I don't need to be governed. I don't need to vote for an overlord. I don't need that. I need a small group of people that I can grow my own food, protect myself, and protect the people that are around me. That's what I need. And we'll police ourselves. And we'll worry about our community. And you worry about your community. And if you have a bad apple, get them out of there. Send them to another community. Maybe they'll learn from their mistakes. They'll put the dust off, and then their whole life won't be ruined, and they can move to somewhere else and start over again, fresh and clean again. Maybe not make those same mistakes they made in the last place. No, that will never. Hey, I got this crazy, wild idea. We'll go back to the Declaration of Independence, the Constitution, and the Bill of Rights. All these other laws will be abolished. Oh, that would never work, Tracy. You're out of your mind. Okay. Keep supporting this, guys. They keep just making more and more rules, more and more laws, more and more mandates, more and more ordinances, more and more codes, more and more. You ever notice I don't hear all these rallies about taking a bunch of laws off the books? It's about how many they're going to put more on. More and more, that noose, that boot is shoved down further in your neck, and you love it. Respect that authority. Lick it. Lick it. Why they're down there with that boot in your neck. But there's some of us that don't want that boot, and we won't have it. Wow. Wow. Yeah. DoorDash. It's wow. Nothing. The number one seller on the earth, guys, is sex. Sex is the number one seller, or not the actual itself, but the insinuation of, the insinuation of the wandering mind. Women used to wear a skirt below their knees, made a man wonder, for real. They didn't just go out and, everything wasn't the strip club, basically the bikini bar in public. But what changes this world that we live in now, huh? So, yeah, the police officers are doing the same thing too. They're bootlickers too. They respect the authority that's coming up, so they can have that right to go out and stop you. But the same thing. So I apologize. I'm not sorry at all. I can't stand police officers. They're tyrants. If they'd stop enforcing capital letter law, maybe I would show them some respect. But as you've seen those police officers walk up to my house, and the very first thing I always tell every police officer is, I don't like police. just so you know. I don't like police officers. I don't even want to deal with you. You guys are tyrants. And if I didn't have to deal with you at all, I wouldn't even be talking to you. Okay. I don't even want to contract or engage with you. But since my hand is forced, here we go. But I'm just going to let you know, I don't respect people who don't do their job. And you guys don't do your job anymore. And you don't serve the public. Oh, there's good cops out there, Tracy. No, there's not. Show me where one good cop is at in America. Show me one good cop who doesn't enforce corporate letter law, who doesn't ask for the corporate license written in capital letters. They all do. All of them do. All these beat cops, patrol cops, all these ones out on the street, traffic cops, they all enforce capital letter law. You know what I'm saying? So they're tyrants. And I don't care if they're ignorant. It doesn't change the fact that what they're still doing is tyrannical. You know, again, when the people fear the government, that is tyranny. And when the government fears the people, that is freedom, brothers and sisters. And until this government fears us, you will not have freedom. They're going to keep sticking that boot on your neck, and they're going to send their thugs out to enforce you, to throw you in one of their rape cages. Yes, they will. That's all they want to do, is dump a clip on you or throw you in a cage. Yeah, that's their job. Take your money and put you in a cage. Do what we tell you, or you will be under the long arm of the law. Do you understand? We will get physical with you. You don't listen to what we say, we will get physical, and then we'll put you in a cage. Still like these law enforcement officers still think they serve you? They don't. They don't. So there's no good cops in America. If there was good cops in America, guys, right now, there's enough information, like you shouldn't be celebrating Christmas. There's enough information. We all have access to the internet, right? We all agree. We all have access to the internet. We can all get on there and find out Christmas is pagan. Nobody needs to tell you that. It's pretty obvious by now. It's not hidden. It's plain as the nose on your face. Although you don't look at it, it's right there every single day. It's still there, even though you don't look at it. Every one of these cops has access to a computer in their patrol vehicle, correct now? Oh, hey, look, what is this corporate? What do these people keep talking about, this straw man? Capital letter. Does that make sense? Does that make sense? Every one of them's got a computer, right? So what's their excuse why they're not looking up by the fact that, what is this capital letter law? Oh, the heck that we stood down during the COVID. I didn't work during the COVID. I should stand up. Hey, why didn't we protect these small businesses in America? Where all these small businesses go? How come we didn't stand in front of these churches, and protect these churches? They should have been able to have service 7 days a week. So what if they wanted to die? So what? They had faith. Remember, these were people of faith. They weren't worried about getting sick. They said they were wearing the armor of God in there, and they weren't concerned about it. So the cops are failures. They stood down during the COVID when they could have stood up. They're that standing army that our founding fathers warned us about. They're all armed. They have the same equipment as the military has. AR-15s, Kevlar vests, bulletproof vests. A lot of them, some of them even wear the material, the fatigues, the green, the camo, the khaki. That's military colors. They're supposed to be wearing black or blue, not these military colors. I don't care. Even the sheriff shouldn't be wearing that khaki color, in my opinion. Nope. That led you to believe them to wearing these green, same SWAT, special reaction team, their airline. A lot of them will use the airline suits, Air Force type of, in the special reaction and the SWAT teams. But they've been militarized, guys. They've been militarized, and that's why you're public enemy number one. That's why they walk up to you and they're all afraid of you because they think you're the enemy. They walk up with their hand on their sidearm. Why do you have your hand on your sidearm? Well, because I don't know if you have a weapon or not. Okay, you just came up to my car armed. You had all that crap in your car, and you're worried about me? I think you're in the wrong job, sir, ma'am. If you're that afraid of the public that you have to put your hand on your sidearm, that you think everybody's your enemy, you're in the wrong job, man. If you're not willing to lose your life for the public, you signed up for the wrong job. Think about what I'm telling you. They're all so scared right now. Weak men signing up. Yeah, no, that's eventually what's going to happen. And never forget, Mr. King of the Jab. Mr. King of the Jab said he was going to bring the National Guard to your front door to administer the jab. Yep, Mr. 45, Mr. 46. No, Mr. 46 is not Biden. He's not the pretendant. Mr. 45 is still the pretendant. Yeah, the executive order. He said, I'm going to use the National Guard during the vid to bring them to your door. He signed an executive order. Remember the general said, yeah, we will use the National Guard to bring and deliver this greatest jab ever to your front door. Yep, he signed. And don't think that he won't use that during his, well, no, he cannot be the 47th pretendant. He already served his 2 terms. He's out. It's too bad he stood down for his second tour, huh? And just let Mr. Bidenstein act like the pretendant. For how long has it been? Almost a full 4 years. But in order to inaugurate a president, you have to have the proper inauguration, and they didn't do that. So it's all an act. Mr. 45 is Mr. 46, not 46 is, that's an actor. Mr. Bidenstein is not the pretendant. Mr. Trump is standing down right now as we speak, and he knows damn good and well what I'm talking about. So don't count on him. His whole 2024 is a sham. He cannot be the pretendant. You can't have 3 tours unless he's going to be some kind of dictator, but he was never, Mr. O'Biden was never inaugurated. And we all know damn good and well that 81 million people did not vote for a guy who never left his basement. You don't even need a calculator to figure that out. That he never even campaigned. He never left his basement. This guy's selling out sports arenas, leaving people in the cold. It wasn't hard to figure out who won that selection, right? Oh, they put in, no, they didn't. No, they didn't. They never put him in. He was never inaugurated. They didn't do it. It was all an act, and you're just not wise enough to know the difference between inauguration. Should have been pretty quite obvious when half of the military procession had their back turned to the incoming commander-in-chief. How come you've never seen that, even one soldier with their back turned at an inauguration when the incoming commander-in-chief of the military is being inaugurated? Because that was not an inauguration. And the military knows that as well. Many people in the service are signed to shut up about it, but they know. I guarantee everybody that had their back turned probably knew what I'm telling you, that it was just a big farce. So I hope you've enjoyed your big show, your bread and circus, but don't count on Mr. 45 coming back as 47. He's never left office. He just stood down. Why do you think they have look at how they protect him in Florida? They protect him just like he's still the president. Nothing's changed. So it's sad, but true, guys. It's just, look at this, that's the world we live in, man. And his wife's got an apple and a cucumber. So just like the last one and the last one before that and the last one before that and the last one before that and the last one before that. So that means he likes he's really into the kielbasi. You know, he's definitely him and Biden love doing the hokey pokey. You know, they're island boys. Remember that. Never forget. Biden is Mr. Trump. They're two peas in a pod. They're no different. Joe Biden is Donald John Trump, period. They're the same thing. They're no different. Nothing's changed since he's been in office. He still pushed the jab just like he did. He didn't change anything. He spent just as much money. He smashed down. He's the same thing. He's just a mirror image of Mr. Trump, but just yeah. And his, you know, come on, his towers, 58-story towers, the Babylonian Tower, Satan's tower was 58 stories tall, and Mr. Trump happens to be 58 stories, and he lives on a 66 penthouse floor of a 58-story building. Get out of here. That's 662 feet tall. Get out of here. Not falling for it. He decorates his house with the bringer of the disease and the cure of the disease and warp speed. Get out of here. He calls himself a Christian. Creepy as hell. Creepy. The dude is creepy Trump. Creepy Trump. Creepy Trump. And he sells MAGA hats, Hillary for prison bumper stickers, websites, buttons, t-shirts, makes a mint on that, runs for pretended, solicits your email to send him all kinds of money for his campaign. Now he's selling bobbleheads, gold bars. Oh, and the tennis shoes, you know, the footstool sign, 399 pairs at $1,000. The dude's a blasphemer. And I don't see how he can walk this earth right now and some veteran hasn't taken him out that's on active duty and realize, you know, I was told that if there was a threat to, you know, to direct a threat, all enemies, foreign and domestic, there's a domestic enemy on the homeland and somebody needs to eliminate the enemy, direct a threat, eliminate that. These are SWAT term teams, guys. Eliminate the threat. It's a threat. It's an event of national security. He is a threat to national security. Yes, he is. Tell me I'm a threat to national security. Huh. Okay. Whatever. How about the guy that's lying about smoking? I don't know. If I decorated my house with Satan and came on here on this platform and called himself a Christian, I think people would give me a hard time. How come nobody doesn't give that guy a hard time for calling himself a Christian, decorating his house? Yeah, he's related to Biden. They're all related. Exactly. They're all related to the Queen. Never been one pretendant here. Never been a selection ever where they didn't select a blood-related candidate to the Queen. Yeah, you might get a selection when it all starts out, but it's always narrowed down to 2 blood-related candidates to the Queen. So it's not an election. It is what is called a selection. And this last selection proved that 81 million people voted for Trump, but they still gave you Biden, didn't they? So if you think your vote counts, then go ahead and vote in the 2024 selection. But I don't think we're going to see a selection. I know they've been saying that for the last few guys, but isn't that ironic that 10-24-24 falls right before that selection in November? Yeah, this celestial gas giant alignment that I'm telling you about. So we'll see. Maybe there will be a selection, but I don't think so. Once again, I think weather will dominate the earth before that. 240 days, 200 days, I believe this earth will be rocking and rolling all over the earth. The weather, there'll be winds at 100 to 200 miles an hour on certain places on this earth. There'll be hailstones basketball size probably at that time, just like there was in the 1800s, maybe even larger. You know, you probably won't be able to go out on certain days because it'll be like a microwave outside. You'll literally be microwaved by going out there. No, that'll never happen, Tracy. Okay. You do you, and I'm going to continue to do me. Okay. I know in the word of God, it tells me that men's hearts will fail them for what is to come upon this earth. There's your microwave. No stone will be left in its place, just like in the days of the temple. Nope. That must be those winds you're talking about, Tracy. You know, hailstones that are 149 pounds and 14 ounces. Do you have a hail plan for 149 pound hail falling at the rate of, fall, right? Just like the towers, at that same speed as the towers. Are you ready for hail to fall out of the sky at the rate of free fall? 149 pounds. Let's just round it to 150 pounds. We'll make it easy for it. 150 pound hail. You got a hail plan yet? I'm not talking about going to hail. I'm talking about, HE double toothpicks, but HAIL, the kind that comes falling out of the sky. Do you have a hail plan today, tomorrow, next week? You only have so many days before. There's already been gorilla hail events that have happened all over this earth on a regular basis. That's about the size of a cantaloupe, guys. Gorilla hail. So, yeah, we know that, yeah. You don't knock down 3 steel buildings with 2 simulated airplanes, right? Hey, what happened to that portion of the wing? Why did that just disappear in the picture, right? Yeah, right. Remember, they never forget they decided to pull it, guys. I want my 27 gauge sport bet winner. That's hilarious. But, yeah, I've been pissed since then, guys. I have not been the same since 9/11. As a veteran, I knew that was a flag, a red. That wasn't true. It was it was a nonfiction flag, and since then they've been able to touch our kids at the airport, and I find that absolutely filthy and disgusting. Yeah, the TSA has been able to get jiggy with your kids at the airport ever since, and nobody cares about it at all. Grown people touching children. And then they supposedly said, remember, this was some guy in a cave, right? Some guy in a cave. Where? And we ended up going where? Not where the cave was at, huh? Well, the third tower, remember, that was CIA headquarters. And Building 7 was headquarters to the CIA, where a lot of these records were kept. So they obviously didn't want anybody to have records to how many trillions of dollars was disappeared? That the Pentagon, guys, the Pentagon. If you think that the Pentagon was hit with a plane, I got some waterfront property here in Silver Lake, Oregon. I'd like to interest you in. It's beautiful. That's Summer Lake. That's down the road. Never mind. That's the ridiculousness of that was. I read it. Tell the paper trail. I can tell you where all the gold's at, Ramsey. It's in the Grand Canyon. Look it up. Look at the expedition that was made in 1910, where they discovered a massive gold discovery, and they said that the side of the wall fell in and destroyed the, and what was it? The next year that was it Roosevelt deemed it a. Was it Roosevelt? Yeah, it was deemed it a national park, right? And they didn't let anybody in there, but there's a reason why that they called it. No, there's no gold at Fort Knox. It's only tungsten. There's no gold at Fort Knox. That'd be the stupidest thing you could ever do. Tell everybody where all your gold's at and leave it there. So my brother was stationed at Fort Lewis. He walked in my footsteps. He became a military police and a police officer. He worked for Lakewood and he worked for Seattle Police Department in Tacoma, and he was stationed there at Fort Lewis. He protected Fort Lewis. There's nothing in Fort Lewis, guys. Tungsten bars, okay? If there's anything at Fort Lewis, I'm not talking about that kind of reserve. I'm talking about reserves that would kill the monetary system. Kill the monetary system. Look at the discovery they found at the Grand Canyon. And it would have, at the time, gold and silver were money. And that's why they invented the actual, what was called, they met in Jekyll Island in 1912, right after the discovery of what I'm telling you about, guys. There's way more gold on this earth than they tell you. Massive amounts of gold on this earth. Massive amounts of gold. Massive reserves. That's what this whole act, Jekyll Island, the Federal Reserve, they met, J.P. Chase Morgan, they all met and said, wait a minute, guys, if this discovery is brought out, you can find this, you guys, it's in the New York Times, okay? In 1912, 1911, 1912, you come out and find all this information that I'm telling you. And they came out and announced this discovery and that it had fallen in on itself. And then it was the very next year they came out with what was called the Federal Reserve Act. Yep, there we go. Thank you, Ramsey, for there's so much gold on this earth, it's ridiculous. But just like diamonds and stuff, they create the scarcity, guys. They create the scarcity. So but what that would have done is there was so much gold in the Grand Canyon, guys, that it would have destroyed the monetary system at the time, because silver and gold were money. In 1912, you went and popped a gold coin on the counter for your dinner, for your drinks for the night. And that was money. And they found such a massive reserve. I'm not going to tell you how much. Look at it yourself. It's an insane amount of gold just in the Grand Canyon. I'm not talking about Strawberry Mountain. There's all these other places too. Like Ramsey was saying, there's been massive discoveries. They mark over them and they just move around them and work around them, because it would kill the market, guys. It would kill the market. Okay. And so in the Grand Canyon, they made such a large discovery. They know it would ruin the market, guys. So they came up with what was called the Federal Reserve Act. And they created a paper currency and knew that eventually they would, it's called the Road to Ruta. If you look at the Fed's website, look at the St. Louis website, they've created a comic book. I know it sounds crazy, but then they made how to decipher what's in that comic strip. But it talks about going back to a gold standard in America, and that eventually we would. But at the time, they knew that this discovery would destroy the monetary system, guys. So that's where they started this Federal Reserve Act to reserve. That's why Roosevelt made it a national park and reserved that gold for the later day, where they knew they would come up with this paper currency and spend it into infinity, just like we see now. And they would eventually go back to a gold standard. It's well known. Look it up. This is not rocket science. This is not actually that hard to find. So they couldn't let it out, guys. They couldn't let it out. And if it did, it would have killed the monetary system. Gold wouldn't have value like it has today, because there would be such a massive amount of it, because there is a lot more of it than they tell people. In my opinion, there's way more gold on this earth than there is silver. And so I think, in my opinion, silver is the bank killer. That's how you kill these banks. That's how you shut them down. There's plenty of gold. There's not enough silver on this earth to make. I don't care if they say 7 or 8 to 1. I'm talking about surface silver. So that's how you kill the banks. Put that back in the money, like constitutional silver, and these banks couldn't operate anymore, guys. So, but the central banks right now are buying up gold at a record pace, guys. They're buying more money, more gold and silver, gold in particular, than they ever have since 1913, the inception of the Federal Reserve Act, the central banks. After the Basel III agreement, it made gold a tier 1 asset. The only tier 1 asset on the planet was the US dollar prior to the Basel III agreement. So pay attention, guys. The big money moves first, and they're moving into gold right now. They bought more gold. The central banks bought more gold in 2023 than they ever have. And they're buying gold right now at a record pace. I believe they'll outpace the 2023 buying, and then sooner or later, they'll stop this manipulation. There are people that are sitting in jail right now. There's GATA, the Gold Antitrust Act. People have been working on this. Bill Holter, a lot of these people have been working on exposing this manipulation of these precious metal markets. We've got traders for JP Chase Morgan, Bank of America sitting. Yes, it is. Silver is the most reflective, conductive metal on the planet. You can't have an AI future. You can't have a future without silver. That's absolutely, Mark. That's absolutely true. Silver is the most conductive, most reflective metal on this earth. That's why it's used in photovoltaics, solar. They spray it into our atmosphere, nano particulate silver that helps reflect, again, that cosmic solar radiation. Aluminum, a lot of aluminum too, but that's why silver is it's used in such things as it's always been an microbial and an antibacterial. So it's used in medicine. They put it in Band-Aids. They put it in clothing. Anything that's got a switch and on and off, even if it's a small amount, it's used in circuitry. It's the most widely used metal on the planet. It is way more used than gold. It should be worth way more than gold because it's used in so many more different, colloidal silver, nano silver. It's used in lots of different tech. There's a monster box, guys. Do you guys know what a monster box is? How much is a monster box of silver? There's a monster box, almost a monster box at the tip of every smart bomb, guys. Smart missile. And when they drop that on the ground on somebody, it's gone. It doesn't come back. Yeah, anywhere between 300 to 500 ounces at the tip of every smart bomb. And they drop those all the time. Think about that, constantly. And we're going into war. Obviously, silver is going to become extremely hard to get, especially if we continue to use it at the rate. Peak silver was in 2016, guys, as far as the production. We've seen a little recently increased spike, but I'm telling you, it's not peak silver was 2016. They just keep more and more demand and less supply every single year. So silver is not going to, the Antichrist will be made of silver. Interesting comment there. I agree with you there, Ewok. He'll definitely have some silver. It'll have some silver in it for sure, with all the circuitry and all the, absolutely. It'll probably be made of gold like Solomon. Probably have that breastplate with all the 12 different gems and all the, absolutely, he'll mirror Christ. It'll be just a spinning image. Not sure potassium iodide for my young, just in case. Okay, do me a favor. I like the potassium iodide, Ramsey, but there's a way better product than potassium iodide. You can get nascent iodine, okay, and it comes from one of the oldest sources on the planet. It's sourced out of an old underground um, ocean, and it literally is purple. When iodine in its purest form, it's purple, and it's not oxidized. It's not that orange color. And you're taking a potassium iodine, but your body's going to have to work through all the potassium, all the sodium to get to that iodide. So what I recommend is you go to what is called a nascent iodine that is electrified, and your body is electric. So it'll immediately absorb it the minute you put it in your body. Okay. I've done studies on this. I have it. I have this product. I don't have any sit right in front of me, but because it's electrified, your body will immediately absorb it, and it's the purest form of iodine on the planet. There's not a more pure form of iodine. Nascent, and with an N. Nascent means it's been electrified. And when you electrify that iodine, your body immediately absorbs it. Immediately will grab it up. So, Ewok, what's the name of the most current? Go to healthfoodstore.com. I buy and use these products. I would never recommend a product that I haven't done decades or, a decade or a ton of study and something that I wouldn't and haven't used myself. But again, you can get an electrified iodine. It's called it's not Silver Shield, because that's Silver Bullet. That's the colloidal silver that I buy. And you can make your own colloidal silver. You don't need to buy colloidal silver. You can get a colloidal silver machine. No, it's under the ground, Kinetic. It comes out of the ground. It's literally in a form, in a it's an underground ocean. The only way you get iodine, guys, it comes from the ocean. There's no other way for your body to get iodine, either seaweed, fish, or the ocean. So this source that this nascent iodine comes from an underground ocean. I think it's hundreds of thousands of years old. And it's in its pure form. It's literally purple, guys. You can put it on not sea salt. This is not sea salt. That's Himalayan. Sea salt's a good way to go too, but listen, that has nothing to do. This is the most pure form of iodine on the earth. It is literally purple. You'll know you're dealing with high grade iodine when it turns purple. I mean, it's literally like royalty purple. Okay. And it's been electrified. And so it is called nascent. It is, your body will immediately grab it up. And we're talking iodine so pure that, again, it's not oxidized. So it doesn't have that discoloration to it like the iodine they put on an open wound. That's oxidized iodine. What is the name of the, I just can't think of it right now, the iodine? I saw a bottle that's sitting on your table when I came over to your house. My son had a bottle that's sitting on his table, guys, when I went over his house, because what's the name of that iodine? They make 2 or 3 different kinds. How come I can't remember this? I'm really not a loss for words, guys. But Survival Shield. Okay? Survival Shield, guys, is the name of the there you go. Colloidal nascent iodine. Perfect, Kinetic. The nascent means it's been electrified and your body's going to immediately absorb it. Immediately absorb it. It's not going to have to work through the potassium. Okay. Those work, guys. That's what they give the military veterans when you're subjected to high radiation. If you're in an area, they'll give you the tablets. You get on the tablets, terrible, the tabbies, and you start, I'm gonna pop some tabs, but that's not the kind of, but Trust me, guys. Survival Shield. Go to the Health Ranger at healthfoodstore.shop.com, or you can go to Alex Jones. Works with the Health Ranger. Alex Jones aside, the guy's got insane health products. His store sells that too at infowarshop.com. You can get over to that website because he has a link to that website because he sells and reps that product too. Some of the products on his website, but it is a separate website, healthfoodstore.shop.com. Look up this Survival Shield. They make 2 or 3 different kinds of it. They've improved on it, guys, over and over and over again. When they first started, it was just Survival Shield. Then it became X2, and now I think they even have a third one. I'll tell you, it gets stronger and stronger though every time they take it. It doesn't taste the greatest, but it almost actually kind of burns your tongue for just a second. But that's because it's strong. It's really strong. That's exactly what I'm telling you. Yeah, that's the website that you can order from over there. Okay, Ramsey, you can order from healthfoodstore.shop.com and look for that Survival Shield. Just look up Survival Shield. Look up that product, Survival Shield, and that will be the best thing that you can do for radiation on the planet. There's not a better form of iodine and than the nascent. And it's been electrified, and it's purple, and is the hands down the purest form of iodine on this earth. Cool. Nice. Yeah, some of this stuff, but you can't, some of the stuff we can make, some of this stuff you're not going to source an underground, ocean and this iodine for some of this stuff, but definitely do the things that you can. Yeah, you can get that over there, Ramsey. You can get that. I'm certain you can get that X Shield, Survival Shield over there. X2 is the name of the second one, and I believe they've even made a third one. Look into it. Don't just buy it, do a bunch of homework, but I don't think you'll find a better iodine on the planet for your money. I really don't think there's a pure form of iodine. It's what I have. It's what I've got in my coffers. I'd never tell you to put something up because I've got potassium iodine too. I've got tablets and I've got some other stuff. But my go-to is that my son still takes it every day. I don't know why he takes it every day. He's just probably keeping his thyroid full. He lives in a city. I don't on the ivermectin, but I know that it does work from knowledge in the jet streams. If a nuke hits north somewhere, can jet streams bring? Absolutely. No, it's just a dropper. You just take it with a dropper. It comes with a little dropper, and it's liquid form. It's pretty easy. You just take 1 or 2 little drops or 3 drops or whatever, on your tongue. Some people put it in a little glass of water and take a glass of water with the X2 because it's a little bit stronger. Yeah, that could happen, Ramsey, absolutely, with our jet streams. So I've done some research. I've looked a lot into that ivermectin. I can't even say it properly here. I better get off here in a minute. Starting to get my words here, but I know it does. Okay, he says buy the X2. And my son takes it, you guys. He has it on his but I know that it does work for the COVID, that they've said now. They've come out and said that it does, but I don't believe in the COVID. I think the COVID's a scam. I know that they weaponized a form of corona and attached, the SARS and the AIDS, or mirrors to it. Yeah, that's why I know that you keep your thyroid, because you live in the city, and it's going to try to keep yourself healthy as you can. But how do I put this without saying something? I don't want to make a statement here or something, because I mean, I've done a lot of research on it. It seems to me that was one of the best cures for the COVID, was that, and people use that and were able to as fast as you can, and yeah, go as fast as you can. But I think there's better ways, and that is to keep your thyroid full of iodine, to keep your body full of vitamin C, even if you have to take like liposomal and higher forms of I mean, almost so much vitamin C that you pee orange. I mean, not enough to make your bowels hurt, but high levels of vitamin C and vitamin B, and you won't get sick. This whatever this CB or any of that would never even. Nope. Fight it off too quick, you wouldn't even get sick. Well, what he's talking about, what I've taught my son, First Eye, is that your thyroid is the tip of the spear. Everything you breathe through your nose, everything you breathe through your mouth, everything you drink, everything you eat, everything that goes through these holes goes and passes through your thyroid. And so you need your thyroid protected, because as your thyroid struggles, so do all the other organs in your body will start to struggle. So if you can keep your thyroid at high levels, you're not going to struggle. And being around 5G, that's millimeter wave. It's 60 gigahertz. It's not what people think it is. It's not anything that people think it is. It's actually what you've been told, and what it is two different things, like an apple and an orange. It's an absorption wave. Let me put it to you this way. It's patented by the U.S. Navy, is what it is. It doesn't have anything to do with internet, I'll tell you that much. You've been fooled. It's not what it is. It's a millimeter wave. It's a gigahertz. It's 60 gigahertz is what it is. So it wears on our body. Because what it is, it's an oxygen absorption wave. Parasites. Oh yeah, there's a lot. Nash, I don't want to. There's so many different ways to do parasite. There's a lot of ways. I recommend that you look into. That's almost like a tailored thing for your size, because how much you take, and there's stronger ways, and there are so many different parasites that we have inside of us, and the heavy metals. You know what I'm saying? And the reason why I was going to say is I believe you can do a detox for a lot of those at the same time. And you want to do your lower intestine as well, as often, as much as you can. And that's how you can get rid of, because obviously most of our gut bacteria is where these parasites reside. But they do make it into our lower intestine, and they do reside in our lower intestine in this, the unseparated proteins. One more is without guns using cell towers. Exactly. Millimeter waves, microwaves. But I personally don't have a product that could recommend that I would say that works better than the other, because there are some really good products out there for parasite, and it's good that you're concentrate on that, because that's a lot. There's good parasites, and like there's good bacteria and bad bacteria in us. Everybody, when they think bacteria, they think bad, but that's not always the case. We do have good bacteria. There's good acids, stomach acid. There's certain things in our body that are good and bad, but there is a lot of parasites, worms, if you want to call them. We all got some kind of worms, right? But But that's a good question. And I wish I had a better answer for you, to give you a product. I'm sure if you looked at some of these websites that I'm talking about, like healthfoodstoreshop.com, they probably got an excellent parasite removal. And I'm sure it'll be a little bit again, almost like a kit or something like that is what I've looked into this. Because there's so many different kinds of parasites, you got to attack almost, one of them at a time. And you think of any of these things, like things that lay eggs and stuff, like, mites and stuff. Oh yeah, they were looking for a product though. Absolutely. Thank you, Ewok. There's plenty of natural remedies too that you can eat just with with God. Put everything we need that you don't need to take any pills. You can look into a homeopathic, you know what I'm saying, for parasite removal. Well, there are some good products that are made on the market that can get right in there and get right to work. Kind of like nascent iodine goes straight to work. Guys, go straight to work. But absolutely, cinnamon is a great one. I used to take cinnamon every day, guys. I used to take coconut oil and cinnamon. I don't anymore. I used to take colloidal silver every day. I used to take nascent iodine every day. I used to have a pretty regular basis, but I quit taking a lot of that because I'm really healthy. You know what I'm saying? And I don't want to take anything that I don't absolutely, when I get a little bit, and I believe in preventive maintenance 100%, guys, of taking things to prevent. But I want them to work. Apple cider vinegar, another excellent thing to stick into your diet, on a regular basis for preventive maintenance. But I'm healthy and I'm strong and I don't take any of those things anymore. But they're all on standby. I have everything that we mentioned on standby. And if I feel like I'm being subjected to something, where I feel like I need it, where my immune system's going to be compromised, I'll take it. You know what I'm saying? But my immune system's strong. I don't get sick. I could eat out of a trash can. Food that you throw away in the trash, I could eat it. Wouldn't make me sick. And so I have a pretty strong immune system, where a lot of you get sick because your body's just not used to those bacteria and stuff. I'm a veteran. I could eat anything. I have an iron gut, so to speak. So my immune system is very strong. I won't succumb to, the average thing that would make somebody sick. I could eat it and won't affect my body, because I don't know. I have a very strong immune system. I work on that. Just what I'm saying, exactly what I'm talking about. I don't get freaked out if something sits on the counter for a day. Remember the smell test? Before there was life before hand sanitizer, guys. We made it this far without a hand sanitizer. We did, believe it or not. The world did exist before hand sanitizer. So, but anyways, these are ways too, that I do preventive maintenance. My son was actually talking about that when I was in town. He's like, Dad, I don't think that's good that you can't go into the city. You know what I'm saying? I think you need to go in the city more, because if this messes you up this bad, this quick, it's kind of like kryptonite. You think about it. Oh, well, let's just take him in the city. You won't be worth a crap. Yeah, I won't take aspirin. I won't take bear. Nope. I won't take a pill ever. Nope. I had somebody who was in a lot of pain the other day when I went into town that day. I got robbed, and my hip was hurting me so bad. I was in the car all day, and the guy offered me a couple Advil. He's like, man, I can tell you're in a lot of pain. I can just feel it over here. You are really I can just tell you're in a lot. And he's like, here, take it. I was like, nope. He's like, you serious? I'm like, I don't want none of it. He's like, I was like, I don't take pills, man. It says it in my records. Do not give me pain pills, any kind of pills. Don't want it in my body, because when I'm 80, I'll take the pills. I'll take the Advil at 65, 75 years old, and then it'll work for me. You know what I'm saying? Then it'll work. But I don't want to grow so accustomed to taking Advil and aspirin and all this, Aleve and all this stuff for 20, 30 years. And then I get older than I am now, and I'm truly broken and dragging myself around like a snail. Then I'll take the Advil. Then I'll take the Motrin. Then I'll take the pills, because then I'll need them and they'll work. And I will have not have taken them for 30 years, and then they won't work anymore. So that's why I don't take pills. People, why won't you even take a pill, man? Nope. It says in my medical records, do not give me pain pills. I will sue you if you put pain pills in my body. It says that do not put them in my body, in my medical record. I don't care if I chop my leg off. Unless I give you authorization to administer pain pills through IV or a pill, they cannot. It says in my medical records, let them suffer. Don't give them pain medication. So, yeah, supplements and vitamins. I don't take them, but I have them. I don't take them, but I have them. That I would, a supplement or a vitamin. Be careful with a lot of your supplements and vitamins too, guys. If they're not a plant-based, they create the correct bonds just through the day. Can take meds. Cool. Thank you for that comment, Ace. But careful with a lot of these vitamins and minerals, guys. If they're not a plant-based, your body ain't going to absorb it. You can't just eat rocks out of the ground, guys, and absorb, minerals that way. That's not the way our body's designed. And there are a lot of these vitamins and minerals companies out there that are not plant-based. So in order for your body to absorb, minerals, it needs to be a plant-based type of vitamin. Otherwise, your body will not absorb it. And if it does, it just absorbs minimal amounts. So a lot of these vitamins that are on the market, probably 25, 30% of them are not even vitamins that your body can even absorb. You know what I'm saying? So be very careful when you're purchasing your supplements and vitamins, if that's what you're into, that you're buying something that your body can actually absorb. So I know a lot of people don't know that, but fish oil and vitamin C from lemons and honey is all anyone needs. Well, I don't necessarily agree with that, because you need vitamin B, but I agree with all the things you say. That's a great recipe you got there. But I agree. Lemon, the lemons, there's your vitamins. You need vitamin C, massive amounts of vitamin C. You get enough vitamin B from the sun. And yeah, that's a good combination. Fish oil is excellent for your body. You're going to get all your omegas, fish oil doesn't have MC13 in it, but maybe it does. I know coconut oil does too as well, but definitely make sure you're keeping your vitamin C up, though, guys. That's extremely important. Extremely important. Vitamin C is something that you should have a truckload of it right now. If you could have a truckload of vitamin C, you'd be doing yourself a huge favor. And remember, they make liposomal, right, which is a high form of vitamin C. And remember, guys, there's other things that have way higher vitamin C than such things as lemons and your citric acids with your oranges and stuff. There's what is it? I think moringa has a massive amount. Some of them have massive amounts of vitamin C, even higher than citric acid. Not saying that this citric acid's not good for you, that vitamin C, but there are products that do contain other fruits, and I'm sure there's vegetables that have some huge levels of vitamin C in them. which is really good for your immune system. Again, I think if your vitamin C levels were high enough, you had some fish oil in you, like you said, and your B12, from the sun was up, you wouldn't get sick. You wouldn't get sick. You could throw just about any kind of sickness and your body would fight it off. It just couldn't. And then make sure that you're alkaline, guys. It's extremely important that you cut back on your sugars. If you want to stop getting sick, stop eating sugar. Stop eating sugar. Okay. I like olive oil. It's probably one of the best oils out there on the earth. But just like any oil, it can oxidize. And oxidized oils are not good for your body. The oxidation, when it oxidizes, and no matter if you plug it or cork it, it can still oxidize. So definitely like olive oil, though. There's a reason why they've done studies of cultures in the Mediterranean that used olive oil, and they definitely have a much better they showed that it extends life. That people have a much longer lifestyle by consuming. Get away from these rapeseed oils, guys. Those are toxic for your body. Canola oil, any of those vegetable oils, guys, they're not what they're telling you. The canolas and the rapeseed oils, these are not good for our bodies. Oils get oxidized, and they're not good for you, guys. That actually hurts and harms our body a lot. So if you're going to consume oil, which we need to, oils are good for us. Make sure you're definitely consuming oils that are not been oxidized. And it's not easy. That's why some oils, they don't store well. You got to be very careful how you store your oils, that they don't oxidize. So, but all excellent, you guys. Excellent comments here tonight. Yeah, that's right. Canola oil, Crisco. That's right. Crisco, guys. Crisco used to be a literal gear, a gear. That white stuff, that was not. They lobbied that it has no trans fats. Well, of course it doesn't have any trans fats. It's meant for machine, right? Yeah, but that's basically what you're honking down is some Vaseline. That's a good, you know. But Crisco, guys, come on, look into the history of Crisco. I cannot believe that we use that stuff. That's crazy. Come on, our parents all used a little bit of Crisco with the muffins or the whatever. Whoa, that's straight just gear oil, basically, right? Turned food. So think about this too. There are so many countries that will not accept our food. They will not allow it into their country, guys. What in the heck are we doing eating this food and giving this stuff to our kids? And they ban it in other countries. They will not even allow it into their countries. They said, no way. No way. We don't want your genetically modified. We don't want all your, look at the difference. Like I saw the difference between, I don't drink soda, but I looked at this thing about what's that? Fanta is the name of it. Fanta soda. It did like it was a yellow Fanta, and it showed a Fanta over in like the UK, and then it showed a Fanta here in the US. And you guys, I mean, it was like, whoa. All of theirs was that the coloring was not, Yellow Lake number 4, and it was actually the color came from actual fruit or whatever that was in this Fanta drink. And then over here in America is just nothing but Fanta was made by Hitler. Interesting. Yeah, I don't drink soda, so it's a great fact there. But it showed it, guys. It showed the two labels, and it showed the US label, And man, that was absolutely disgusting. Just disgusting what was in it. You know what I'm saying? Because we got our big brother, we need to cover stuff. Yeah, I'm not any medical professional. This is just theory. Consult your medical doctor for any medical advice. And yeah, we're just game theorying it here. Thank you. Definitely consult your doctor about anything you put in your body or you don't. Okay, please. I'm not a medical physician. I don't have a PhD, and I don't support two snakes going up a pole. The big farm guy. So thank you so much for that. I appreciate that. Yeah, but if you look at what I'm saying, guys, look at that Fanta label in America and look at it over there in Europe. You know, what is the UK or some European? It is, yeah, Coca-Cola. Yeah, there you go. They use Coca-Cola as a pest control, a cheap pest control in other countries. Literally as a pest control. Coca-Cola. Yep, that's right. They sprayed them with, yep. So, remember, that's what the supposedly Mr. Bashar al-Assad, you know, he gassed his people. Remember that in Syria? That's what he used, guys. That's what they said. That's supposedly what he used was fluoride, guys. Fluoride. So definitely, I work for the water company, and I work for Culligan International. Oh my gosh, Monster and Red Bull. Oh. Yeah, let's just put a bunch of toxins here, and we'll just put some vitamins with it, right? And we're just gonna smash it so full of vitamins it'll be, you know, a little bit of you know, a bunch of vitamins with some toxic here. You know, swish this you know, cyanide down here with all these vitamins. It'd be good for you, right? No, it's got all these vitamins to go with it. That's what reminds me of all these energy drinks, guys. They smash all this other stuff with it and try to cover up, like, you know, all the crap that's in it, you know, the stuff that's our body shouldn't even touch. You know what I'm saying? Some of this stuff is literally poison, you know. So many of these things that have been pulled off of these labels, that's in anything. Doesn't just have to be, it could be macaroni and cheese now, guys. The cheese has got a bunch of nanoplastics in it and stuff. I cannot read anything anymore in America and do some kind of research, and there hasn't been some kind of recall or there's some kind of preservative in it that we shouldn't be eating. Remember, again, our parents were told by our grandparents, you know, if you can't eat it, or if you can't read it, don't eat it. Don't eat it. If you can't read the label, don't eat that. You guys remember when bread used to be, you know, just, you know, like baking powder, wheat, you know, like flour, you know, maybe an egg and you know, no preservatives, then it didn't last for 3 weeks sitting on the shelf. You know what I'm saying? You know, the bread got moldy after, you know, a week or so because it didn't have all the preservatives. At 3 or 4 days, it would start to, you know, you ate it up before then, anyways. But everything is so, you know what I used to say, guys, back in the day when I didn't care, you know, so much about my body. This is a long time ago, but I was like, I know they put all those, preservatives in the fast food and stuff. And yeah, this is when I was, you know, my 20s or whatever, early 20s or something. But I said, yeah, you know what? I don't care about all that preservatives and the, you know, ding dongs and the ho hos and the chocodiles and the McDonald's. You know what? I'm going to eat so much of that stuff. It's going to have so much preservatives in it. I'm going to live forever. That's what I told people. I'm going to live forever because it's all these preservatives. That's not how that works out. Huh? All those preservatives kill us, guys. So, I filter all my water. I've had a Berkey. I've had my Berkey water filter for 10 years. They're preservative keep, which, you know what I'm saying? I was like, well, I'm going to eat all these preservatives when I knew they weren't good for me, but I was making excuses for myself. I'm like, oh, well, I'm going to live to be 200 years old. I've eaten so many Big Macs and so many junk food. And no, that's not how that works, guys. That's not how that works. Okay. The preservatives are not good for us. The MSG, all this stuff is not good for our bodies. You know, we should never be consuming this. Please remember what I said. If you can't read it, do not eat it. Oh yeah, I've eaten my share. I'm a veteran there, Kinetic. I've eaten my share of military rations. Okay, meals ready to eat, and they are loaded um, with all kinds of crap and things to stop you up, so you don't do it. You don't have to take a deuce. Uh, you know, as often. We'll put that. It slows your ability to use the bathroom. It doesn't stop you up, but it definitely, it slows you down. Um, that's a very important, when you pull your pants down in war, that's a very volatile situation. So um, it regulates it, doesn't is more. And I'm sure that some of the preservatives they add into it. But remember, brothers and sisters, if you can't read that label and it's foreign and it sounds like something, don't please try to stop ingesting that type of stuff. And it's not easy, guys. It's expensive to eat healthy. It really is. It's not easy to eat, healthy these days. And it doesn't even matter if something's labeled organic anymore. A lot of the times they test it and bring it back to the lab. It's genetically modified anyways. I don't care what kind of label they put on it. So that's why you really got to just start growing your own food, man, as much as you possibly can. As much as you possibly can. You know what I'm saying? That's our did from anthrax vaccine. They call it Gulf War Center. Yep. I served Desert Storm, Desert Shield. I know a lot of people during Desert Storm, Desert Shield too have so much issues with the depleted uranium, and they were just having fun processing people going their ways. Interesting. External Life burger and fries combos. Golden Gates BS. Hey, did you guys hear about this? What did Wendy say they're going to do? That it's not direct pricing. What do they call it? Where they're going to do pricing in real time. Now Wendy's rolled it back, guys, but they said they were going to price it according to, what was that called? Yeah, but they said they weren't going to surge the prices during the peak hours. But I think they're going to still roll that stuff out, which will give them the ability to price it in real time. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, on how many are in line, if you hit the peak hours. But Wendy's actually rolled back, guys. If you go back and you read their the article, they go back and they talk about, well, we're not going to raise it during peak hours. Then why the hell did you even mention it to begin with? Why did you say that it's like direct price? There's another name for it. It's something like that. It starts with a D. What are you doing, biggie guy? You're my biggie guy. There's the taco. What are you doing, big guy? Price isn't surging. I agree with that. I definitely, I agree with the fact that we're losing our purchasing power. The price isn't really doing what they say. It's just it costs us more and more because the value of the dollar keeps. What are you doing, Bites? What are you doing, Bites? What are you doing, Yatter boy? Hanging out with the dad? The puppies have been here the whole time, guys. You just can't see them. Hi, puppy dogs. Oh, I got him at my feet here, too. He's hanging with the dad. It was his dad. It was a dad. He was a dad. All right. They're hanging here with the dad. So, that's an excellent way to put it, guys. The dollar is that things aren't really necessarily going up in price. It's that the dollar is losing its value, its purchasing power itself. And so it's costing you more and more because of the power is lost, the purchasing power. So every day that these things surge, it's because the purchasing power of the dollar is being lost. It isn't necessarily the prices are going up like you think. I mean, yes, they are. It costs you more, but that's because the purchasing power is being lost. Excellent comment. Excellent, excellent comment. I love economics, and few people can understand that. But it costs me more. I know it costs you more. That's because you're losing your purchasing power. A dollar is still a dollar. It's still $1. It's that the fact that you're losing your power to, a 100 years ago, $1,000 would have bought you the whole farm, and $1,000 today won't even buy you a tractor tire. You know what I'm saying? So the $1,000 is still worth $1,000, but it's what it'll buy you. So yeah, the dollar is still a dollar, guys, but the purchasing power, that's what's and they do this by printing. What do they said, that 40% of the money right now, the money has been printed in the last 3 years. Since all of circulation, the money is it been printed in the last 3 years. So obviously it's a smash your foot on the gas pedal, mash it down, and watch your purchasing power just be inflated to the moon, right? Actually, inflation is technically the expansion of the money supply. Inflation, correct? Inflation. You know what I'm saying? It inflates because you print more of it. The more you print, the more your purchasing power is taken away from you. Every time they print another dollar, it takes from that purchasing power that's in your pocket. It makes that one worth less. There you go. Future inflation checks. Exactly. And please remember, we're just starting to see inflation for Mr. Obama. When he took office, the national debt was $9 trillion. 9. And he more than doubled it. So it was $10 trillion. So we're just starting to see the inflation from Obama. We haven't even seen the inflation from Trump, and he spent more money than Obama. He spent $8.8 trillion in 4. Obama, he spent $10 trillion in 8. And Mr. O'Biden is right on track to spend more than both of them because they have to, or the system collapses, period. This is the way that we're set up, period. If we don't smash down on the gas pedal, the system collapses. It's called a fiat, fractional reserve lending system. They have to take in 1 and lend out 10 to pay for the 1 for the interest on the 1 that they borrowed, to pay it back. And then that cycle just continues more and more and more. And that's how we get all this inflation, guys. It would take me 360,000 years at $1 million a day to pay you back $1 trillion. So we haven't even begun to see the inflation from Mr. Trump. Oh, yeah, he spent money like it was going out of style. I don't care who he gave it to or what scam he pulled, but you haven't seen the inflation from Trump yet. I know economics, and you haven't seen the inflation from Trump yet. We're going to see that here very soon. I'm sure it's going to, there's a lot of these, March 11th is going to be a big day, guys, for this country. It's not going to be the end of the world, but March 11th will be the BTL, the bank term lending, is up. A lot of these small banks are going to collapse. They're insolvent. They have no liquidity. They've been propped up by this overnight, lending desk at the Fed, keeping these banks from falling. But the big banks will pick them up. That's what we saw the Silicon Valley, last year. All these big banks went in there and gobbled them up. Just made the big banks bigger. And that's what we're about to see again. Because most of these small banks and credit unions are heavily invested in the commercial market, and the commercial market's in free fall right now. The Chinese real estate market collapsed. Our market's in free fall, whether you understand it or not. I don't care what the S&P or the NASDAQ or the Dow is doing, or their fake numbers that they come out with on unemployment, or Jerome Powell with his nonsense that he always, the guy's got the best poker face on the planet, man. The guy can just straight lie to your face, and not even phase him. Probably he'd be the worst. I would never want to play a poker game with Jerome Powell. That guy could, yeah, you're not going to know what's in his hand. That's for sure. He can definitely play a straight face the whole time. So he does it. He sits up there for hours and reads all his nonsense and all those FOMC meetings. I watch all that stuff, guys. I love economics. I wish I had money. It'd be more interesting, but I don't have any money. So, but I still like to pay attention to the economics, you know. Yeah, most people believe their own nonsense. That's right. Excellent comment. Yep, they believe their own crap, you know. But anyways, I believe that pretty soon here that we're going to see more and more inflation. You know, obviously it's stagflation, where, you know, the cost of living is going up, but the wages don't go up with it. I think we'll see inflation and deflation, you know, at the same time. People act like everything always just inflates or everything always deflates. That's not how things work. I believe there are things that will inflate, like the housing market starting to come down, the automobile market starting to come back down. We've seen fuel come back down, but then we've seen food go up, you know, energy go up. Just some of these other things just keep going up and up and up. So we will have things that deflate and some things that inflate. So this is an amazing time to be watching, you know, paying attention to economics and things, you know. ZIRP, zero interest rate program. Never thought we'd ever see anything like that. NIRP, negative interest rate. Wow. Europe, that's insane. You know, what are you going to pay the people to loan money out to? That's basically what they were doing. They were paying these banks to lend them out money, and then they charge you 8% interest as they're getting paid to lend the money to these, you know, banks as it's lent. This is crazy. Some of the stuff that's gone on in the last, you know, quantitative easing 1, 2, Operation Twist, you know, we're not doing it. Look at the balance sheet. They're still doing it, you know. They have never stopped. You know, we've been in emergency monetary policy since the collapse of our market in 08, and it's just been put on a monetary heroin, if you will. It's like a patient on a drug patient that just needs more and more monetary, you know, stimulus to keep the patient from, you know, high, if you will, because that's what it is. We're on this stimulus and hopium of this continue that we can print our way out of this problem, but the piper still has to be paid, guys. No matter what happens to this debt, somebody's going to have to pay for it sooner or later. Debt just doesn't go away. That's not how it works. Stop saying we. USA Inc. So, yeah, it's pretty insane how far they've been able to mash down on this gas pedal, and the system's still going right now. It's hard to believe that, but look how much liquidity, you know, that has been pumped into the market since 08. All they've done is just keep these banks, you know, they're zombie banks is what they are. You know, they're literally insolvent, but banks have been kept by zero interest rates for forever. But that game is up, guys. The game is up. The Fed has already pulled the punch ball from the party. Okay. They're not going to lower interest rates. They're going to either hold or continue. They've raised interest rates faster than they ever have, ever in the history of the central banks. And so we will see the effects of that. You can't, you know, have people have loans at 0% interest and then come up at 5%. They're not going to be able to service those loans anymore. And people forget how interest works and how inflation works. But as this debt keeps getting, what was it, $900 billion or something is the last I looked, or something like that the government needs to sell $11 trillion worth of bonds for the next 10 years to keep this system going. $11 trillion in bonds over the next 10 years just to keep the system going at the rate we're going right now. You ever heard of compound interest? That number will change. That number will go up. So you miss a payment, your interest goes up. You're never going to get it paid off. Actually, China doesn't make all our stuff anymore. Mexico is now producing more product coming into the United States than China at this point in time, but they are still second to Mexico now. But it's not China anymore. It's Mexico. Look this up. Mexico is now importing more products into this country than China at this time. So I believe eventually China will cut us off completely. And stop thinking that everything that comes out of China is, the good old NAFTA, the National Alliance Free Trade Act, right? The North American, right? Free Trade Act, all gone soon. That's not going to be a thing with their new system, right? That they're bringing in. They've got a whole new system. There we go. They got their whole new system coming in, guys. So all these little steps being put in place right in front of you, right in front of you, right in front of you. That they only make us trash, but guys, China can make some amazing items. China makes amazing product over there, but if you pay them crap, you get crap. You pay them top dollar, they can produce some of the most amazing stuff on the planet. Man, it's funny to think everything that comes out of China's crap. Well, that's because we pay them crap. But if you pay them the right wage, they can produce some of the most top products on the earth. China can produce high quality products, very high quality products. They have some of the most high tech stuff on the planet. But they produce a bunch of crap too, obviously. Widgets and gadgets, and that's what's starting to die, guys. If you look around in the market, the widgets and the gadgets and all that stuff aren't becoming as popular anymore. People don't have the extra money to be spending on this nonsense, and so that's why we're starting to see a lot more products, less and less and less. They do that on everything. They steal everything. The Chinese are known for doing that, reverse engineering everything. But don't forget that China can produce high quality products. Everybody thinks that everything comes out of China's crap, and that's not true. But when you outsource your labor and you pay people pennies on the dollar, you're going to get pennies on the dollar work, but Japanese, the same way. They produce some high quality products, but they produce a bunch of crap too. There's crap that comes out of Mexico. Same thing. Mexico can produce some high quality products out of Mexico too. You know what I'm saying? We don't get much of it. We don't get much of the good quality stuff because we outsource all our labor. We want everything for nothing, guys, in America. Pennies on the dollar. We love our cheap gadgets and wide widgets and whatever, little electronics, but they're becoming less and less and less. All that stuff is not definitely being produced is often the machine gun that dropped nice. Yep, there we go. Remember, China is a net importer of gold, and they don't export any gold, guys. None. They haven't for a long time. And they've been buying up food. Look at China, guys, right now. They've been buying up food more than any other country in the world. And if you watch, nobody's talking about all the flooding that's gone on year after year over there in China. Massive floods, massive amount of their food stores taken out. But don't you worry. Don't you worry. They got another country they've been buying up, and they've got plenty of their soldiers right up next to the military bases in that country. And they got most of the land in that country. And yes, they did, King. China, the Dragon did the Maui blast 100%. I 100% agree with you. Using their balloons, using that tech that Mr. Tesla's been stinking with. Never forget that Mr. Tesla, Mr. Musk, is one of them. He's one of them. He's got a first class ticket on Air Force One. And what is he doing talking about the border? Why is he involved in talking about the border? Why does he have anything to do with the border? Why is every tweet, that he's talking about the border? Why is he involved in this? Why is he getting in this? Why is he, getting involved in this political, mumbo jargon down there at the border? Because he's a political stunt. That's right, because it's a setup, and you guys aren't going to be fooled. Man, I love you guys. I appreciate it. This is a heck of a chat, guys. You guys you're on it, man. You guys aren't going to be fooled. I think there's 15, 16 of you in here. I don't know. All of you guys have put some excellent comments. So let's wrap this one up, guys. My fire just went out. My fan quit spinning, and the cabin's starting to cool off here a little bit. I can throw on a coat, but let me get this fire going in here again. Excellent chat, guys. Excellent chat. Please get ready for weather, guys. The politics, all that doesn't matter. It's history's being made every day, and thanks for not being political about it, because we're talking about historical record here, not politics, okay? And I appreciate that you guys are not cauterized by this. I try to talk about the weather, and it's ridiculous, but get ready for the weather. Get ready for the weather. Yeah, my fire went out. Let's see if I have. Oh, I don't think I have any coals either. I waited too long, because you guys the chat was amazing, guys. I don't even know what time it is. Elon maybe wants to build the wall. Maybe he'll build it with Trump, with his millimeter wall. Remember, Mr. Uncle Trump was messing with the millimeter, waves, like Mr. T was messing with the waves. What time is it? Feels like it's about 11:30-ish. 12:30, 11:30. What time is she good? Where did that phone go? I don't know where I put that other phone. Yep, subterranean. Somebody, you guys are over it, man. You guys aren't going to be fooled. I love it. The next war will be subterranean. Subterranean warfare. Yes. Somebody's paying attention to what's really going on. It's always easier to build an underground fortress. Okay, that's what time it is. It's always much easier to build an underground. My freaking ears are starting to get cold. How cold is it in here? Gee. Oh, crap. I guess it's not as cold as I thought. But I'm going to put my beanie on here. It's 51 degrees in the cabin. 51 degrees. Why let the temperature come down in here a bunch? Oh, hold on. I see what's going on here. Absolutely. Yeah. I've, like I said, my ears were cold. I had to put my beanie on. But I see what's going on, guys. The front door, when I let the puppies in. Hold on, I get the front door open here. It's cracked. It's letting the cold air in. going inside, girl? You going inside? No, you don't want to go out there, Tego. It's all windy. You don't like it when it's outside and it's windy. You don't like it windy outside there, puppy dog. Puppy dog. Alright, let me see if I can get this fire going, guys. Give me a minute. Give me a minute. Get the fire going again here. We'll get some. Better put some fire on that. I think I'm plugged in, so the phone's still ripping. Phone's going. What are you doing, puppy dogs? Puppy dog. Alright, so I had it pretty warm in here earlier. No, I had it 70 degrees. Get back, Tago. Get back, biggie guy. Dad's got to start the fire. I'll let it burn out like a knucklehead. Dad let the fire burn out like a knucklehead. Check out Arizona. They used to do sit tours of the city in Arizona. I forget which city it was in Arizona, but they used to do underground tours of the underground facilities in Arizona. Many of the states have underground facilities. You guys got to remember, we've been involved in war basically all but 2 years since our inception. So again, it's a lot easier to build an underground castle than in a castle above the ground. Does that make sense? It's a whole lot easier to build an underground castle than it is above the ground. So there's a lot more under the ground than people know about, or even want to talk or admit to. But again, there's massive chasms all over this earth because of all the wars that we've been involved in. Wars alone have not, they've made for a massive amount of good for you, King. Good for you. That's a hard one to come off of. And it's so rampant. And I know that they just give it to everybody for everything now. It seems like, it's like the cure-all, like back in the day in history, they used to give people cocaine. And it was wide. Remember, it used to be in soda. So don't act like what I'm saying is crazy. But it's just so widely prescribed for, seems like everybody. They just give them something, they give it to them. So that's awesome, man. That's a hard one to get off of. So good for you, man. Good for you. Keep counting the days. Keep counting those days. Stay in that. That's how people who recover. I don't mind people who talk about it for their first couple or few years. Let everybody know. That's fine. That's nothing. Get the support. Yeah, it wasn't even, they gave it for everything, guys. It was subscribe. If you had a toothache, they would give it to you. If you had nausea, they would give it to you. If you had a headache, they would give it to you. If you had, they prescribed it just like it was nothing, but now they do that with the amphetamine. So it's I think it sucks. I don't personally, it's not my, I don't put that kind of stuff in my body, but I don't sit there and throw the shade on somebody who's, come off of it, not doing it anymore. That's a hard monkey to get off your back. So I actually try to encourage people, if they've had that monkey on their back, it's not easy to get off of, and not everybody asked. I think a lot of people forget that. I would have to say, in my experience, that half the United States um, has what I call an addictive personality, meaning they it's hard for them to. If you don't have an addictive personality, you have no idea what it's like. I don't have one, but I've been a drug recognition expert and a police officer and stuff, so I've studied it, and I've got what I believe. I've never had an addiction, but I think I have an understanding what it's like for people to have a. Well, I gotta let my dog out. What are you drooling all over for me, doggy? Come on, babe. You want to go outside, Pats? You want to go outside? You're staying with Dad. You want to go outside? Doggy's going to go out there by himself. But, yeah, it's if you don't have an addictive personality, you don't have any idea what it's like for somebody to get hooked on something. You know, it's just their personality. It's not even they even mean to have that type of addiction, but I don't have that, so I know that, you know, I'm blessed. I know that people don't. They don't not have that personality. So a lot of people forget that, you know, because they don't. You know, if you don't have addictive personality, you have no idea what it's like to be. I'm addicted to my kitten. See, into my addiction, my kitten, girl. Exactly, it is. I think that they do. They play on people's. That's a good way to put it. They play on people's personality, and yeah, I just think people forget what it's like for some people. They just look at somebody and just cast a bunch of shade on them and never understand that. Wait a minute, man, I don't have an addictive personality. Everything I pick up is not hard to set down. It's easy for me to set down. Well, yeah, because you don't have an addictive personality. You don't get caught on it. Some people, they don't have that luxury. Everything they pick up is an addicting, you know, and they don't mean to be that way. That's just the way they're, you know what I'm saying? That's just the way their body's wired that way. Yep, they've done it. They've given it to our militaries. That's widely used in the military. Thank you. Excellent point. Excellent point. Absolutely. Absolutely. So don't cast shade on somebody, guys, just because they've had an addictive past or something. And if they're recovering, then support people like that, man, because it's every day they walk away from an addiction is awesome. You know, because I'd like people to be able to use anything they want recreationally. You know, if you want to do something in your own time, in your own house, in your own place, and it's not going to affect anybody, I don't think anybody should be able to tell you what you can or can't put in your body. I don't care what it is. You know what I'm saying? I don't care what it is. You shouldn't be able to tell a man they can't or a woman they can put something in their body. I was just actually talking to my son about this the other day. You know what I'm saying? The CEO, the top CEO of this business, right? You know, he's a top, or business owner. You know, maybe he owns a Fortune 500 company or something like that. And I'm not advocating any drug usage, but maybe he uses amphetamines 3 or 4 or 5 times a year for his entertainment. You know, he does it responsibly. Does that make him a meth head? Maybe he smokes crack. I'm not insane to do any of these things, but he does that as an entertainment. Is he a crackhead because he does that 3 or 4 or 5 times a year? He's not affecting anybody else's life by he's doing it. It doesn't see. That's what I believe that makes the big difference that I try to explain to people. You know, you could do something recreationally, and that's fine. But the problem is these people who have either an addictive personality or they do these things, they think they can live like that. Do you understand? They think they can live like that. And you can't live like that. Then you turn into a meth head, a crackhead, because you have to feed your addiction. And unless you're just filthy rich, you're not going to have enough money to feed an addiction. You need more and more and more and more to achieve that same high that you can never actually even reach most of the time. So do what you want to do in your own time, recreationally, in moderation, and it doesn't affect anybody, sure. But if you fool yourself and think you can drink alcohol every day or do amphetamines every day or do opiates every day, you can't. You can't. I don't care what your excuse is. You're going to end up hurting yourself or hurting somebody else. So do what you want in your own time and never let anybody tell you can't put something in your body. That's God made it. It's here for us to consume. Okay. Not personally. I don't choose to do those, but don't let anybody, man or woman, tell you what you can or can't do. And if you have an addictive personality, stay away from all of it, because you know if you've got one and you got it, there's a good chance it doesn't matter what it is. It's going to grab you by your boo-boo and it's going to hold on to it and it's not going to let you go. So, but it's all man-made. I understand. So, you know what I mean? I agree with you. He didn't make it, but you know, there is a, that comes from a plant-based derivative, and it is a, you know, it's a mixing of some. Remember the original, you know, not this medicine cabinet stuff that people make in their bathtubs and all this nastiness that people are doing. But at one time, you know, horse propylene alcohol, it was a pretty simple thing. It wasn't all what they've done now. It's always about the cut and everything that they do now. Everybody's always got to make their money, you know, and that's where the problems normally lie, guys. It's not normally with the base. And again, I'm not advocating any of this, but, you know, it's the cut, guys. It's the greed that normally hurts people, that they add all these additives, rat poisoning, fentanyl, all this cut is what they put in this stuff now that's hurting people. So, yep, that's right. It's not what goes in a person, a man or a woman, that defiles them. It's what comes out of a man or a woman that defiles them. So it's what you do when you're on that. You do something and it don't affect anybody, then you ain't defiling anybody. I don't think God's going to look at, oh, I put this on this earth and you made this contraption and you didn't do anything irresponsible and it didn't affect anybody else. And you had a little escape from the world for a minute. And you went right back to doing what you're doing. Good for you. I don't recommend it, guys, because it's easy to get hooked on a lot of these things. For example, tobacco. I don't smoke tobacco anymore. I did for a long time. But I noticed that every time I quit, it got harder to quit. And that doesn't make any sense. Anytime you do something habitually, you could be griping about it and hurts. It's painful. You don't want to do it. And then you do it over again and again and again to where you can do it easier. And the next thing you know, it's not so hard to do it. Next thing you know, you can do it without thinking about it. Next thing you know, you can do it blindfolded. You can do it in your sleep. That same thing you were bitching and pardon my French, that you were griping about, you know, complaining and whining about. And now you can do the same thing in your sleep. So careful about what you do, because it can become very easily to do things that you don't even want to. You know, there's things that can become habitual. And so I know that every time I smoke cigarettes and I quit, it should get easier, not harder. And that's why I finally just decided, other than my son was bugging me a lot and he wanted me to smoke cigarettes, but I noticed every time I quit smoking, it got harder. So they must be adding something. They must be adding something to those cigarettes that's not on that label, because there's no way. And I'm a cold turkey quitter. When I quit, I'm done. I'm done. I smoked the day before. I'm a smoker. The next day, I'm a non-smoker. Period. That's it. I get rid of. Don't bum them, buy them, or borrow them. No ashtrays. Get rid of all of any sign. I smoke every cigarette I got the night before, right? And then I don't smoke the next day. And I just quit. And doctors say not to do it that way. That's the hardest way to quit it, but that's the way I quit. And notice that every time that I quit, it got harder to quit when it should have been getting easier, not harder. So I knew at one point in time, I figured out they had to be adding things to those cigarettes that are not. Yep, I smoked American Spirits too. One of the ways that helped me quit smoking a little bit, got off that, a lot of the other, and then they're so darn expensive. That's not easy. But I surely like smoking cigarettes, guys. When I smoke cigarettes, I smoke the butt. People are like, oh my God, dude, I can smell you can smell the cotton in that thing. I know, man, there's like that much tobacco in the back of this, I'm smoking a cigarette while I'm working. I got to hang out my butt. Like, dude, I can smell that butt over here, man. Like, I got a couple more draws up. So I wasn't people can smoke around me. It doesn't bother me. I don't care. You smoke around me. I'll let you smoke in my house. I've never smoked in my house, but you smoke in my car. I don't care. I roll the windows down. I'm not bothered by cigarette smoke. Come on, Biggie Doggy. So, but mad props to whoever. I think that was I forget who said it in here or whatever, but good for you. Good. I'm glad that you got off the amphetamines, because that's a really hard one to. It's just never been for me, so I don't do it. I don't really like being around anybody who does it. And people who know me know to don't do that around me. If you do that around me, do not let me know you're doing it. I will call you out in a heartbeat. You know what I'm saying? So don't do it around me. Like I said, anybody knows, don't do it around me. But if you don't do it anymore, I don't care. I don't care what you've done in your past. It don't matter to me. As a matter of fact, if you're coming off something like that, I want to, like this chat, I want to encourage you. It's hard. It sucks, so I just don't like to throw shade on people, because I know how hard it is for people to come off of it, man. Like I said, I don't do it. I've never done it. It's not my thing, whatever. But I know enough about it. I know a lot of people who have, and they don't do it anymore, and they won't do it ever again. And they're good people. And they weren't necessarily bad people when they were on it, because they didn't do it that long. But I know that people who do it for extended periods of time, they turn into robbers and thieves. And if we're assigned to somebody who can do these type of drugs as a daily, is unheard of. It's not that it's not done, but it's very rare that somebody can daily do something. You know what I'm saying? I did find that. Oh, cool. Strong, brave, stop workout. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yep, and it's hard to come off some of these stuff too, guys. I'm saying some of these stuff, it's very scary. You guys don't understand. Maybe you've never studied addiction or anything, and if you don't have an addictive personality, you're like, well, that person doesn't have to put that pipe up to their mouth, or they don't have to put that drink up to their mouth, or you don't know what it's like to be addicted. You have no idea what it's like to be hooked on something for so long that being sober feels weird, foreign. And the only way they feel normal is to be on some kind of substance. That's how they feel normal. And when they come off of it, they feel very abnormal. They feel very weird, and it's very foreign to them, and it's scary. And then they have the coming down portion of it, which starts the crashes. It's just easier for them to avoid hangover, stay drunk, right? In a nutshell, you know what I'm saying? Figure sort of out. Yeah. So alcohol is another animal, guys. Alcohol is just as hard to come off of as like methamphetamine. They say it's nearly as the detox is nearly as all. Sugar addiction. Oh yeah. Do I need to speak of sugar addiction now? How about every time you go to buy a spark plug from the parts store, and there's that sugar staring at you right at the face. You go to buy a 2x4, right, at the hardware store, and what's staring at you you walk out the liquor store, the Safeway, the Kroger, it's sugar. So yeah. It's insane how much that you guys we used to get a soda, and it was a treat. It was a treat. Yep. Yeah, that's crazy. Alcohol is one of the most hardest things to detox from here. Sorry, I thought you knocked over my water here. But sugar's my drug, guys. Sugar's my drug. I'm telling you, I don't eat much of it, but God, it's addictive. You know, I remember I was, let me tell you a little story about sugar. God, it had been probably 5 months since I'd had any kind of sugar. I mean, I really cut back all the sugars out of my diet. No candy, no nothing. No, really stayed away from no treats, nothing. I don't care what it is. I stayed away from it. And I remember I was over at my son's house. It had been 5, 6 months since I've had, cool, my wife is my drug. Since I'd had any kind of sugar. And I mean, I was rigid. I mean, no sugar at all. Nothing. Carbs, maybe, you know, wheat and pasta, but no sugars at all. And I'm sitting there, and I'm sitting in his bar. He has a bar in his house that's on the other side of the kitchen, you know, with the stools, right? You know, and like a nook. And I'm sitting there, and I'm looking up at I'm looking at this box of this thing that I think I gave it to him, or he had one, or he already had one, but it was the cereal container, right? Right? The cereal container, the clear one that you can pour out, right? And I look up there, and there's a thing of Fruit Loops. And I look at that thing, and I'm like, man, just one Fruit Loop right now. One Fruit Loop. That stuff had me like freaking crack, guys. I'm sitting there looking. It's been 4 months since I'd had any sugar. I'm like, glad just one Fruit Loop, man. So tell me that sugar's not addicting, because my brain was like, oh my God, just one Fruit Loop sounds so good right now. I didn't eat the Fruit Loop, guys. I didn't go up there, but it was that strong. That sugar, I still remember that one, the taste. You know what I'm saying? I know I ate 2 butter bars there. My son, I think I ate 2 whole ones. I splurged when I was at my son's. I took a vacation. I don't know. He had these. There was some kind of baked good, guys, and I don't eat sugar a lot. So, but anyways, I was in the cabinet when I was over at his house, and I apologize, guys. My back was hurting me really bad, and my hip was hurting me, and I was on the chronic terrible. I had my cannabis. I was on the oils terrible, and it was late, and yeah, I think the old cannabis might have done something, because normally it doesn't even. I was in a lot of pain, guys. Like I said, I'm in a lot of pain, so I used some oil, and I went in there, and there was this thing, and it said butter bars, right? And it was like a Danish type of thing, right? Or some kind of square. I don't even know. I've never even seen one before in my life. But I read the label, and it said butter bars. And I was like, wow. I haven't had anything in a long. I really haven't had any candy. What do you want, kid? I said, I bet you I know what that tastes like. You guys, I tried one and it tasted exactly like I thought it would. Oh my gosh. If you don't eat sugar very often, it is a treat, guys. I mean, that thing was so stinking strong. Um, oh my gosh. I ate the whole thing. It was a bar, but I ate the whole, where it was a little bar like this, but I ate the whole thing. And then the next day, I ate another one because it was so good. It tasted exactly like I thought it would. I tell you, I thought it was going to taste, I don't remember, it was butter or something, but it tasted exactly like it was. So that's my sugar. That's my sugar for, I probably won't eat no more sugar for 6 months again. I don't, sugar's so strong. It's just a treat. If I would have brought those things home, because he's told me to bring them home with me, I left them there. Yeah, they're strong. They're really strong. I'd probably make them last a month, 2 months. I'd probably still have them here. I just take a bite. I can buy a candy bar and make it last 2 weeks, a week. I only take a bite of it if I do. Back when I was getting off the sugar, I just you've had him for a month and he's only ate one. So they're really strong. Yeah, there's only one missing out of it when I went into to the cabinet there, but it was late. It was, like I said, it was late night, guys. My back was hurting. My hip too was hurting. And like I said, it must have been the cannabis oil that I had taken for my medicine there. And because normally I wouldn't eat a whole thing like that. I would make it last, but I ate the whole bar or whatever. It was only a square, guys. It wasn't even that big. But anyways, that was my sugar intake. And I'm telling you, I ate the whole thing too. My son looked at me like, wow, Dad, those are strong. You can only take a bite of it at a time. So, but man, they were wonderful, man. I'll tell you what, if you didn't eat sugar very often, it didn't hurt me at all, guys. Think about it. I don't eat enough sugar. If I eat something like that every once in a while, it's not going to hurt me. You know what I'm saying? And that's what I'm saying too about the things that we do in life. Moderation. Okay, moderation is very important. That we moderate, and that we don't overdo it. I don't think God's going to get on us. I didn't, but it tell you what, man, it was wonderful. That I am just not used to eating that much sugar. You know what I'm saying? I didn't get a show, but boy, it was great. Like remember when you used to be I don't know how old you guys are in here, but a soda used to be a treat. Oh no, the Thin Mints. Yeah, I don't want none of those. But you used to go get a soda, and guys, you'd only get a soda once or twice a year. When I was real young, and that was a treat. And when you got that soda, you enjoyed it, and you really did savor every sip of that soda, because it wasn't something you just slam down, and buying it by the 6-pack and the half rack and my gosh, these soda things are now ridiculous. How much soda some people. I drank over 300 ounces a day when I was hooked on that crap, right? I had that 113-ounce big old jug, the big one that you get at the fair. I drink that 3 of those a day, So I was hooked just like you guys on the soda, really bad. But nope, no soda. But the problem with soda, guys, is the carbonation is your biggest enemy in soda. Yes, the corn syrup's not good for you. The sugar is not good for you, but the carbonation is what kills your body to absorb nutrition. And carbonation is bad for you. Okay, it's not good for you. It's not good at all for you. So if I'm going to have carbonation, I'll probably drink a beer. You know what I'm saying? And I don't drink beer very often, but if I'm going to have some kind of carbonation, if I'm going to have some bubbles, I'll probably have like a Mickey's or something. I might buy one of those once a month or something like that, once every few months or something. But yeah, the carbonation is not good for you guys. And that actually it doesn't help your body absorb the nutrition. It actually helps to with that proteins, so that your body doesn't split and separate those proteins. They go in as a whole protein in your lower intestine. You don't absorb it; it turns into a toxin. So try to avoid soda if you can. Moderation's fine. A little bit of soda here, a little bit of soda there is not gonna. It's not gonna hurt you like that. But pounding 100 ounces down a day, a 2 liter, 300 ounces a day is not good for us. What was I made us for us to live as kings? Yep, no, we're the slaves. We're still kings. So yeah, we are. He's our king, you know. And if we do these we do these things, guys, you know, our body's a temple. So I think that God does not want us to destroy it, you know, and especially with food. If we know that it's toxic, you know, God's going to judge us accordingly. You know, if you know that something's toxic and you keep putting it in your body, there you go. Soda's cheaper than bottled water. That's why, remember the dollar menu. No more dollar menu, but yeah, what are you going to do? You're going to go get the $6.95 chicken salad, or are you going to get 5 McDoubles? You got the 5 McDoubles, didn't you? It was always, yeah, I'm going to get the 5. Actually, I'm going to get 4 fries or 4 McDoubles and a fry, right? Yeah, you're not going to get the McChicken salad or the McChicken salad or whatever, the chicken salad for $7. You know what I'm saying? You're going to go with the 5, you know, double cheeseburgers or whatever. You know what I'm saying? And 144,000 is in your temple. The 144,000 is all flesh. Okay. The 144,000 is 1 black, 1 bright, 1 black, 1 white, 1 brown, 1 red, and 1 yellow. 1 man, 1 woman, 1 Jew, 1 Gentile. All flesh. 12,000 from each tribe. 12 times 12,000 is 144,000. Not 1201. Not 11,999, not 11,998 and 1202, but 12,000 times 12 to total the 144,000. All flesh, a parable, not a literal number. But I'm not sure what you're saying about it in your head. But the body, right? So code 19. Dr. Pepper, Dr. Falsey. Never forget Dr. Falsey brought you the autoimmune deficiency syndrome, another virus. Another virus. So, and when he builds that new temple with 144,000, the cubits, you know, it'll be a spiritual body and not a literal. Okay. So. Ooh, let me throw another thing on the fire here. We're spinning. We got the fan spinning again. We got the fan spinning again. Oh my goodness. You guys hear that wind? You hear that turbine spinning up there? What are you gonna do about when the wind blows for, I don't know, 2-3 weeks straight, nonstop? For about 200 miles an hour for a couple weeks on in a row. Do you have a plan for that? What are you doing hanging out over here, puppy dog? You got one? Silly puppies. I got the best puppy dogs in the wide world. What are you doing, boy? Huh, kid? Potty? Potty, potty? Yatter boy? Yatter putz? What are you doing, kid? What are you doing, boy? The puppies love hanging out. They love hanging out with the dad. What are you doing, puppy? Oh, Potts. Oh, Potts. Oh, there's a Potts. He's a good boy. He's a good boy. And then we got the kitty over there in the corner. hanging out with the puppies. There's the Juniper girl. Can you see her over there in the corner? Where's that kitten? There she is. There she is. We love our kittens. We love our kittens. We have 3 brains. Brain, stomach, and spine. Okay, there we go. Interesting. I was like, where are we going with this one? All right. Oh, give me 1 second, guys. Oh, I think I need to take a little medicine here. Oh, a little medicine here. Oh, my back is... He's feeling it terrible. Mm. More than 3. More than 3 brains. Uh-oh. I bring a whole new meaning to left brain, left hemisphere, right hemisphere. I forgot to send you home with some oil. Yeah, I know. I have some oil here. I have some oil here. Oh, somebody was supposed to make me some Rick Simpson oil for my sciatica, which helps a ton. Human. Who? God mine. Nice. Human. The humankind? Or the Hunan? Human. I feel like I want to make some more coffee. I think it's too late to make coffee. Better not make no coffee. I'll get tired. If I make another cup of coffee, I'll go to sleep. I'll have to get off of here. Coffee makes me tired this time of night. Makes me go to sleep. Pass out drinking coffee. Gee, I think I'm wired backwards, guys. Are any of you guys wired backwards? I'm wired backwards. I drink coffee, makes me sleepy. Bring a cup of coffee and go to bed. I know I'm not the only one wired like that. I know there are others out there like me. You're not alone. You're not alone. Oh, my good pants. Oh, pardon me. One of the medicinal's terrible over here. Wait a minute. 7 likes. Nice. Wednesday's a slow time on this channel, which is okay. That's all right. I looked through the analytics and it says that Wednesday is definitely one of the slower days here on the. It is Wednesday, right? Yeah, it's Wednesday today. I don't know. I don't keep track of the days like that. Let's see. Remember that mash. Soda and fix the pH. Cereal, coffee makes you crash. Oh, interesting. Yeah. Oh man, I don't know. I think I'm gonna make me some coffee. It's a little chilly in here. That's normally why I drink coffee, because it's cold in the cabin sometimes, and a nice warm cup of coffee is always nice, right? A nice warm cup of coffee, cup of Joe. Let's get some water. I decided to go with it, man. I'm not gonna buy it empty on my French press here. you got enough coffee? You enough coffee right now? If you have enough coffee, if you had to go, if you could never go to the store again, you get enough coffee put aside for a rainy day. Like, are you that on the coffee? Some people need their coffee every morning. I don't have to have it. It's enjoyable because it's warm and yeah, nice warm cup of coffee in the morning and a cold cabin when you wake up so you get the cabin warm it's a treat. But boy, there are some people if they don't get their coffee, boy oh boy, you better watch out. They'll turn into a nightmare. I'm not that hooked on coffee. So you're gonna empty the French press here. French press. I'm on the coffee. Coffee. I use the black silk. I don't know what kind of coffee you buy, but I buy they didn't have it in the big containers. But that's my preference right there. I kind of like that black silk because I like it pretty strong. So I'm not sure what kind of coffee you drink, but I like that black silk. I make it a little strong. Put her in the French press there. Put her in the French press. All right. We got the fan going here. She's spinning. Got the wood stove kicking. Got water boiling. Family is God. No, family is your brothers and your sister and your mother, King. According to the will of the Father is your brother and your sister and your mother are those that do the will of the Father. Your Father is in heaven. Your family is your brothers and your sister and your mother. You have a dad and a mom, but they can be your brother and your sister and your mother as well. According to the Word of God, He tells us that sons of God are those that do the will of the Father. Can't be a son of God unless you're doing the will of the Father. So, family is the body of Christ. That's who the family is, according to the Word of God. Your brothers and your sister and your mother are those that do the will of the Father. So that's who your family is according to what is written in Scripture. So when it says honor thy father, it is talking about your Father in heaven. So if it is not the will of the Father and they're not doing the will of the Father, then they cannot be a son of God. And therefore, they are not your brother, your sister, or your mother. And so when it says, honor thy father and thy mother, if your dad is doing unrighteous things, you don't have to honor him. If your mom is a Jezebel or a harlot, your dad could be a Jezebel or a harlot too.
then you don't have to honor them. You have to honor God, the Father. His agape. He is your father. You have to honor your mother, your brothers and sisters, those that do the will of the Father. No different. Can't pervert that, forward that, or twist that in any other way. If you do, I rebuke you. The Father is in heaven, and your family is your father, your mother, and your brothers and sisters. That is your family according to the will of the Father, and according to what's written in His Scripture, in His Word. So that's your family. Just if you read the Word of God, anything else is perversion. So. Disciple. Yeah. So agape, you can't be a disciple if you don't walk and follow in the commandments of God, right? He tells us in the book of Luke. Should be my disciple. Take up your cross and follow after me. Yeah, I'm not a Christian either. I don't do the Christ wasn't a Christian. He was a Hebrew Israelite who spoke Aramaic and Hebrew. And Christianity is the new mystery Egyptian religion. So I don't do the nonsense of the lollipop Christian thing. I believe in the Aletheia. He said, I am the Aletheia. I am the Hados and I am the Horizo. So definitely don't claim to be any religion. They're all a bunch of heathens and pagans. So I would not recommend, King, that you spell Christ's name in his Hebrew name and put vowels in it, because there's no vowels in the Hebrew language. So if you want to look like you know what you're, if you at least that you know the Hebrew, you'd never put his name with a vowel in it, would you? So not truly the true Hebrew language. There's no vowels, no e, I, O's are used. So but all glory to Yahushua HaMashiach, the Redeemer, right? The one who, I come in my Father's name, Yahuwah and Yahushua. I understand that, but remember, there's no vowels in Hebrew. So I don't know why people do that, but that's okay. No worries. All glory to Yeshua, right? So there's a difference between Elohim and Yahweh, correct? So no, we're not created equal. He creates goats and he creates sheep. That's exactly right. God didn't create all sheep. As a matter of fact, he created mostly goats. So, nope. He created vessels of wrath fitted for destruction from the foundation of the world. From the foundation, from the time before it was ever written. And he created vessels of mercy, those he will call out in that Lamb's book of life. The ones he will call out their names in that bride price he paid for that wedding feast of the lambs. So nope, we're not all created equal. That's right. Most people God's sending to hell because they don't love him. They don't walk and follow in his commandments. They're idolaters and they're pagans. And they love to pervert his word. That's what he said. You're perverting, you're forwarding, you're twisting my agape, my Shem, my law, my authority, my name, my word. People love to do that. They love to make up their own Shem, and that's why they're whores. And they cheat on his law, and he calls them out as whores, and calls them out as cheating on his agape, on his love, on his law, because it's not in them. It's not. It's the other Jesus and the other gospel that we were warned of. Yeah, that's right. The Apostle Paul told us they will come preaching another gospel that I did not preach, and speaking another Jesus. So that is most people, they're Christians and they worship the other Jesus. So that is most. And that's why his flock is so oligos. It's so teeny tiny. It's a puny number, because God did not create all men equal. Absolutely not. He created vessels of mercy and vessels of wrath. So, hallelujah. You can't pervert or twist his law in his Shem in here. I'll set you straight, because I'll edify you with his word. Edify myself. So, edify our brothers and sisters. Judge a brother and sister righteously. Don't condemn them, but judge them with righteous judgment. Put the agape on them. Yeah, that's how we do this, brothers and sisters, so that we know that, remember, he says his elect. Not, he didn't say Christians, he said his elect, his chosen, his bride will not be fooled. So, yep. We know that there's more than one Jesus. Thanks for coming in again, Enormous. Appreciate you being in here. Just hanging out here, having a, no, actually I said the title of this was, when will weather dominate this earth? You know, I didn't get much on the discussion, but I believe soon weather will dominate the earth. The Most High is going to use his, thanks for coming in again, Normus. Much appreciated. Love your subscription, man. Thanks for following me here on the tube, and just hanging out with the fam here. Everybody's coming. We've got a good regular group of people in here right now. I like that. I like that. I feel as if there's it's not going to take so much more. It's not going to take a ton of people, guys. I keep trying to bring this message up. Remember, his flock is teeny tiny. It's oligos. It's just a little puny flock, and it won't take a ton of people to come to his aletheia, to his truth, and this is all going to be over, guys. Every jot and every tittle, those trumpets, they come, those seals open up very fast. It's not a long drawn out process. If you read that word, you read that aletheia, nobody knows the day or the hour. I'm not saying that, but if you pay attention to those seals and those trumpets, when they start opening, it's not a big, long, drawn out process. So, and all it takes is enough of his bride that he chooses to come to him. So that is not a literal number. First, I remember I've taught on this over and over. I don't know of another teacher, a pastor that teaches what I teach on this, and I'm not forwarding or perverting. Listen to what I'm telling you. 144,000 is a parable. It is not a literal number. It is proved that Christ came back in the flesh, and he paid a price, because it just used to be the Levites, the Levitical law, and the house of Aaron for the 613 laws, statutes, commandments, that his Torah, it applied to those two houses, and that was it. Everybody else was a Gentile, and you were not saved by grace. We didn't have the New Testament. We had laws, statutes, commandments housed in the first 5 books of Scripture: Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy. These were what was called the Torah, and it was the Jewish law, and it only applied to 2 houses, the house of Aaron and the house of Levi. But God came back
with the New Testament. He didn't come back to abolish the law. He came back and he fulfilled the law. I know it's foolish. That's not what God said. Listen, this is the good news that I teach, that God came back. Yahuwah as Shiloh, Yahushua HaMashiach, the Mashiach, the Messiah, the anointed, is Christ in the flesh to save all flesh. All flesh. One white, one black, one brown, one red, one yellow, all houses, all 12 tribes, all one Jew, one Gentile, one devil, one mass murderer, one tax collector, one prostitute. God rebukes all, from all flesh this time. And that's, he didn't say 1201 because I came from the tribe of Judah, from the house of David, right? Born of Bethlehem, and that's my favorite tribe. So it's 1201 from the tribe of Judah, right? He never said that. He didn't say 11,999, 1201. He said 12,000 from each tribe will have theirs, that seal again. Absolutely. Absolutely. But it's a parable. And it's proving that Christ came back to save all flesh. Shiloh, my love, agape, Yahushua, Jesus, Isis, whatever name you want to give him. His name is Shem. His name is authority. Name is agape. But he came back to pay a price in the flesh, to make a contract with his bride, to save all flesh. Hallelujah. It's not just the house of Aaron and the Levites anymore. That's why I rebuke the what do they call themselves? I never had, I only have one or two ever come in here. The Hebrew Israelites. They sound like Pharisees. They want to know who your dad is and who your family. That's old law. That's old Levitical law. And I had one come in here and just lit him up like a pagan, like a Christmas tree. Because that's not, I said, you're denying the testament that he made in the flesh. You're denying that New Testament, the one that's been forgotten and lost, but it is not, we are under that testament, and you're not going by that. You're saying that the Edomites, and that only you, because you think that your skin has more melanin in it, that you're chosen, and then God did not come back and care about how much melanin is in your skin or the shape of your eyes or what house you came from. He cares, are you walking and following in my commandments? You love me. Remember, Peter, I'm not asking you if you phileo me. Yeah, it is. Oh, you're an Edomite and you're from the house of Esau. Yeah, I know that. He didn't give the inheritance to Esau, and he hated Esau before he was ever born or done anything on this earth. But under this New Testament, God saves all flesh. One black, one white, one brown, one red, one yellow. There's 12 eggs to a dozen, correct? 1 dozen, all flesh. Same thing. That's what it meant by all flesh. But if people had the understanding more of a fly or a church, this other Jesus, they'd realize that that Levitical law in the house of Aaron, that applied, those 613 laws, statutes, commandments, the first 5 books in scripture only applied to 2 houses. And otherwise you were considered a Gentile and you weren't even allowed to enter in the church. So you were definitely going to hell. How could you follow laws that didn't even apply to you? You could eat what you want. You didn't have to keep the Sabbath. Let the land life. It didn't apply to you. But now it applies to everybody. And that's the most beautiful thing about what Christ did and came back. And very few oligas can teach on that. And I think that's exactly what the 144,000, 110 million% proves. And that it's even spiritual. Now it's not even literal. Blotted out the handwriting of ordinances in the book of Colossians 2 and 14. It's a spiritual 144,000 house that will be built with a spiritual house, not literal anymore. Not by houses made by hands, not in stone, not of temples, but of a spiritual house. And so that's such a beautiful, because I don't know anybody else I've ever heard on this earth teach on the 144,000, the elect, his bride, who he chooses. A little bit of everybody, but not everybody. A little bit. Right? So God doesn't love everybody. Remember, he hated Esau, loved Jacob before either of them were ever born, but he came back with a New Testament to save all flesh. And it's one of the most beautiful things in Scripture that I think he's ever done for us. Because he doesn't care if you're a Canaanite. He doesn't care if you're an Edomite. He doesn't care if you're from the house of Esau, if you're from the house of tribe of Gad, the tribe of Jeremiah, which I encourage you to look at the tribe of Jeremiah on what their preference was, what their sexual preference was, which is very confusing to me. But he does all things after his own counsel for his own pleasure, so I don't question him, you know. But yeah, you know, what about even the tribe of Judah, you know, where he was born out of that house of David? So God came back to save all flesh, brothers and sisters. And the beautiful parable of the 44,000, the elect, is that God came back to save all flesh. I'll never let anybody tell me anything different about that number. It's not 144,000. I remember when I was young, 20 years, you know, thinking that there's no way. But then I actually look around and 144,000 isn't even that far a cry when I think that 98% of the priests or pastors or deacons or reverends are pagans. So they're definitely making all those people sit down and believe pagan beliefs. I think this is actually worse than the time of Christ, time of the Mashiach, HaMashiach, time of the Messiah, the time of our Redeemer, when he was here calling them out as the synagogues of Satan when he walked this earth. I think they're way worse now. They have totally fallen under idolatry. They worship the same pagan traditions that was worshipped back there that God divorced his bride for. So back when I was thinking I was young, I was like, wow, 144,000 doesn't even seem that far off. I don't care, because I knew back then there's no grandma in heaven. Nobody's in heaven. Heaven is here on this earth. It's the ruling class of the earth. The earth is the ruled. And so I knew that his 144,000 was from everybody who's ever walked this earth, ever was and ever will be. There will come a point in time where these trumpets will sound and the seals will be opened, and the dead will rise from the ashes and the dust, as it says. And he will pass everybody through that book of judgment, irregardless of their spiritual or religious or sexual preference or their beliefs. None of us will escape. That is what makes us all. Man was not created equal, but every single one of us will pass through that book of judgments, and he will pour out a just measure according to each one of our works. It's beautiful. He's like the perfect mathematician that knew exactly what measure to pour out on each one of us. That's why he doesn't give each one of us the same measure. That's why David can have 150 wives and 150 concubines in a kingdom, and I can't even get one person to come out to my homestead, and I don't have a wife. I can't even have one, because that's not what God wanted for me. He pours out a different measure on all of us. So when he returns, he says he will pour out a just measure on all of us. So we do have one thing in common. Two things in common. We all die. We're all going to succumb to our death. Today, we're just one day closer to death. But what makes us have that same, well, there's another thing too, if you think about it. How about the darkness that's in each and every one of us? That every one of us that's ever born has been born of this corrupt dust, born of sin. And the age of accountability may have never turned on, but we were born of sin. Okay, so we will pass through that book of judgments. Only those that the age of accountability, that have never sinned. We might have been born of sin of this corrupt dust, but I want to make sure you understand that we all have that darkness inside of us. The only thing that exists without that darkness is the Most High God, the Father in heaven. Every one of us has darkness in us. It's what we do have in common as well. And then our final, we all succumb to death, right? None of us is getting out of here alive if you ain't figured that out yet. We have a common thread. So born of the corrupt dust, definitely, born of sin. We all have that darkness in us. But I understand that, that 144,000, it didn't even seem like a number that was unbelievable once my faith got stronger and stronger and stronger and stronger when I realized that it said, Oligas, fear not, little teeny tiny flock, Yeah, we do. We have a common denominator. We're all one flesh, he created man and woman, but one race, right? I don't believe in races. I don't see races. I hate the term. I even hate even thinking of a race. It's disheartening. It's sickening, and I rebuke it. God created us different, obviously, but for a reason. It's where we were placed on this earth. That's why we have more melanin or less melanin or the shape of our eyes. It all has to do with where we are planted on this earth, not because of race. Nope. You'll never convince me that's why God, Yes, we are different. I didn't say he didn't make us different, but he created one race, and that's the human race. So I don't see races like people do. I just will never will. Not going to let that, and he'll judge me for that accordingly. So I'll let that be between me and him. But you can believe me or you don't have to believe me, but I don't see race. Not like most people do. I just don't. Absolutely. The human race, guys, we all have that common thread. See what I'm saying? We're all the same. I don't care how much melanin you have in your skin or how much little you have in your skin. That don't make a difference to me. Am I going to treat you any different? Nope. Shape of your eyes. You got an accent. So what? Not going to make me treat you any different. That's not godly to treat a man or a woman different on this earth. My spirit tells me not to do that, not what man tells me. What's inside of me, my eternal existence tells me it's not righteous. So, and that's what all they want you to do is put colors on each other, walls up, divide each other. Be proud of your heritage. Be proud that you're so different. Be proud. Pride, 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 pride. Rise above the other. It's ridiculous, guys. God wanted us to not act like animals, savages. Humanity is what makes us so absolutely unique, and gave us reign over this earth because of that humanity. Because we went around just go poke everything we wanted to poke and eat everything we wanted to eat without having some humanity, you understand? Like an animal, like taking a woman because of her nakedness. Remember, a man sees a woman in the wild and she's naked and he's going to take that woman like an animal, like a savage, just to the sheer nakedness. He'll have no control. And God doesn't want us to act like that at all. So you can relate that to race. Stop being a savage. Have some control. God created us as a special and unique human race because he gave us reign over this earth so we would have some control. I'm not saying don't have animal instincts. I'm an animal like crazy. I got massive animal instincts that you can't shake from me. A chipmunk's got the brain the size of a pea, and nobody needs to tell it to put up nuts for the winter. Yeah, I'm like a squirrel. I'm always trying to get a nut. Not that kind, the kind that, food stores for later. So I've got something for a rainy day. And no birds put up stores, chipmunks put up stores. Nobody needs to tell that bird to fly south for the winter. Animal instincts are a good thing, guys, but not to act like a savage in an animal. For real. So that's what makes us special. And we do tend to take care of our young. Um, but for 18 years, heck, my son was just he's 25 years old. Yeah, it wasn't that long ago. He needed me. I take care of him. So, you don't think something's true? Well, good for you. You don't have to agree with me. You can have your own opinion, but we're savages, and God made us unique and special, and made us made us reign over this earth, and gave us that reign over this earth because of that humanity. So that most of us have lost. So. Yep. Act with some humanity, and you'll find that's the what God is intended us to do, is to agape, you know, to love our enemy like we love our neighbor, and but also tells us don't keep company of the vipers, right? Do not cast your pearls in the mud. Don't throw them down. Don't for the swine. There is swine on this earth, so we don't hang around that. And that's why he cast that unclean truth into the swine, and it wandered off the cliff, didn't it? Sure did. Uh, and not under any law, but I don't eat pork for that reason, because I don't want that low energy in my body. So, but it's not what goes in a man or a woman that defiles them, it's what comes out of them. So, somebody wants to eat pork, it's not going to displease God, not under this New Testament. Nope. Remember, you could do that back then. It didn't apply to you if you were a Gentile. You could eat all the pork you wanted. You could eat all the shellfish you wanted. You could eat whatever you wanted. It didn't even apply to you. So, and none of that applies to us now, anyways. None of us. That law was fulfilled, and he made a new Shem. He made a new law. He made a new testament. And yep, if it bears seeds, if it well, if he put it here on this earth, it's here for us to consume, remember? So if you think about it, there's nowhere on this earth that they don't eat every single creepy crawly thing, whether it crawls, it's a bug, it's a worm, it comes out of the ocean, it comes out the land. I don't care if it's your pet in one country, they eat it in another and think you're silly because you have it for a pet, when they eat it for, heck, they keep cows sacred in some countries and don't eat them, So, sure. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And we can eat those venomous things too if we're careful. We know how to eat them. So I wouldn't touch them, but don't think that people don't eat them and he's going to judge you because you do. You can eat rabbits. Oh, that's an unclean meat. Oh, you can eat. We're not under that law. We're not under that law. Eat whatever you want. Your body's a temple, though, remember? Don't destroy it. And here I am having a cup of coffee with some sugar in it. It wasn't the demons that went into the pigs, it was the unclean truths. But the unclean aletheia. He didn't cast out demons, he cast out unclean truths. But I know you know that already, First Eye. You're just using that term because that's what people use. I understand what you're saying. A demon is one who distributes unclean truths, right? Lies. Yep. And that's what he cast out by definition. So I know that you guys, most of you guys in this chat, that's not a lesson that you need to, that's what I'm saying. I know exactly what you meant. So, Devonion, the distributor of unclean truths, lies. So, thanks. Just gave me a little something to bounce off. Appreciate it. I already knew that you knew that when I said that. I'm like, you already know. So I'm just gonna say something anyways. So appreciate your comment. Appreciate your comment. That's a huge thing. That's a huge part of the lesson. Think about it. Um, all these lies. Well, they wandered. They wandered off the cliff. Is what they. Then they wandered off the cliff to their death, like a precipice, like being stoned. They would throw you off the highest precipice or cliff to break your neck. A lot of symbology there. Remember the goat? They used to throw the goat off the cliff. He had the collar around his neck, and it was white. They turn it with blood, and before it hit the ground, it would turn white. Washed clean, white, spotless in the blood of the Lamb. Whoa. Scripture is powerful, man. There are so many amazing, and a lot of them, it's important you don't pervert them, but you see that many of them tie together. You know what I'm saying? God rules. Yeah, he's a good channel. I forget he's got more than one channel. He reminds me of which I thought that he's not, and he's not even on anymore. Was doesn't he remind you of the guy that that used to do Call for an Uprising? Because his channel has been taken down on this platform. But I swear he was the guy that did the Call for an Uprising, but it's not the same dude. But they sound a lot alike. God rules and Call for an Uprising. Anybody agree with me? Cool. I need to go over there because I haven't seen any of his Mr. Knocking Down the Rocks. Anyways, but is anybody, because you guys, I'm sure you guys, if you know who God Rules is, God Rules and Call for an Uprising, those guys' voices sound really close to each other. And I remember when I first saw God Rules on his channel, because now he's got 2 or 3 channels. I think that he has another name other than God Rules, right? I think we're talking about the same guy. Obviously, he sits in his chair. He does a lot. He covers a lot of information, guys. I mean, a ton. But anybody know who I'm talking about? Cell Daddy is God Rules. Okay, yep. Cell Daddy. There's another one of his. So, Yaya, you know who I'm talking about? Call for an Uprising. And then Cell Daddy. Those 2 guys' voices sound really close. And I remember when Cell Daddy first came out, he started his channel as God Rules, right? I think that was his first channel. Might even be called something else. But okay. And they're not exactly the same. But when it first came out, I'm like, is this dude got another channel here? Did he like start this other? See, I thought A Call for an Uprising started God Rules, right? I'm like, oh, he's got another channel, off of the, then I realized that's, I did my homework and my legwork. I'm like, hey, these are 2 different guys here. But my mind tricked me because I believe that their voices sound super, super similar, So thanks. I just feel like, I don't know why. I've been doing the YouTube thing for a long time. So I remember, when both of their channels started. And yeah, who's another one? Actually, so hey, I'm going to throw out some channel names. here for a minute, and then I'm going to. Yeah, Star Wars is very biblical. I encourage you to the Jed and the Jedi and Yoda and the the Yod and the Force and the lifting of the X-wing fighter. It's all biblical. Every bit of that movie is. Um, it's a mockery, is what it is, and it's a total setup. Um, yeah, Dabu 7 is a total setup for what is about to come. Totally, totally getting everybody prepped and primed for what I believe that we'll see here in the next 6 months to a year. They'll pull their great alien deception, if you will, with Mr. Musk, Mr. Stinky Starlink, who's in bed with Mr. Star Wars, Mr. Reagan. And they're all the same, you know, same wings to the same dragon, if you will. And yeah, we're very close to what it is that they're about to pull off, guys. Please pay attention to this coming, X marks the spot event, because it's a bunch of mockery. It's mockery. And I don't know of another channel that's covering the eclipse as well as in as much detail as I have in these last couple months. Trying to explain to you, the birth of Christ and the birth of Christ in the heavens of the Star of David, and that it happens on the horizo, the horizontal plane, and that these other, again, I just explained to you about earlier on the stream earlier. Do you not understand? I said it says that evil and adulterous generation will look for a sign, and the only sign they'll be given is the sign of Jonah. And I put that out on my page, and then I released to you today about the sign of Jonah and Nineveh. Remember, remember Nineveh? Anybody remember Jonah and Nineveh? And where's this next eclipse going through? 4 Ninevehs. Get out of here. Get out of here. They're mocking Christ with this eclipse, and it's frustrating as all get out for me, because it changed my life in 2017 tremendously. I never have looked at the heavens the way that I ever will again, and understand my life was completely, like I said, I can't go back to that day. I can never undo what I know now. And that's why I chose to mark my body with it, and to say, hey, okay, Father, well, I see exactly, this is not of you, Father. This is not how you were born. This isn't the birth. This isn't the ring. This isn't the Pisces. So yeah, Ewok. He's been here for a minute. Yeah. Mr. Ewok, that's my brother, mother's son, here in the chat with us here tonight. A young man who loves the truth, loves the Aletheia. Had to be my son for 18, now 24, almost 5 years. I would not want to be my son. That was a hard life for him. So I didn't make things very easy on him, but he was a good young man, and he was a good kid, and he never got in any trouble, and he did what he was supposed to do. And so glad to have him in here. Yeah. But anyways, thanks for coming in, son. I appreciate you being in here. hanging out with me here tonight. It's good to hang out with you too. Glad I came over there and got to hang out. That was a good time. A little rough on the electric, stew. I don't do too well in the city, but definitely, definitely, it's good to see you again. Abducting people, doing experiments, claiming it's aliens. CIA loves this experiment. Thank you. I don't stuff. Imagine being slipped LSD and abducted by dudes in costumes. Exact. Thank you, Kinetic. It's all such hocus pocus. I'm so tired of this. Thank you. Yeah, this is the mockery. Thank you again, Kinetic. That's absolutely right. These people love to play their whatever. It's okay. That's all right. It's all going to get reset soon, like I said, and people can believe their nonsense and they'll go that direction. But I don't believe it'll be much longer after that. Somebody said something the other day on a blog, and I talked to my son about this when I went and visited him, and I think he agreed, and I think I've even said it here once on this platform. And I can't agree with what I heard. Man, when I hear something I know that's dead on, man, I just gravitate to it. But speaking of gravitate, gravitics, anti and electra gravitics, right? And millimeter waves and domes and all these things that I'm talking about, and free. Nothing is free, but we'll call it free energy. I listened to this blogger and I cannot remember. I wish I could remember for the life of me because I want to give this person credit because I've been stealing it and robbing it from them and sharing it with you. But they said that if we had this technology that Mr. Drumpf, Mr. Warp Speed, speaking of Star Wars and Star Trek, right? And Captain Kirk, Mr. Bringer of the Cure and the Disease, the bringer of the disease and the cure of the disease. This how do we put it here? Their tech that they've held back from us would have already finished this world off. It'd have been done. If we had electrogravitics, anti-gravitics, the Tesla technology, the free energy, this world would have been done by now. Like, seriously, think about what I'm saying, that technology is actually what's restrained us from not killing ourselves, literally wiping this planet out with that type of technology. That's right, Yaya. Remember, it says the heel, he will stand up and he will crush the head of the serpent that was bruised by that same heel. Remember, the serpent bruised Christ's heel. His heel was bruised by the serpent, but he promises that he will come back and he will crush the head of the serpent with that same heel that was bruised by the serpent, and that he will stay. He's seated at the right hand of the Father. But he will stand up after he's prepared that place. He goes, remember, he's going to leave this place, he's going to go prepare a place, and he will be seated at the right hand of the Father. He will come back and he will redeem up his purchased possession and come pick it up. Obviously, 2,000 plus years later. Okay. But when he comes back, he said he will make his enemies his footstool, and that your enemies will be ashes under your feet. So yes, the Trump golden shoes are just a mockery of Christ, and they're blasphemy. And I cannot stand that this guy is getting away with it, and not heard one blogger mention it. That it's an absolute mockery of the footstool sign, that you will make his enemies his footstool. So that's what Trump is doing. So Can't. Nope. Not gonna sit there and let this guy get away with it. Good question, but back to what I was saying about the tech guys. I think that makes so much sense. Well, that's his word. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, that's his word. That's what I think I don't doubt. If you look at the tennis shoe, you talk about the golden calf and Daniel and worshiping the golden calf. And I gave you some more information about the book that was written in Russia. It's about Ukraine, that talks about this comet that's coming. All of it goes together with this devil comet and this Omega event. I don't speak these things and speak in circles a lot of the times for no reason. I do this so you should be able to put together that most of the thing I'm saying are very related, and they all are like a tapestry of events that all intertwine together. They all have meaning, and they all generally. I don't speak of the either. You know how you've been here long enough. I mean, I'm either comparing the word to what I see on the earth, or I'm comparing the word to what I see in the heavens. I'm talking about the sun, or I'm talking about the sun, right? One or the other. So generally, almost everything I say, it's going to have some duality, and it's going to have a interdimensional, meaning, just like they do. They're very multifaceted with everything they do. They love to mirror everything. You know what I'm saying? But anyways, I think it's quite obvious what Trump is doing, and I just haven't seen anybody that's in this aletheia, that's in this truth, that's put together what it is that it means. The red and the blue and the white is the relation to I've already decoded that for you. And the red and the blue is a mixing to give you that Canaanite, what people want to call lizard blood, or all the same thing. We got started talking about the nonsense with the aliens and all the how we got on the subject here. But before that, I was talking about the electric rabbinics. So my brain is fried, guys. No, my brain is working just fine. So I was actually talking to my son about that the other day. Like, how have I not gone crazy yet? But anyways, anti-gravitics, electric gravitics, free energy. If we had that type of technology, guys, we would have already destroyed ourselves. And I cannot agree with that anymore. I agree with that 110%. And so it's kind of strange that we've gone through these, and I can't stand the oil wars. You know it. I point out everything when I look back at it and go, wow, that is pretty true. If we didn't lag this technology out, I think we would have already tried to get out of here. Try to get out of here. Try to get out of here. Hello. Think about what I'm telling you, and he would have already destroyed us. So, all things after his own counsel and his own pleasure, right? Don't question him. He knows what he's doing, guys. Yeah, exactly. Thank you, First Eye. Why are we trying to go to Mars? We haven't even colonized the moon. Do you know how far the Mars is compared to the moon? The moon is like, I can fart and you can smell it at the moon. It's so close to us right now compared to how far Mars is away. And we're just going to go inhabit the moon? Yeah, right. These people are just absolutely just foolish. Foolish, The bill, the Nazis were working on it. Operation Paperclip. Now America has it. That's right. That's why you can't go to the ice wall, can you? You can't go out there, can you? Thank you, Paperclip, and oh yeah, all these all these things at the same time. Oh, this is all this world, this spinning ball, and Paramount Pictures and Universal Studios, presents, and oh my gosh, and there's these big gray things with these big black eyes, and it's all been put in front of you. You've never seen any of that until you saw it on television. Remember what Richard Nixon says? Or what he says, what he said? Probably one of the best quotes ever. I don't support Tricky Dick, but he was definitely one of the different pretendants. But remember what he said? He said, Americans don't believe anything until they see it on television. Pretty much same thing today. You can say it the internet or whatever you want. It's the same thing. So people believe, they won't believe it until they, here we are today. They push all, hey, it's not a UFO anymore. It's a UAP, right? An unidentified aerial phenomenon, right? Astronomical phenomena. Yeah, right. So, yeah, Columbus. If you believe Columbus discovered America, then you probably celebrate Christmas, right? And Ishtar, the star, lunar Moloch worship, right? Throw your kids in the Yule log. Throw the Yule, you mean you like a baby lamb? Yeah, throw your kids on the fire. You mean like a baby? Yeah, like a baby. What? Throw them on the fire and sacrifice them to the gods, the lunar gods, the Moloch, the owl. Woo! Pretty sickening, these people, right? Throw the Yule log on the fire. Like log, like tree, like grove. So, anyways, star, you mean like negative polarity, positive polarity? The moon never rotates, like it's a magnetical a magnetic connection, like it's magnetically connected to the earth. Hey, what's going on here? We've got some opposite polarity here, positive and negative. What's really going on, right? There's no moon base, and Musk is talking about Mars base. Like, well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. See what I'm saying, Kinetic? You can fart right now on Earth, and you could probably, we smell that up here at the moon. It's that close to us compared to how far that Mars is away. I think if we were ever going to go to Mars, which we're not going to Mars, we're never going to Mars, and we're never going to the moon. We've never been to the moon. You can't land on the light. And if it was that close to us, or if we were going to go inhabit Mars, I'm sure we would have massive bases all over the, I'll see you on the dark side of the moon. You know what I'm saying? So, no, I think we would have inhabited the moon right now, colonized it and been mining it and all that, and be bringing stuff back here before we ever go to Mars. We'd have to completely colonize a whole face of the moon, before we could ever even think about going to Mars. So thank you for pointing out Stinky Musk. I can't stand him. With his people's champion, with his Baal ball, costume that he wore for our Halloween, showing who his alliance was last year. Donald Trump is Elon Musk, if you hadn't figured that out yet. Donald Trump is, Biden is Elon Musk. They're all the same. Yep. You guys remember that song? High steps are what you take walking on the moon. I hope my legs don't break walking on the moon. You guys remember that song, that old song? A little Bob action in here. Thank you there, Ewok. Thank you, son. So, yeah, what is with Mr. Musk? Yeah, I understand that they're all in on it, guys, but seriously, look what people have done to Mr. Musk. He's the people's champion, right? He's the what's the movie with the guy with the stupid little thing. He flies around and yeah, it's Musk. It's the same thing. They're putting him in the. Uh, I don't watch movies, guys. I'll see blogs, but I don't. Yeah, but that's all nonsense. We know that, yeah. There's all. It's just. I mean, yeah, they'll go up into the upper atmosphere or whatever, but they're not going to go into some space or that's silliness. But Iron Man, he's the Iron Man. If you look, he's playing that same role, guys. The same role. The rich, you know, techie. They showed you who he is in movies, guys. They're playing this to the T, and I don't even watch none of that crap. But this guy stinks to high heaven. If I could rid this earth of one man right now that has the people fooled, other than Mr. Trump, it would definitely be Mr. Musk because he is in bed with Mr. Trump. This technology is they're in the same thing, guys. The millimeter waves and this energy and this think about what I'm telling you. That is the mouthpiece for Mr. Trump. He is. He's the mouthpiece for him, for his tech. So he can put up his Starlink so he can play his fakery of the revealing of the Antichrist. AI Antichrist. And who's going to be able to help him do that? Mr. Stinky Musk. Anything else? That's right. And remember, yeah, with the space farce. No, space farce. You spelt that wrong first. It's FARCE, space farce. Right? You know, it's got the Star Trek emblem on it, right? You know, I mean, what mockery, guys. And yes, Kinetic, come on. They had, thank you. They had a car in the 1800s that could go over 1,000 miles on a single charge. And this stinky Musk guy can't even get a car to go 500 miles. You are such a liar, Musk. You are such a lie. That dude is such a distributor of lies, you know, demonic, not Ghostbusters, demonic, distributor of unclean truths. And so when you see Mr. Musk, think of the orange-faced sun god lover. They're the same thing because it's those two that are going to be able to pull this nonsense over your head. And they'll be the two that be able to pull the big show off with the tech. It's the same tech that I'm telling you about, you know. I know these Tesla supposedly cars are rusting, guys. I seen that. There's obviously, you know, that's all over the internet. They're mocking him, you know, but the cars, you guys, stainless steel, it's rusting. Obviously, it's low budget. It's not what you've been told, you know. Rusting, Ted. Oh my gosh. That's right, Kinetic. Exactly. Thank you. We'd be able to pull it right out of the energy, right out of the air, right out of the ether, right out of the ether. It's just a muon, guys. It's just the other side of the proton. They want to call it dark matter. What doesn't clear go to car. Nice. But it's supposed to be stainless, son. Remember, stainless is not supposed to rust, and it wouldn't if it had enough nickel in it. Obviously, it doesn't have any nickel in it. Hello, what do you think makes stainless steel not rust? It's the nickel that's put in it. Never had sex. Never touched any. Yeah, I heard something. Yeah, some of this stuff about some strange stuff of that lady who came out was talking about him when he was young, and yeah, the guy's just, I said, the guy's a fraud. Okay, I'm going to tell you right now. It's obviously, you know, his whole thing is falling apart at the seams too. I love it, right? Rusting Teslas and cars that are stuck at the, like Kinetic says, if these were real Tesla technology, they'd be able to grab energy right out of the ether and you'd be able to charge it on a whole current. You just park over a certain ley line and that thing would charge, correct? Yep, just like all that tech that he had. So that's not. Yep. Thank you. Exactly. Frequency, like we were just talking about. Pull right over the ley line, and that thing would charge. You wouldn't have to plug it in at all. Thank you, Kinetic. Thank you, First Eye. It just yeah. I watched that interview. I don't know. Um, Obviously, the guy is some kind of chosen by God to be a vessel of wrath, fitted for destruction, a talking head, a mouthpiece, if you will. Just like Mr. Trump, they're like two peas in a pod. That's why I can't look at one and see the other. They were made for each other. Obviously, Trump is considerably older than Mr. Stinky Musk, but they were meant to, you know, it all winds and twines together. As I tell you, a lot of the times that if you'll stay in with my blogs long enough, I come full circle with most things. They'll get a little long in the tooth talking about something, but a lot of times it comes right back around and it has everything to do with what I've been talking about. So that's why I believe that everything that we see, it takes, a Star Trek movie, it takes a Star Wars movie. I was there at the very first showing at the Grauman Chinese Theater in Hollywood, California, for the first showing ever of Star Trek. All these things, one star links to the other, 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 and it all eventually end up being a big show. Saw an African dude power his TV wirelessly. Nice. Yeah, there's that energy they found over there, guys. Remember in Africa, they found that stone that produces energy all on its own. Do you think witchcraft has tangible effect on Earth? I don't really believe in witchcraft per se, like people believe in witches and demons. Kinetic. I'm not saying that there isn't energy and that there isn't positive and negative energy, and that negative energy can have massive effect on this earth. Absolutely. But I don't believe it in a witchcraft sort of a speak. And I don't think maybe you're just using the term, maybe so we can add the discussion. But I don't believe in demons. I don't believe in witches. Um, I don't personally. I think that's a bunch of hocus pocus to me. I think that's like the people sitting in the front crowd. You're healed, and they all fall back, but the people at the back row don't even have any effects. Why is it only the people that are participating in the show get blown off their feet when they're healed? Because they're actors. And I leave a lot of this witchcraft, voodoo, demons, and it's an act. I'm not saying that energy's not, and that they don't mess with the energies, though, because I don't want to take away from what you're saying. If they can mess with the energy, with unclean energy, oh, sure, it can have a massive effect on us. Remember the placebo effect. Let's think about that for a second. Remember, you can say to a plant, I hate you. You're going to die. You're horrible. You don't deserve to live, and that plant is going to die. And if you say to another plant, the same species, same plant, maybe grafted off the same clone or something like that, oh my God, you're so beautiful, and you're gonna flower, and you're gonna be so lovely, and you smell wonderful, and I wish I had 100 of you, and that plant will grow and it'll flourish. We have a very strong effect. You know what I'm saying? So I don't want to take away from what you're saying, as far as that when they trying to summons these energy, this spirit, don't think that your voice and your mouth doesn't have an effect. What you speak into this universe doesn't have. Absolutely, it does. So, but I don't believe that poking some doll I believe that I believe if there were people who hated me, and my son is in this chat tonight, he's here with us, that he can tell you I can walk into a room and never even open up my mouth in a place I've never been before in my life, and people hate me. I mean, people despise me when I walk in the room. I get the stink eye like you ain't never seen before, and you can tell I ain't even got to open up my mouth. I understand why people don't like me once my mouth opens up, sure, but I do not have to say anything. And some of us are like that. I know you guys are probably similar. You don't have to say nothing to anybody in the room, and you know. So there are some very powerful things out there, Kinetic. I don't know. I don't believe in the hocus pocus, poking at dolls and you've got me over here going, oh, I don't know. Cause and I'm not saying you went, that far, but you brought that just saying, I think you're talking about all of it, everything from Sumazine to poking dolls. And you're just being, giving me a couple, descriptions of how these people work their supposed magic or voodoo or witchcraft. But I don't think it's as powerful in some ways. I think a lot of it's very animated, um, like they do with the television, and make us believe things that are more spiritual and believe them to be flesh. You know what I'm saying? Believe them to be things that are real of this flesh when they're more spiritual than anything else. But again, remembering that placebo effect, we can have real effects on this earth just with our voice. You can speak into water and it holds that, energy. Water has the ability to capture. We are pretty much water based. We live in, where there's more hydrogen, abundant than there is any other resource on the earth, in this universe. Oxygen and water are just basically just a molecule, H2O and water and oxygen. Think about what I'm saying. So, you can speak into take a jar of rice and don't even, the jar could be fully closed. You don't even have to open the jar, make it a sealed jar. And you can say to that thing, oh, you're so ugly. You're so nasty. Oh, you're right. And whatever. And it'll start molding, a few days later, and you can take the same jar of rice, same thing, same batch, same thing. And, oh, you're so beautiful. Like, I love you and long time. And it won't grow mold. How is that? So careful what you speak into this universe, we should be using hemp and hydrogen. I believe that. Then we wouldn't need as much of this anti-gravitics electric. Great point, Ewok. Great point, guys. Listen what he just said. We should be using hydrogen and hemp as our main sources for life. And if we didn't go to a lot of this electrogravitics, anti-gravitics, which is way beyond some of this technology that we should be using, this is not, that's for like building up riches and towers and, you know what I'm saying? And anything could be built out of hemp, guys. I actually believe we might be able to get out of this firmament. Amber will turn into stone, right? Amber will turn into stone. Have you ever seen how that's like sap, like tree sap, that sticky sap turns to stone? I think the stickiest plant on the planet has got to be cannabis. So imagine how hard cannabis can be. They make bulletproof vest out of woven carbon fiber. Imagine weaving hemp with, careful guys, I don't want to give you any ideas, but I think you could create the strongest thing known to there's a reason why we have cannabinoids in our immune system, guys. Whether God, when he made us, there must have been a plant somewhere nearby in the dust and he picked it up and and it's part of who we're part plant, guys. As far as the cannabinoids that are produced in the cannabis, both female and male plant, why is it that we are made of a plant? And why does our immune system rely on that plant to keep itself strong? Why is it that we can ingest truckloads of it and it doesn't kill us, but we can sugar, too much caffeine, too much nicotine, or there's all these other things on this earth that can kill us. So I'm not advocating uh, it sells itself. It doesn't need to be sold. It's like a Honda car. It does what it does. If it's made properly, it's worked. It's always going to work. So, um, well, that's what I was saying. You know what I'm saying? But you guys, you want to create the hardest known resource to man? If if amber is from tree sap, well, I think I can create something harder than a diamond with cannabis. And if I weave it with hemp, talk about something so hard that I don't know if radiation can penetrate that. Oh, careful, Tracy. So, okay, well, all right, I said my bad. So, I just like saying your name, Ewok. We're talking about Star Wars and Starlink and getting out of this firmament. Don't get any wise ideas, guys. But obviously, the plant is very special. You know what I'm saying? And if you look at what I just said, I've had that in my brain for decades, guys. Um, I said there is one way to get out of this firmament, but it's not going to take man-made. You're going to have to go back to the dirt, go back to the lab again, like Eminem says, right? You know, um, harden that resin, and it'll turn harder than a diamond, and you could cut, glass with it. Um, and you can weave hemp that has properties that don't even need to tell you. Hemp is probably the strongest known plant to man. I don't think there's a stronger plant that could be woven together that would create a weave that, if you hardened with the resin that the plant produces, and you can create the right thing, you can create something that's even harder than steel um, with the plant. So I don't, whatever, guys. You go down that. Speaking of, oh, there goes rabbit. You go down that rabbit hole yourself, and you think whatever I'm saying. But obviously, again, I believe that the plant is very special. It's a good comment what he said, and again, you can make anything out of hemp that you can make plastic out of. Um, Again, what a great hemp stands the test of time in the ocean. The Navy has tested every compound known to man. They've tried every compound known to man, and about the average span um, for a rope in our oceans. And I don't care what compound they've tried, everything that they titanium, whatever they've tried, and it all ends up succumbing because of the salinity, the specific gravity, the salt that's in the ocean. They last about 10 years. 10 years is about the most they've ever really gotten out of anything, and hemp rope will last up to 25 years in salt water, stay intact, and a constant submerged in the ocean. And they'll last even longer than that if they're cleaned properly and taken it out. And it's insane. Nothing outlasts hemp in the ocean, guys. There's nothing that outlasts hemp. So I truly believe it is the strongest compound on this earth. They've tried metal, they've tried other sources, they've tried plastics, they've tried mixing. The Navy, remember, they have DARPA, they have all the ability to spend all the trillions of dollars that they want. So you can't tell me that if every other element known to man deteriorates in the ocean and hemp is the only thing that stands the test of time, that I'm spot on when I tell you this plant is unique and it's special. And yes, thank you, DuPont, and making it, all the propaganda that went behind the old reefer madness and all the stuff that was behind it to take it and get it over to, what they did. Well, obviously you guys have done your, no more nonstick pans that cause everything should be made. Hemp is I live in the Pacific Northwest, guys. Hemp is impenetrable to mold. It will not mold. So every house in the Pacific Northwest in these wet climates, these houses in the jungles and stuff, all should be made of hemp, and they won't mold. Think about how bad black mold is, blight, mold, all these molds that people get from, from moisture. You know, yes, every known element on the periodic table can be found coming from the solar wind. So the sun produces all the elements, correct? So that means the sun is someone. Yeah, okay. We don't find the cannabinoids on the periodic table there, Elijah. What do you mean? So what are we talking about? But I don't know about that first, but I remember when I used to use cannabis because I've had problems, and I use it instead of using, you know, opiates and things like morphine and things that they want to give me tons and tons of it. I won't touch none of it, but I've used oils and things like that. I remember I used to feel really guilty, about being medicated or something and sitting down and reading the Word of God, and I used to feel so guilty. I mean, that was a long time ago, but then I realized that it's just medicine. Um, I don't use it like a drug. I don't. It's not a drug to me. It's medicine. I've been a medicinal cannabis grower, and so it's not. They've changed the plant a lot, obviously, and again, the medicinal properties of it are important to me, and so I've used it instead of using um, things such as opiates and amphetamines and all these other things that they offer. They'll give you just bottles and bottles of it, that you can shove in your medicine cabinet, and you can just go there and just have your own pharmacy basically. Um, because one thing has a side effect and you have to take this one for that one, and you end up just taking a whole you know handful of stuff. By the time you get older, you're on this regiment, the Monday, Tuesday. It's ridiculous what they have some people on. But then I remember in the book of Genesis when it talks about it bearing seeds, and then I remember reading again that it's not what goes in a man that defiles him, or a woman, woman, it's what comes out of them. So um, and they don't give this to people on their deathbed or struggling and in severe pain, to ease their pain and make their last moments of life tolerable. I was like, wait a minute, that is crazy, you know. Yeah. So cannabis doesn't take away all the, because I'm a person that I deal with severe pain every single day, and I have for decades. I go to sleep in pain, I wake up in pain. I can't get away from my pain. But does cannabinoids help calm the receptors that I have nerve damage, extensive nerve problems, and so that slows down that pain signal. Um, does it make the pain go away? No, no. Cannabis doesn't cure everything. It doesn't cure all um, cancers, but it does cure most cancers. So, yeah, they should start with, because cannabinoids go out and attack cancer cells, and they leave the good cells behind. Unlike radiation, where yes, it does kill the cancer cells, but it also kills the good cells. That's why people struggle and they get sick and have do they the chemotherapy causes your hair to fall out, and that's the radiation. Your body doesn't have the good cells left. So that's the beautiful thing about cannabinoids in our body, and that's why they give this to um, patients that have immune deficiency syndromes, that are their immune system is struggling, because this is the cannabinoids in our immune system, like a disc that keeps that from hitting that sciatic nerve. Those cannabinoids are like that gel in our immune system. So when our body is full of cannabinoids, it's really hard for us to get sick. That's why they give this to patients, aid patients, because they're deficient, autoimmune deficiency syndrome. Um, and so that's what that is doing in your immune system. And that's what they give that to AIDS patients, so that AIDS patients don't die of AIDS. They die because their immune system is succumbs and weakens. And if there's whatever strain is going around, they catch it, it takes out the rest of their immune system. So they give people that have AIDS autoimmune deficiency syndrome. It's a problem with their immunity. And so they give them the cannabinoids to help strengthen that immune system back up so they can fight back. You know, I don't know what that's. That's basic science, guys. And I'm not saying that's basic medical, you know, of how our immune system works. So I believe that's long ago why they tried to take cannabis away from people when it was widely used, just like a lot of other things, and wasn't illegal until, yeah, you know, this propaganda. They didn't want Hispanic people standing in the bread lines in America with these people, you know, during that time. And so, you know, there were plenty of, you know, uh, Hispanic people in the fields at that time. So they came out with all their, you know, reefer madness and their propaganda, and made these people out like they were going to do terrible things to, you know, and it was just a big smear campaign. Um, yeah, that was a perfect time to, um, you know, cast, you know, this shade over a certain group of individuals in our country that were doing, again, like they did for a long time, a lot of the work, and give them a bad name. If you research um, how they made it illegal, you'll see that they really went after one particular um, race, and made them out like they were bad people, and then pushed it into the propaganda, and made it seem like it was this. Well, you know what Reefer Madness was all about? If you watch that, is a bunch of nonsense, you know. So and what really disgusts me about, um, because I look at it as a medicine. What if you're a parent and you're a state that doesn't have medicinal cannabis, irregardless of recreational? Um, I don't like recreational. They've ruined cannabis a lot by doing that. So, um, what if you lived in a state where your child was experiencing grand mal seizures, which are extremely painful for an adult to have? But what about a child, and you're in a state where you can't access, you know, some Rick Simpson oil or some cannabis oil? Turn to CBD, and awesome, because CBD is legal in all states, but there are stronger oils than the CBDs. There's so many different other um, parts of just other than THC. There's THN, there's so many different parts of the plant that have medicinal purposes. That's why I cannot stand that it's still a Schedule 1 felony, and that means that it doesn't have medicinal purpose. Yet we have how many states that have medicinal cannabis? But again, getting back to what I'm saying, what if your child is suffering from grand mal seizures, and we know that these oils and this cannabis can stop that from happening? Just the pain that a child or even adult goes through just to have the seizure, because some of them don't last as long as others, and some people with grand mal seizures, they last a long time, guys. And I can't imagine what that would feel like after a half an hour of your body seizing out with a full grand mal seizure, and then you got to feel like 10 people beat you up with bats, you know, and this stops that. And if you're a parent and you're not going to get access to that medicine, and you have to see your child suffer, that's should be illegal. All states should have access to medicinal cannabis, just for that one reason alone, just for children, you know. And then I talk to people, because like in the state that I live in, they have what is called a juvenile Oregon medical marijuana program, and it's for juveniles, and it has to be supervised by an adult. But they act like children don't have ailments. You know what I'm saying? Uh, you don't give children's Tylenol. I wouldn't give them that, but you know what I'm saying? Uh, yeah, I bet you it was first. I bet you it was, and I bet you it would have been nothing like that if they'd have put you on, you know, cannabis, and you probably got radiated and went through radiation therapy, just like almost everybody has for the last, 2 or 3 decades. Um, but either way, full circle, guys. I don't, you know, when I was younger and I was in faith and I still had to use cannabis as my medicine, um, I used to feel guilty and I wouldn't read because I didn't want to feel medicated and read. But then I stopped worrying about it. And the more I read, outside and said, well, this God doesn't want me to suffer. And if I have this medicine, I'm using it medicinally and I'm not using it like a drug, then he's not going to frown on that. And so I never ever worried about it. And that's been many years ago, decades ago. I said, if I have some, medicine in me, God's not going to frown on that. It actually, I found that I could study his word a lot more if I'm not in pain and I don't have that constant, you know, um, excruciating pain. It doesn't always help. Doesn't always help. Doesn't, sometimes it takes the edge off. Sometimes it doesn't. But I found that I could actually study and I learned a lot more when my nerves weren't going crazy and my sciatic and my pain wasn't in pain. I can actually concentrate and I could understand more things that wasn't understanding because I was in a lot of pain. And then I felt guilty. So I wasn't concentrating on the word. I felt the guilt and I felt like this, and so I don't feel guilty, you know. Um, yeah, hiccups. See, and you guys, when I take my son's seen this, guys, my son has seen this. As my son here, Elijah's in here as my witness. When I take any of their pain pills, most of the time, I don't care what it is, it gives me the hiccups. Hiccups. Not for hours, but for days on end. Like all day, I hiccup in my sleep. It won't stop. And try having a bad back, broken vertebrae and disc and stuff that are hammered and hiccuping for 3 days. Do you too first? I get them bad. I don't care. Opiates drive my brain. My body cannot do opiates at all. I get the hiccups every time I take opiates for days on end. And imagine you having a bad back hiccuping for bad. Oh my gosh. That's why I refuse it. That's why I tell them I will sue you if you put that in my body. Do not put opiates in me. Do not put your amphetamines. I don't want I don't want your drugs. If somehow, some way I got knocked unconscious and you take me to the hospital, do not put pain pills in me. Yeah, see, guys, I got mad because they made me take those pills. They made me take them. They made me take them because they tested my pee, and they're like, you're taking these pills and you don't have any of this in your system. You must be selling these. I said, oh, no, no, no. Here's me flushing them down the toilet. I'm not selling these to anybody. I'm not taking them. I said, well, you're not taking them as prescribed. So, we're going to refuse your medical and da. You got to take them as, and so I was forced to take them. And man, when I did, they had me on OxyContin, which is a time release morphine. They wanted me to take 2 of those a day, 2 80-gram morphine, 160 milligrams of time release morphine, 6 Percocet, 6 Percocet throughout the day. Nortryptophan. I'm prone to seizures, guys, because my back is hammered and I don't have discs. They're gone. They're missing. And anytime that sciatic nerve can pinch that and I can go into a full seizure. So they had me on nortryptophan, nortriptyline. You know, they had me on medication that if I came off of it, that I could die if I didn't come off of, you know, uh, with the doctor. Yeah, yeah. And then I had a landscape company. I still work with a broken back, guys. I still work with, you know, I never stop. And so, yeah, I had to take that, guys. And I have never felt any worse in my entire life than when they made me take it. And when I would take it, guys, it'd give me the hiccups for days on end. And I'd stop taking it for a little, and then I had to take enough that was in my system. But when I would take it, it would cause me to have the hiccups, and I was in a lot of pain back then. I mean, my sciatic was so bad back then. I had to pull myself. My son has helped me get me off the ground and get me to the toilet so I didn't poop myself in the middle of the floor after falling down. You know, he was there for me a lot. That's why I've been very worried if something happened to me now that I don't have anybody around to help me. There's going to be nobody if I go down. I've talked to him about it, you know, like, oh man, what happens when I go down? So, um, anyways, you know, guys, I couldn't do it because it messed me up. It hurt my back even worse. And then I just finally let go until I'm not doing it. And then they scheduled me for surgery for full blown reconstructive back surgery. And I moved out of the state. So, because I remember how much my son was there when I went to the doctor, and he's like, dude, you keep going like this, you're going to break your back again. I'm not giving you any cortisone shots. You can go out there and break your back again. We're going to actually, you're too much. You have too much trauma back there. I'd have to give you too many shots of the cortisone, and I can actually cripple you because the way you broke your back backwards, trying to get into that nerve, I'm going to run the risk of paralyzing you. So we're going to go straight to, face plant on the floor, hardwood floor, because he seized out. Yeah, there's times he's seen, you guys, my son has seen me just go standing straight up, just smash my whole body, just bam, gone, just gone, nothing, just out cold on the floor. Then get back up, you know, and it's been bad, guys. I've been really bad before, you know, and no veterans benefits. I can't go to the VA. Social Security doesn't want to give me, you know, I was a single parent back then of this young man right here in the room, you know, for 10 years. No, brace won't help me. Nothing I can. I need reconstructive back surgery. So, yeah, so many scary things. He said he wouldn't walk with 6 months when he was 7 years old. Yep, when he was 7 years old, he was there at the doctor, and the doctor said, "You got 6 months, and you're not going to be able to do this anymore, Tracy. If you do not let me cut on you and do this back surgery, you're not going to be able to walk." They did the EMG on me and did electromagnetogram, guys, and found out that my nerve damage is bad. You know, it's not like the whole city's out, but I got this main street over here. This one's connecting this one. This one. They're like, we don't understand how you can get up and move around the way you do. You know, you shouldn't be able to. Your nerves are way too far gone. You know, how you have the ability to lift your feet up and move around. It's not a medical miracle, but you are really pushing this. You know, we don't understand some of the things you've done are beyond. Your body shouldn't operate the way it's doing right now, but somehow you've been able to make it through breaking your back a couple times. You never had surgery, and that's it. We need to cut you open, and we need to replace these discs. You're missing 2 of your discs, and your 2 vertebrae have been hammered. You've lost all your discs now because they've depleted down to nothing. Your body has literally healed itself back with calcium, and you fused your body together. It did it by itself. And if we don't go in there and do something, you got about 6 months. My son just said he was there. He was 7 years old, and he said, "You're not going to be able to do it." And guys, he was scared the living crap out of my son. And so I moved out of the state, you know, because I didn't have anybody to take care of me. And I was so scared that if I went on that operating table, I didn't have anybody to take care of me. I didn't even back then to have anybody to take care of. My family wouldn't have taken care of my blood, wouldn't have done nothing. They're the one who helped me get in that position in a sense, always setting me up for failure and dropping me on my face. But as my son said, he was 7 years old. He's 25 years old now. And they told me I had 6 months, and here I am standing up straight still, So don't doubt that, I really leaned a lot on God. I really leaned a lot on what my father told me, that he said that when he couldn't walk and he had had major reconstructive back surgery, that it was his belief in the Father, you know, that made him walk again. It's that he called out to the Father. I got three boys. I can't lay here the rest of my life. My dad was very young when he broke his back in the 70s. And so I drew off a lot of that. I drew off how bad my father's back was. I'm like, get up off your dad had so much more problems than you, and I really relied on that. And as a parent too, I had to make sure I could not, I got a broken back, guys, and this young man wants to, and he understood, but some ways he didn't. He's like, Dad, I want to throw the football 100 times today, 200 times. He loved playing football. He loved throwing the football. He loved sports and stuff, and so I'm out there with a busted back and telling him, okay, after about 50, that's it, son. I can't, sometimes 20, I got to stop. Sometimes I had to tell him, no, I can't do this right now, son. And that hurt me bad. Your son wants to play football and throw the ball, and you can't tell him, no, I can't right now. I got to save myself because I'm just not feeling it. That was hard to deal with, guys, because he's a super active young man. And he just loved playing with his dad. And a lot of the times I didn't, we lived away from people and stuff like that. At times we lived in town too, but, you know, um, there were times I had to step out and tell him no. That was hard. So, but I had to save myself because I have good days and bad days, like anybody else. We have our good days and bad days. So obviously, as I showed, as you see, physical pain is not something, breaking the bones and things like that. I can push through all that. I don't normally let that stop me. Irregardless, what would put most men on their face and never get back up again and plead for those pain pills. I want nothing to do with them. I don't want pain pills in my body. I don't want to mask it with something. I use cannabis. It doesn't cure anything. I think I got cancer twice last year, but don't worry. I got enough cannabinoids in my system. It fought it off both times. No, just kidding. I didn't get cancer last year. I'm just trying to be silly. I know somebody else said it, but it again, guys, I keep enough cannabinoids in my system to help me, and sometimes it don't help at all. So, but I just use it as needed. I've been my own grower patient, and so, the doctor says Medicaid is needed, and basically they made me the doctor if I was on my own grower, so I medicated myself as needed. But again, it's just, to me, it's more for nerve than the breaks, because it doesn't really do anything for my tenderness, and it doesn't do anything for that type of pain. But it does help with the nerve pain. You know what I'm saying? Yep. And I'm glad that my son, he don't want to mess with all the big farm guy. He's definitely more of a naturalist like his dad. So, and he saw how my son saw me struggle on those pain pills, guys, and knew how horrible I felt on those. And that was one of the worst times I ever had in my entire life, was taking their big farm guy pills. They just actually took me months to get that horrible, disgusting taste out of my mouth of those pills. It took me months to get that taste. Imagine if I had some alcoholic dad who was pilled out with no spirit. Yeah, right. Good. I'd rather be me right. Cool. Much love, son. Much love, Elijah. I appreciate. Like I said, my son's, he's in here, and I always told my son, man, if you ever want to try to do any kind of drugs or anything, man, please come to me. I know you want to probably do things with your friends and stuff, and I don't do these things, son. But if you want to try to do them, I'll do them with you. You know, I'll try them if that's something. Please don't do it outside this household. You know, I'll try to get you access to something that's not, you know, um, will cause you harm. If and he never wanted to do any of those things, guys. My son doesn't drink alcohol. He uses cannabis because he has some issues. You know, he has some medical issues, but I don't think he's. I don't think. I don't know if my son's ever. Maybe he's experimental, but I don't think he's ever taken pills or he's never done drugs and he's never wanted to. You know, so I think it's awesome. And if he does something, uh, you know, he would much more choose to try to look for a natural. Um, that sucks, man. I'm sorry to hear that. Apologize. Uh, I'm lucky. My son, I've done some things to my son. I don't even know why he talks to me, but I've done some things to him that I've never beat him or anything like that, guys. But yeah, he don't even drink coffee. So yeah, he doesn't do drugs. My son doesn't put drugs in his body. Um, I think he smokes cigarettes or whatever, so nicotine. But like I said, I don't think he's even experimented with you know. I did when I was younger. I tried a couple. I tried almost everything, not needles or anything once when I was younger or twice, but I got it out of my system when I was real young. You know what I'm saying? And and I don't think my son's even gonna ever because he's I don't see he's even gonna want to try any of it. I don't think he wants to try heroin or crack or coke or none of it. I don't think he ever. We actually we talked about that when he was there. He's like, he just don't want to do it. So he don't even want to try. He's past that age now. You know, like I said, he's 25 years old and he's much more mature than that. So, um, yeah, but cannabis is not a drug. Drugs kill people. Cannabis has never killed anybody. So, can't call something that's you can't call cannabis a drug because cannabis doesn't kill people. And I'm not talking about how they smashed it together and modified it and changed it, but I'm talking about in its flower form, in its natural state. Nobody's ever died from cannabis. You know, it's not. Plus, you are not inside the drugs. Two didn't and got to see it, so it feels like it did. Cool. So he sat there and watched his friends do it, and he chose not to participate in doing it. Cool. That's awesome. That's awesome. So, but again, there was a time that my son came to me and he did. He wanted to try cannabis, and he knew that he'd never seen me do it. I think one time he caught me because I didn't do it around him. It wasn't something I thought he needed to even see. Um, so I think one time he caught me. um, uh, but it wasn't anything that was a big deal to him. But when he got older or whatever, and he came to me and he's, you know, hey, I was like, all right, you know, here we go. This is, I told you that one moment, if you wanted to try this, you know, and it was controlled. It wasn't, you know, it wasn't a bad thing. And nobody got hurt. Nobody left the house. No, it wasn't a big deal. Um, didn't come back and bug me to do it again. It was something he wanted to try. And then later, you know, again, he found that it worked better for him. Um, even with concentrate, you can't OC. Yeah, it's very impossible. It really is nearly impossible to. It's pretty, yeah, and nicotine and caffeine, and you know, so yeah, guys, again, obviously, what they've done to the plant, you know, with the recreational and the legalization, they've ruined a lot of what was naturally worked just fine because of greed, just like anything else. People growing tents of stuff, not labeling, mislabeling, not even caring what they're growing because it's all about the money. Not realizing that every plant is a female, and if you know females, you sure, yeah, I imagine you did because that was something you never seen before, right? So, you know. Um, he still remembers what he saw, what I was, I know exactly where I was at and what I was doing. He was, like I said, it was that time, guys, where I was in a lot of pain, and I was on the other side of the house. I did it on complete opposite side of the house, nowhere where he can. It was on the complete opposite side. And he caught me on the other side of the house. He came over there and wanted to know. So I still remember the exact moment because it was, you know, his mom did it in front of him, but he'd never seen me do it. I'm sure he knows that I did it per se. I don't think I ever openly admitted to him, but I just didn't do it around him. Just wasn't something that he needed to see. I didn't think it was something that, you know, um, that's insane. That's insane. On the bar, yep. In the kitchen, and after I had to move back to my mom's place, guys, I'm 5 kids my mom had, and they all thought I'd be the first one to come home, but I was the first one to leave and the last one to come back. Out of all the, every one of them had lived with her at one point in time, so I was the last one to come back and live with her, and it's because I got in an accident, and I got in multiple car accidents, and rear-ended, not my fault, and ended up, taking me down. I hurt my back even more, broke my back again, and so, yeah, I was, I was in a lot of pain back then. Actually, at that time, I didn't even have a hard time just sitting up at points in time, um, and I really wasn't wanting to use their big farm guy pills at that point in time. Actually, at that point in time, I had been forced to take it, and so, anyway, chilling, watching this stream for the next hour. It was all as well. Cool. Um, yeah. So, again, it was just something that I thought he didn't need to see. He was young, and I'm sure he was aware that I did it, but just something he didn't need to see. But I remember one time he caught me, so it made a lasting impression right in his head because he'd never actually seen, me use cannabis. But anyways, um, you know, it wasn't the end of the world. It wasn't. I'm sure it made an impression on him. And again, I felt a little uncomfortable, but I'm not sure if I went and talked to him later that night or not or whatever. But again, it was something that his mom had already done in front of him. So it's not like he hadn't seen it before, but it wasn't just something I chose not to do around him. You know what I'm saying? So, but anyways, I don't like people not being able to get access to medicine, guys. In a nutshell, let's bring it full circle. Quit talk about cannabis, but it's not the cure all. It does work amazing for a lot of people. In some people, it doesn't work at all for. So it isn't for everybody. Um, it isn't the cure all, and but boy, it sure works for a lot of different ailments, and it's something that has been, they perverted it and forwarded it and changed it, and the oldest person that they have found on this earth, frozen, when they thawed him out, he had a satchel on his hip, and in that satchel he had the female cannabis plant. So obviously, since the beginning of time, we have used this plant medicinally, and it's a wonderful plant, and it does wonderful things, and it has wonderful medicinal properties, and when used properly, it's an amazing medicine. And it gives people like myself quality of life that I wouldn't have. I don't need it all the time, but when I need it, it helps my nerve problems that I have, and I use it because I have extensive nerve damage. And does it make my pain go away? No, that doesn't work like that for me. but does it help to calm my nerves so that my sciatica is not as intense and as strong? So it's my pain, instead of being 10 on a regular basis, you know, it will bring it down to maybe an 8, which makes it much more tolerable for me. Um, that I can continue on and just work and do the things that I do. And because I don't get stoned or high, I don't use it like that. I use it as medicine, and I get more medicated than and so I don't do it as a drug. I'm not doing it to get high. I'm not doing it to, I'm using it to try to calm my nerves so that my sciatica is um, tolerable, so I can work and have a normal life like everybody else. So it gives me quality of life. So, um, yeah, exactly. So weed makes people very calm. Obviously, it's especially with all the pot that they grow today, very indica heavy. Get your couch locked onto your couch where you get up and you don't want to do anything. So that's what I don't like. What they've done to the medicine is they've really um, turned it and taken the sativa side away, which is a much more euphoric, bubbly. Yeah, I don't honestly. I've tried to explain that to people for a long time. I don't get high, guys. I don't use medicine like that. I don't. I don't care. I can use vapor, an inhaler, use oil, use flour, use what. I don't get that woo rush or any of that falling feeling or any of that. But don't do that to me. Sorry, guys. You smoke a pack of cigarettes and 2 or 3 or a carton of 4, you don't get the head rush after a while. That goes away. Our body builds up a tolerance to that type of but I don't use it like that. I use it again for my nerves, and so I just don't get like that. It's just not. It doesn't have that type of effect on me. I've used cannabis for a long time, um, but yeah, I can't remember the last time my head felt different or like or high or whatever, a head rush or whatever you call that. That was a long time ago where cannabis did that to me, and I don't care how strong it is or whatever I use. It has a medicinal effect on my body. I don't know if the receptors have blocked out the whole how that works or what, but I've tried to explain to people for many years. You guys, I don't. Um, I'm sorry, I don't get high. I don't use it like that. It's medicine for me. So maybe if I'm not, remember that placebo effect, guys? You take the placebo pill and you think it's working and it works. Maybe I placeboed myself to believe that I just will not, you know, I don't get a head rush or whatever they call that, or head change, or it just works medicinally on my body. It does what I need it to do. So don't feel it in my head. Um, and I don't really feel it in my body like that because I remember very indica I would get a heavy body feeling, but I've used the cannabis long enough and I use it. I don't overuse it because I don't think I don't have access to having an unlimited amounts of it, but I have enough that I can keep myself when I need it medicated myself to a point to where it'll bring my nerve endings down. But I don't ever, again, I don't use it to get a high effect. Actually, I don't like feeling like that because, like some people say, it makes you very nervous. Cannabis is very strong, especially if it's very heavy indica side, um, and it gives you like an anxious feeling and like an agitated, very instead of sitting back in your couch and relaxing and feeling comfortable, not sedated but comfortable, but you feel so over sedated that you feel nervous. I don't like that feeling, guys. I don't like upper type of feelings. I feel like that all the time, like I'm jumping out of my skin just because I'm wired like that. I've got a very high, fast metabolism. Remember, I'm very fit. Um, I have 0% body fat, you know, and so I don't like feeling. Coffee doesn't do that to me. Coffee makes me tired. It doesn't make me zzz and all jittery. I don't. Coffee doesn't make me shake or get. It doesn't do that to me. I'm wired backwards, I guess. So, um, that's right. It's not one of the file. Thank you. So, um, but anyways, I do believe that when used properly, that God intended us to use it. Again, it is God's plant, and there's has to be a reason that when they test our immune system, that it has the same medicinal properties as a plant that grows out of the dirt. That is awful strange. I don't know about you, but again, I think that he must have picked up some. There must have been a cannabis plant in that dirt that he made us with. And I'm not saying that's what happened because it doesn't mention that in scripture, but I don't know how it is that nicotine can kill us, caffeine can kill us, opiates can kill us, amphetamines can kill us, but cannabinoids, they don't have that effect on us. And that's a beautiful thing. So you can't tell me that's not of God. It is of God. And I'm never going to let anybody tell me that in any way, shape, or form that he did not put this plant for us to be able to stop children from seizing out. And you want to label that as a drug? Really? Drugs kill people, right? So it's the ignorance, guys. It's ignorance to me. Somebody's going to point their finger at you. Oh my God, you're a drug addict. They're going to go to their medicine cabinet to the big farm guy and take all their tabbies, and the tabby's terrible, and you're a drug addict because you smoke pot, but they're over there taking their Vicodin and their Percocet and their Oxycontin and all their medicine, cabinet meth or whatever you want to call it, and you're the bad guy because in your state it's illegal and they don't have a medical program or recreation. That's ridiculous. We don't live in that time anymore. You see somebody like that, they're ignorant, probably more than anything. They just don't know. They never had no experience with it. They ain't gonna tell me that something you give to a child that's gonna cause them not to have pain for weeks and weeks on end for not having a grand mal seizure, and you want to point your finger, a frown on something like that. You're an ignorant fool. You don't think children should get access to medication that's going to make their bodies not do that, and that's a bad thing. You're bad for saying that. That is a bad thing to sit there and say, that you don't want a child to have comfort when God put a medicinal plant on this earth that we can use. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, there's lots, guys. Cannabis is not the only one. There's so many different plants out there. Kinetic is talking about tobacco. Amazing medicinal properties with tobacco. Mullein. There's another one that grows around here. Dandelions. There's so many things, guys. So many things that are natural. And if you think about it, all these big farm guys with all their pills, they're just trying to mimic what God made. Oh, I can make it better because it's man-made. No, you can't. You can never make anything better than nature makes it. You can copy it. You can try, but you're never going to make something better than God made it. I'll never believe that man can create something better than God has created it. That is the gold standard. And we try to copy it. And that's what most of these pills are. They're mimicking some side of bark or root, or grass or flower or something. They're just a copycat is all they are. So man doesn't make stuff better. You can't make it better than God makes it. So no, you can't make his plant cannabis better. You just can't. And the same thing goes. So that's all what these big farm pill, guys are. So they're just copycats of what the Most High made. So I don't know why they're trying to claim credit for all these great things that they make. But if you look at their base, they're just trying to copy something that you can find in nature that probably does a way better job without having any or very little side effects at all, if any. And unfortunately, I'm the type of guy, if I take one of their pills, If it's got a list of 5 side effects, well, guess what? I'm going to get every one of those side effects. Not just one. I'm going to get all of them. And they're going to try to give me one for this side. No way. No way. Yep, that's right. That's why they patent the cannabis plant, which is illegal. You can't patent the plant that comes out of nature. Was it 2016? You guys, it's been a long time since the United States government has patented cannabis. That's illegal. You can't do that. They did. So, and obviously we see why with what Kinetic said. So they can isolate it. Yeah, how do they keep it as Schedule 1 when in order to be a Schedule 1, it can't have any medicinal value? And we have how many medical states? I told you that government's corrupt. They're still keeping it. Remember Mr. Obama? He had a chance to reschedule it. Mr. Trump, he wants you to go to jail. He wants to take your Second Amendment right away. He's a grabber, so he don't care about your rights. He could have brought that up to the ballot and didn't. And now we see Mr. Bidenstein bring it up, but I don't think it'll ever go. I don't think they'll ever do anything about it, guys. I think they'll keep it a Schedule 1 until this country is over. So unfortunately, again, I think the tragedy is more not so much of us that us adults that need it, guys. It's these children that suffer. In my eyes, the children that don't get access to it is where my problem really lies. You know what I'm saying? So it isn't the only herb or plant or medicine, but there should be no reason that all people in the world don't have access to cannabis. Will it work for most people? Probably. Will it work on everybody? No. Once again, it's not a cure-all, and it's not the end-all be-all. But man, I'll tell you what, there are people like myself who've been able to use this beautiful plant responsibly, and you heard my son put in the chat earlier. When he was 7 years old, he was there at the Slocum building where Dr. Phillips said, "Man, you got about 6 months, Tracy. And no, we're not doing cortisone shots. I'm gonna paralyze you. I run a risk of paralyzing you. I need to open you up, jack you up, and take this disc that's depleted, whatever the last of it, and scrape that last bit out, and need to put a new disc there, and then they need you to come back and 6 months after you've healed and do it again, and get that second disc replaced, and get your second vertebrae. Your S2 and your S1 are hammered, and I got to go in there and break that all apart. And so I can't do this all in one surgery. It has to be done in 2 surgeries. And I left the state and said, bye-bye. You're not cutting me open. I can still walk. I did a lot of research, and I found out half the people that have these surgeries never walk again. And half of them, it's the best thing they've ever done in their entire life, and they don't live with pain like me for the rest of their life. So it does work for about half the people, but I'm not rolling that. That's like trying to tell me to put 3, pieces of lead in a revolver and spin it around and say, okay, well, let's see what happens, Tracy. I'm not playing the roulette wheel, with my back and my physical well-being. And I do not regret not going and having that surgery, because I've been able to continue to walk. Have I been in pain every day since then? Absolutely. Do I die? No, but what doesn't kill us makes us stronger. And so I have a pretty high pain tolerance. So that's why I was telling you guys over these last couple of weeks, where I believe I broke my hip. I've never broke my hip. I broke my back, arms, legs, wrist, but never broken a hip before. But man, that is an intense pain, especially when I live with pain every day. But I believe I've been able to push through whatever I've done to my hip, because I've already been able to push through all the crap that I do with my back. So I can't have surgery, guys. I don't have anybody to take care of me. I don't have anybody to take care of my animals. I don't have any means. I don't have any income. So I can't do it. it's not even on the table. It's not a possibility. Um, it never has been because I don't get Social Security. I don't have any way to pay my bills. I don't get veterans benefits. I can't go to the VA. I don't get veterans benefits. I've never been to the VA and I don't get benefits. I'm honorably discharged, but I do not. I'm one of the few people that's ever been honorably discharged from the United States Army that doesn't get veterans benefits. But I have an honorable discharge. It says honorable discharge on my DD 214. I couldn't have it on my license plate or on my license, on my commercial license, if I wasn't honorably discharged. But no, unfortunately, I can't get anything done about it because my back was first injured in the military, but I never went and told anybody. I just continued on with my job. And just like when I broke my back the second time, I had a son to take care of. I couldn't have surgery. I packed up my household and I left the state of Oregon and I moved to Idaho so that I couldn't, I couldn't be cut on. And I didn't go to the doctor there. I never went to the doctor again. So I'm glad that I have something in my life to give me a little bit of, relief from the sciatica, from the signal pain. And it helps keep those signal pain from just going completely out of control. Because again, my son was in here and you saw him tell you that he'd seen me just walk and be bam on my nose that fast because the sciatic just cripples me, just takes me and lays me on my face first. I've fallen straight on my face before, and he's had to come mop me up and pick me up, my old body, old whatever, when it was doing what it's doing. And so can't tell me that cannabis ain't work for me, because they said when he was 7 and he's 25 years old. So cannabis, like being hooked on phonics, worked for me. Okay, I'm still here and I'm still upright, and again, I feel good. Am I in pain? Oh yeah, right now my hip is here killing me. The sciatic in my back is going nuts. Feels like somebody's sticking me in the back with a hot poker, but this is level 8 pain. I can live with this. This is great. I was 10 and 11 pain the other couple weeks ago, but busted my hip. So things are getting better though. I'm healing up. I don't know what's going on over there, but it's definitely the Mack truck is I feels like it's back. It's only got the front engine on there instead of the whole weight of the whole truck, on my hip. So, yeah, boy, lucky me. Lucky me to be able to even be upright, because I shouldn't even be able to walk, according to, my doctors and what they said. I shouldn't be here right now. So, we're getting hit by a lightning bolt. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Thank you so much. The sciatic pain is like getting crushed by lightning over and over. Try taking it 30 minutes to get your boots on. 30 minutes. It was 28 minutes. I timed it. 28 minutes and something seconds. When I looked down, it was taking me to put my boots on in the morning time. Man, that's a long, half an hour just to get 2 shoes on. That's 15 minutes a shoe, guys. You got to be in a lot of pain when it takes you 15 minutes to get one of your boots on. Every second kills, every second hurts, every second is Metallica, Ride the Lightning. So, but I do it every day. Like I said, you get used to things just like anything else, guys. You grow accustomed to it. So I think that's how I've been able to deal with a lot of the pain that I've had for so long. It's just daily pain. So it's just pain management at this point. But I'm glad that God put cannabis on this earth, because again, it helps me when I need it. And it is one of the few things that I've used over an extended period of time, where I've used, whatever, taking pills when I was forced to, and they don't work very long. They'll work for a week or something, some even less, and then they don't. They just absolutely, they just quit working. They don't have the medicinal value. And it's really nice that if I moderate with cannabis and I don't overdo it, with my oils and my salves or whatever, that I think I can use it until I die if needed be. And it will continue to work for me. So that's a beautiful thing, because there's a lot of things that our body builds up such a quick immunity to. And it's amazing how he made cannabis work, because I know people like myself and people that have used it medicinally for decades, 20, 30, and 40 years, and they still get the medicinal effects of the plant, which is amazing, you know, because you don't see that with a lot of these big farm guys with their pills. If you take them for a couple weeks or a month or two, they don't work anymore. They don't do anything. They're just basically destroying your body. And so what a beautiful plant, what a beautiful gift that we were given by the Father. And it's tragedy that in some states that people can't get access to this plant, and they have to use, fake, man-made prescription medicine, when that's not good for their bodies. I mean, not everything's a painkiller, and not everything that big pharma puts out is horrible. But I believe, as a whole, I don't see anything they're producing that a person can't do holistically, naturally, and be way, 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 way better. Yeah, that's an excellent way, Kinetic. That's a great way to medicate yourself, is through edibles, you know. Um, and it can have a much stronger effect on you eating it than it can even, vaping it, or trying to smoke flower. Um, Eating edibles can be very, very strong and very medicinal, um, because a lot of the times they don't have that effect of the, oh gosh, I feel like I'm high. They have a very heavy medicinal effect, and a lot of the times they work really well when you're in some very intense pain. Actually, um, edibles are a great way to get those nerve endings for people like myself. So I used to make a lot of edibles, because I had patients and stuff that I grew for, but I haven't used a whole lot of edibles anymore. I just use oil. I use live resins, or different tinctures. Again, I was trying to get some Rick Simpson oil um, from somebody that I know that's an organic grower, and I haven't been able to get any access to it. But I'm pulling through this last spat, and I really thought that would be helpful for me. But I've used some of my own oil that I have here, and it's worked for me. So, like I said, I feel so much better than I felt 2 weeks ago. I was not the worst I've ever been, but I was feeling like it was, with the sciatica and then the hip pain. The breaking of whatever I did to that hip on the inside of that. I did something. Obviously, I think I sprained it. Obviously, I did something really. I've never done anything like that before. Never held 400 pounds out on by myself. I weigh 175 pounds on a good day. Um, that's more than double my weight, and I held that thing without it falling, and pushed it back up after it had fallen, and broke whatever it did, cracked. I've never heard anything that loud in my body break before, and still held on to it and didn't drop it, and pushed it back up, got it up on top of the seal to where it sits today. So maybe it was the new pain, along with the sciatic, that I was just really strong, because I really felt like I'd never been in that much pain before. I've never felt, I just had so much tenderness, like bruising tenderness, that I didn't have. I've never felt that. I've had some tenderness with my sciatica, but not like, I felt like my knees had been mule kicked. I mean, I could literally push on the fronts of my legs, and it felt like I had bruises all the way up and down my legs, on the back of my hip. And you guys have to be honest with you. The thing that has relieved my pain so much is I felt like I had my groin, from the minute it happened. I felt like somebody took my groin and put it in a vice. Both of them. Try being cinched on all the time. That's what I couldn't get over. That's what it was hard. I didn't want to talk to anybody about. And so, oh, you have a hernia. No, 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 no. This ain't a hernia. That's not what I'm experiencing. So it was part of the sciatica because I've had that before, guys. Um, Part of that sciatica, it really will put your groin where you feel like somebody's taking and squeezing them in a vice, guys. Being kicked really hard, um, continually for 2 months. I felt like that. It didn't subside at all. And sometimes it got really strong, along with the nerve pain and the side and the tender spots and the sciatica and all. I was calling my son, going, "Man, I'm struggling here, buddy. I've got an inner battery that's draining down. I don't think I'm gonna make it through this one. I'm literally feel like I'm just teetering out." But that's what it was, and that's what's finally subsided. And that's why I realized. I mean, I can. It's not gone all the way, guys, but it's not. Try having your some slammed in a vice, squeezed for 2 months, man. It would bring. I know most men would be screaming, "Give me some pain pills, give me some relief, give me some." And I'm so glad that I pushed through it. Does the pain from going to your stomach like nope? I didn't have. That's why I knew it probably wasn't a hernia, because I know a lot of the times a hernia, when you have problems with your groin, um, in the lower region there, it can get into your stomach and cause that hernia feeling. But yeah, it was all in the groin area, and I actually with my legs and my feet, but I never went into my stomach area, which I was concerned about. That then I thought maybe I had herniated myself. Um, which could easily happen with what I told you. It's very easily to, uh, but no, it stayed out of my stomach region, which I was really cautious of. It stayed on my back and my hips, and the balls of my feet got really, um, shooting pains like the sciatica that I had before. But lucky it didn't get in my stomach, and because then I probably would have had to go to the doctor and said, "Hey, man, I've herniated my either, myself or." But what a relief, like I said, what a relief after 2 months of having that squeeze to have a little bit of a let up. So I almost feel like if somebody could kick me right in the groin right now, and it probably would not hurt because it's been so, strong for so long. And people do that, guys. People kick themselves in the groin area over and over and over again where they don't feel anything. So I'm not wanting to be, but I feel like I could probably take a pretty good lick right now and just look you in the eyes and go, "You know what? I've been feeling that for 2 months." That, I can go back to feeling that for a minute. So I'm glad I don't feel that right now, guys. Like I said, I obviously still have some area of pain in that area, but not like I did. So that's why I'm feeling good. I have to be 100% honest with you. That's the pain. The pain in my hip still there. The pain in my sciatic pain is still there, but the pain in my groin has finally subsided. And it started a couple days before I started feeling it ease a little bit before I went over and visited my son. And that's why I was really worried about going over there. I didn't want to tell him that, but I told him I was worried about going over there, but I didn't want to. Hey, son, I feel like I'm going to get my balls squished in a vice again. I just got let up. I didn't want to, whatever. He's my son, but I told him I just, you know, I didn't go into all the details, so I don't even know why I told you guys that. But, anyways, must be something with the cannabis, guys. The cannabis is working because I'm slowly, which I thought I wasn't going to be able to pull myself from this. It was getting pretty intense there for a couple months. It was really, really strong. So I'm glad that I feel the way that I do right now. Yeah, I'm blessed that I have access to medicine. I live in a state where I can get access to good, clean, organic medicine. And I've been a medicinal grower and I haven't grown for years. So I'm actually thinking about maybe growing some medicine out here this year because I haven't grown any in several years. Ever since the legalization of recreational, I don't support legalization of recreational cannabis. Um, it's medicine. And I'm not saying that people can't use it, but that's how they've destroyed the medicine itself is by legalizing it and people growing it in tents and not growing it individually, each one plant at a time, knowing that it's a female and it needs attention like every female needs attention and it never forgets what you've done to it. Remember what you did that 5 years ago, honey? You ain't getting them tonight. 5 years ago, honey. Yeah, they never forget. And a female cannabis plant is the same exact way. It never forgets what you've done to it. And so it needs individual attention, not to be grown and all watered at the same time and all done at the same. That's not how they work. And that's why I am one of the better cannabis growers, I believe, in this state and in the country, and have taught a lot of people how to grow some of the better medicine because I'm not trying to grow large amounts. I'm trying to grow the best quality medicinal cannabis that I can grow because I grow medicinal cannabis and I don't grow pot I grow. I'm a THC farmer. Okay, I grow the cannabinoids. I grow the actual medication, and I focus on that, not what the plant looks like, not so much what it smells like, even though it should do what it's doing. It doesn't. It's all about the medicinal value of the plant, and that I'm focusing on, and because it's medicine, and when grown properly, you can grow some really good um, medicine that has high medicinal value and doesn't get you high and all that other stuff. It's medicine. Yep, 4 plants per property. So I have 1, 2, 3, 4 properties. 4, 8, 12. Hey, I can grow some cannabis out here, huh? So generally, I'm not advocating anything illegal, but in the state of Oregon, if you grow 99 plants or under, they won't mess with you. They're not going to mess with you. I know too many people. I know people that have been busted and have charges and warrants, and the cops come by when they're growing and take whatever they have over 99 and leave them with 99. So I'm not telling you that. I don't do that. I only grow what the law says I can grow because I don't want to have to go to jail over some plant. That's ridiculous. I'm not going to ever give them the option to do that to me. But I know many people who have in this particular state have grown 99 plants, and the government doesn't mess with people. If you have over 99, they'll probably come knocking on your door if they find it. They show up to count. Yeah. Obviously, we have, you guys, they can see right through your buildings. They can see right through your grow rooms. They can see right through they can see it if you have under the ground. They know where it's at. Don't act like they don't see your lights. Don't act like they don't. I don't care if they're LED lights, they watch your power bill most of the time, guys. It's pretty easy to see your usage, if you've never done it before and all of a sudden your usage spikes, not hard for them to figure it out too. Lots of ways for the government to figure out what you're doing. But just do it legally, don't go outside the confines, and then you won't have any issues. I've been a medicinal grower and never had the cops show up to my house one time. And I didn't care about the smell of my grow because I was growing medicinally and it was all placarded and everything was done by the book. So there was times that you could smell my grow at the stop sign, which was like 2.5 blocks away. I didn't rub scrub filters and none of that on my people. Like, oh my God, I can smell your house at the stop sign, man. That's crazy. I'm like, so this is a medical grow. Man, aren't you worried that somebody's gonna? No, I'm not doing anything illegal. As a matter of fact, if somebody comes in my grow, I can call the cops. I could literally call the law enforcement if this grow was somebody go to jail for taking this felonies, actually. So No, I'm not gonna worry about people smelling this 2.5 blocks down the street. This is Oregon. You have to get used to it. This is a medical state, so if they don't like it, too bad. You know, there's nuisance laws that they've made for people like me, guys. Now you got to be careful. But whatever. Anyways, back then, this was, you know, I haven't grown in a while, you guys, but I thought it was pretty fun. Yeah, I don't do none of that kinetic. I never did that. I give an open breathing room, and I like my room to breathe, and I like my room to get cold at night. And um, yeah, you don't need none of that. That's what I'm saying. They overdo it. Everybody over. Actually, the most people ruin cannabis because they overdo it, guys. It's a weed. It grows just about anywhere, and when done properly, it'll tell you exactly what it needs. If you watch it, it'll tell you if it needs water. It'll tell you if it needs nutrients. It'll tell you exactly what it needs. But most of the time, you don't need to do hardly anything to it but water it, give it some basic nutes, and it does exactly what it's supposed to do. Leave it alone. Stop messing with it half the time. You sticking all this extra. It's like a fish tank, guys. These people add all this extra crap to their fish tank. Why they have all these problems? Let your fish tank settle itself. It'll eventually equal itself out, and it won't be. But you keep adding all this. You know, I finished with molasses. Yep, that's what I use. I use a no sulfur molasses is how I finish all my. I'm an organic grower, guys. I'm an old hippie grower. I don't grow anything with any chemicals. I only use organic nutrients, um, and I'm never in a rush to grow anything. I don't put a time limit on anything. I use a microscope to watch the plant. It's a science to me, and I'm very meticulous and particulate about each lady to to let it tell me what it needs. I don't water every plant on the same day, on a schedule. I don't do any of that. It's not how they work. This female right here, she doesn't want to be touching the wall. And this one, she wants to be touching the wall. This one, she doesn't want to be near that fan. She hates it. She'll be sad. This one wants to be touching the fan. This one doesn't want to touch another one. This one's got to be leaning on it. This one wants to be close to. When you grow walls of tents of this stuff, guys, that's not how it's grown. That's not how this plant works. It's it's alive. It's a female plant that's alive. And if you treat it like such, you can grow way better cannabis than most people grow it, because they're actually just trying to produce massive amounts of it. When actually, I'm not trying to prove massive amounts. I'm trying to produce high quality. So when they take my stuff and I test it and I take it into a laboratory, the very top of the plant tastes the same as the bottom. I don't have that variable like a lot of people. Most of their plant is, the higher levels are up towards the top, and a lot of this is really fluffy and it doesn't test out as high. Is the same. Mine tests the same from the top to the bottom. There is no variable. But I don't grow like most people grow. I've taken people who have been growers, guys, that clones. I don't really like clones because I don't like bringing other people's. I'm a seed grower, but I don't like bringing people others' plants into my garden. But I've had people like Trainwreck is a strain that I've grown. And the way I grow it, nobody can grow it the way I grow it. I've never seen anyone grow it the way I grow it. I grow Blue Dream like nobody else grows it. You know, I've had people bring plants that grow pounds and pounds and tents and tents and tents, and they come to me just to get a small fraction when they've got pounds of the same strain, but they don't grow it like I grow it. They don't grow it now. I don't never not have music in my garden. There's very few times that the music goes, the fans go off and the music stays on and the plants still dance in my garden. Oh yes, they do. Oh, they'll dance without the fans. They love music, absolutely. And I play the music all the way up until their time of death. So, but anyways, there you go, guys. You know, certain plants like certain kind of music too. You know, they'll do better when you play a certain kind of music. So you can't tell me that's not a living. It's not alive. It's alive. So you don't grow gardens and tents of it and water it all at the same rate. Do all that, because then you're just going to grow, you know, fluff is what I call it, and you're not going to grow medicinal cannabis. Sure, it's good. Grow whatever you want, do whatever you want, but you ain't gonna grow meds like me. And mine tastes like nothing else, and mine smells not like anything else. You got to put 2 bags to leave my house, the cannabis that I grow, and it's still gonna stink your car up in 2 bags. Those little zipper bags that they have now doesn't work for the cannabis that I grow. Those little black ones and all, it doesn't work. I can get cannabis to leak out one of those non-stinky bags. Okay, guys, because when you grow it like it's grown properly, it'll do exactly what it's supposed to do. It'll reach its height and that it's supposed to reach as far as the levels, and it'll never get any higher than that. You can throw another $1 million at a plant, it's only going to reach a certain amount of potency, and that's it. Each strain has a certain, that's a problem. As again, as we're speaking to most people, put way too much time and way too much effort and way overdo it, and they ruin it because it doesn't need most of the things that people try to do it because they're trying to create this. I don't know what they do. They don't know what they're doing, guys. They're trying to grow a drug, is basically what they're trying to do. Um, and I don't do that. I use it and grow it as a medicinal plant. And when grown medicinally, it has an amazing cycle that's very rewarding. I remember when I grew my first plant from start to finish, you know. Um, Never heard the world when the trees are all connected. It's consciousness. It's speed. That's exactly what they do. They actually try to go it as fast as they can, as strong as they can. They run it all the way out to those tips turn black, guys. And I take mine when they're nice and milky. They haven't even, some of them even turned amber because the plant still has a process that it goes through for 2 weeks. And they cut it all off the stem when it actually, for 2 weeks, the plant still moves that medicine in and out of that plant. And it takes about 2 weeks for it to finish doing that. And then it needs to go through a massive process of drying, which can take weeks, months for certain plants, depending on which strain. And they don't do any of that to the plant either. Because not only do you need to grow it properly, but the curing process is everything. That's everything. And they don't do that either. So most of these people who grow don't do any of that. They cut it off, put it in a dryer, speed it out. Like my son said, it's a bunch of speed weed. And that's not cannabis, that's weed. You notice I don't call it weed. It's cannabis, and it's a medicinal plant, and I don't use it to get high. And if you want to use it and smoke a little pot to get a head change or get high, recreationally, good for you. And I don't think that God is going to judge you for that. In my personal opinion, I think God wants us to, have a strong drink or maybe a puff to escape the cares for the world for just a minute or two. That's not the end of the world to God. So I think actually I think it will. You guys, again, I got to end it. Then get a little tired, and um, I could get this fire going again. But put your cannabis up now, guys, too, because it's getting harder and harder to get access to good meds. They've ruined a lot of the strains. The seeds selection is getting harder and harder. But medicinally in the future, if things to transition and things break down, guys, um, you're not going to be using near as much cannabis as you'll probably be using now. You'll probably cut back your intake. And medicinally, guys, if you've worked hard or whatever, um, and you've got pain and you're not using it near as much, it does work much better in smaller amounts. I have shown all my patients that. Don't overdo it, or the plant will. You can grow an immunity to it. Um, it will always work medicinally for you, but it will have a less effect if you overdo it. So um, use small amounts of it, and I believe later down the road, as things break down, this is going to be one of your stores that you put up. It'll be extra oil, literally extra oil if you've got it. That's a good way to do it. Crush a lot of that plant down and to put it into an oil form, so you can have a lot of that plant in a little, kind of like gold, as opposed to silver. Um, because just one little puff or 2 puffs if you haven't used it for days or weeks at the end and you really need it. It will have a massive medicinal effect for it. Even if you just use it recreationally at that point to say, hey, you know, it's stressful out there, and I just like to just take the edge off this world for just a minute and just take it'll be very strong and it will do exactly what it's supposed to do. It will work as a medicine later on down the road. So, uh, but either way, either way, I think it'd be wise if you have the ability to put some extra cannabis, like putting away some extra. Um, we're told to put up and have a medical kit, right? You know, having antibiotics and things like that. It's medicine to me. So I think it would be a good idea right now to try to get access to some extra medicine and put that away for later, because I don't think you'll be using it nearly as much. And I think when you do use it, it'll have an amazing effect, especially when things are very stressful around you. Um, it might even make you a little paranoid at that point, because it's probably going to be pretty strong if you don't use it for a little bit, is what I'm saying. And if you use it as needed, I think it'll be one of the most wonderful things that if it doesn't, you know, if it's good cannabis, you're going to be able to relax for a minute and maybe get some more sleep or something where you wouldn't have been able to get, or just to ease your mind for a minute. Even if you're just doing it recreationally, you know what I'm saying? You're just taking a couple puffs to take the edge off, and yeah, you're looking to get a little high. And I'm not into that, guys, I'm telling you, but maybe, you know, as things down the road and you, oh, okay, hey, man, whoa, man, this is not even thinking of all the crazy stuff that's going on outside there right now. Probably be good for you. Probably be really good to take your mind off all the craziness for just a minute. So if you've got the ability to put up some extras, um, yeah, save all your seeds, guys. Okay, save your seeds. They'll be very, very valuable later. Um, a seed vault's very, very important. Okay, to keep too. Um, so little long in the tooth here on this, but please, again, I think, guys, that it would be very important to have some of this. You know, I say put up antibiotics, put up extra Tylenol, you know, put up extra Advil, extra Modin. Why not some extra cannabis? That wouldn't make any sense to me not to have that. Okay. So put up some extra cannabis, guys, because you'll be able to help others with it. You know, maybe somebody doesn't hear, just a little bit, a little bit, a little bit, not a lot. Please don't blow it out. You know, don't do like Kinetic says, hold it into no smoke behind the back. It's free. Anyways, I used to say that, guys, when I was young, and I used to use cannabis, not so much medicinally, but recreationally. If you were coming over to my house to have a good time and party, I wouldn't let you smoke any of my cannabis. If you blow out any smoke, I actually put you through this drill. You had to hold it in until you didn't blow out any smoke. And then you had to take your hand and put it behind your back and say, behind the back, no smoke, it's free. But if you blew out any smoke and you were saying that, I wouldn't let you take another one off of my. So that's the way I used to do it. I was real young, Kinetic, because I didn't believe in wasting any of it. That's when I don't know if you're in a state, but I get a little bit of, I blow it off on. I remember when I was real young, we used to scrape all the resin, and if there was one little piece on the ground, you pick that all. We sure have gotten pretty accustomed to having a lot more cannabis than we've had access to. So thank you, Father, for that too, for giving your people access to this. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? You got to remember every little piece. You wouldn't waste none. Hold on, drop my piece on the ground. Hold on. Put that in there. Now I'm like, oh man, I spilled it. So don't be gluttonous, brothers and sisters. Don't be gluttonous, okay? But definitely get your access to some medicine and put it away in a coffer for later, because I think it'll be extremely valuable, guys. And if you use it medicinally, I think it'll be a great addition to your preps. Really will. I think it'll be extra oil. I think God wants you to put up some cannabis. I really do. I'm a man of God. I wouldn't tell you to do something that I think that would cause you to stumble. You know what I'm saying? I think God would want us to put up some cannabis. What if we went into a solar minimum, which we are, and it was harder and harder to grow every year? If you know how to cure your medicine, it would last for decades, guys. If you know how to cure your medicine, it won't turn to hay. It'll last if you cure it properly. It really will. It's like locking it in, So if you're going to take the time to grow something, look into how to cure it properly so that you can have it for long periods of time. Or if you're looking into medicine, making sure that somebody actually cured it properly, because you can store cannabis for decades, and it won't lose its medicinal property. You don't cure it properly, and it'll go away in less than a year. You know what I'm saying? So make sure you got access to the right medicine too, because I'd hate to see you get access to medicine and then go try to, use it a year or two later, if that's the case, and it just wasn't any good anymore, because the curing process has everything to do with locking up. That's the difference between a plant lasting for 6 months to a year to turning that dark brown and turning that hay color really dark, and 10 years later it's still green 10 years later, and still has a medicinal value, still smokes, and still has a medicinal value. That is done in the curing process, guys. That's how you cure a plant. So you can literally get a plant to last for decades by curing it properly, or it won't last for any more than a year if you don't cure it at all. Cut it off. Don't do it. Like I said, there's a process. So don't go in there and get access to meds that are just going to be something you don't. Here's what I tell people. You know what? I would rather have high quality, a small amount, a very small amount, a handful, a whole bag, a P, a QP, whatever, whatever, than a whole truckload of something that I don't want to have anything to do with. Doesn't taste good, doesn't smell good, heck no, I don't even want to put it in my body. So I would rather take a small amount of some high quality medicinal cannabis than a dump truckload of some swag. Okay, you know what I'm saying? So make sure, if you are getting access to medicine, you're getting good high quality medicine that's been grown properly without chemicals. It's only grown with either teas or nutrients, no chemicals, and that it's cured properly. Because you can make cannabis last for decades. You really can. If you know how to cure it properly, you know how to jar cure it, burp it, there's a process to curing, but you're not going to probably find that at any of these dispensaries either, guys. None of these people who sell dispensaries grow cannabis that's been cured to last for a long time. Okay, so that's something you have to grow yourself, or you have to know a grower to get. The other way to do it, which I would tell you, which I've chose to do, is to take large amounts of cannabis and turn it into a live resin. Okay, so it still has all the terpenes, and it doesn't push out. I don't use chemicals. I will not put anything in my body that's been pushed through chemical or used chemical. It's medicine to me, so I don't want chemicals in my body. If I'm taking a medicine, I don't want chemicals in it. So everything's pressed and pushed through a cold press, and so it's not heat pressed, so it doesn't lose the terpenes. And now I can take a large amount of medicine that would, like gold, like silver, it would be a whole safe where I can smash it down into one whole coin. So that's another good way to go, guys. If you want to store medicine, there is some high quality pressed live resins out there that have good high medicinal value. And I don't know, because I've never stored oil for long term. I've got some oil that's 8 years old right now, and it still has the medicinal value on that one. That somebody, one of my, he said, "Hey, I want you to try this. This is something I didn't even know I had this. It's been archived, and we're pulling it out here, and that's 8 years old, and it's perfect. Does what it's supposed to do. So that's another good way to store medicine. You know what I'm saying? Um, oh yeah, I don't do none of that. No, I don't do butane at all. I won't touch that. You can have it. It's not live resin either. You lose all your terpenes, you lose, and that's not live resin. That's oil, and that's okay. Oils are okay, but and you can guys, you can get stuff that's pressed through butane that tests with nothing. They actually have butane that's, but I don't want it in my system. I don't want it. I don't want it. I want something that's cold pressed. I know you lose a lot of the meds, and you get a whole lot more when you use that butane or use heat, and so you're going to get a third amount in the end. You're not going to get the yield, but it's not about the yield. Remember, I'm all about the quality. It's not about BTO. So blowing it through butane. So guys, you can test it out, and they test this stuff in the lab, and you're not going to find any butane in it. They have butane that has zero total dissolved solids in it, but I don't want it. I like the live resin. I like the terpenes in it. It has a much better medicinal value, and you lose the terpenes, and you lose the ability to have live resin when you use the butane. That kills all that off. They can't survive that cold press, that high of intensity of cold. But there are ways to do it, and you're not going to get the yield out of it, but you'll definitely get the quality. And that's what I'm going after. I'm going after quality, not quantity. I'd rather have a small amount of a little bit of oil in a little cup than a big old gallon jug of something that's been pushed through BTO, or that I can. I just don't want it. I'm just getting. Call me an old hippie, whatever you want to call it, but I just don't want to put those chemicals in my body. So that's a great way to store cannabis, guys, is to store it in an oil form or a live resin form. It really is. And I don't use the dab the way a lot of people, or the live resins where they put it in a burner or something like that. I'll put a little bit of it on the flour or whatever at the end of the night if I need to, and all. That works for me. I don't need to get it all heated up and blow all these big, clouds of. I don't. Just put a little bit of, I love that live resin on top, a little bit of flour, and at the end of the night. I don't do it very often. Honestly, I save my oil for later. I want my oil when nobody's got no more cannabis. And I'm like, hey, come over here. I want to share. Anybody that has cannabis, they share. They're not normally stingy. Never known anybody. Well, they probably do a lot of other things. So I don't hang around people, but I'm talking about somebody who just uses cannabis is generally pretty, they'll share their last that they have with you. And that's what I love about cannabis too, is that people who are generally just use medicinal cannabis and then are not into other of these things. They're very pretty caring people, pretty healthy people. Normally most of them lead pretty normal lives and are pretty productive people. They're not, the whole couch lock stoner, type of, but again, I don't hang around people like that, guys. You know what I'm saying? It's not, again, I'm not saying that you can't use it recreationally, but I think it's not to me, it's something that is a gift from God. That really is an amazing thing. So I want you to have some access to it. If things break down and you can't move, you're not free to move about the cabin, I think that's something that you should have for later. And I think it'll be very valuable to you, not as far as dollar terms, but medicinal value. It'll have value that you couldn't put a price on. So if you have access and you're in a state where you can get access to some good, live resin, some cold pressed or something that's pressed, that's what I would go the extra a little bit if you can to try to find that type of medicine, because you'll know it's good organic medicine, and you couldn't put a price on it later. I guarantee you take one little pull or something, and it's gonna work medicinally. It's gonna help a lot. So be wise. Maybe when he was saying put up extra oil, Hello. He said, put up extra oil, guys. Right? That's not the kind of oil he was talking about, guys. Or maybe he was. Maybe extra oil is a lot of different things, isn't it? Do you ever think about that? Why do you have that? Because God said put up extra oil. So I did. This happens to be live resin. It's oil, right? That's a good way to end it, guys. He's going to beat the crap out of me after I get off of this live saying, Tracy, I never said extra oil. That's not what I meant. You guys don't let me pervert that or throw that or twist it. God never said put a PTO, okay, when he said oil. But I think he wants us to have extra oil, okay? I mean, literally, if that means some, you know what I mean, some oil, then it's all things, guys. Extra teepee for your bunghole, you know, extra seeds for your garden, for your other garden, you know, extra oil for your lamps, extra oil for your car, extra oil for your dab pen, for your dab rig, you know, whatever. So, all right, guys, I did it again. Literally want you to talk to him. So that's pretty funny, huh? You know, put up some extra oil, guys, please. Okay. Whether it's in flour form or oil or whatever form, I really do think that'll be wise. And I plan on sharing mine with others medicinally, you know what I'm saying, when people need it. So I'm hoping that what I have put aside is I'll be able to use it later, and people will gain that quality of life later when they're really stressed out or something. They can't sleep because they're stressed. Well, here, take a little pull off this and relax over there, lay down, and you know, we got your back. There's somebody watching you. Nobody's gonna bother you here. Just relax and go to sleep. Okay, don't worry about it. Just relax. Everything's gonna be all right. I know it's tough, but we're gonna make it. You know, I think that's where it's gonna come in handy, guys. I think it medicinally will have some amazing value for us that you know, to take the edge off of what I know is coming. It's gonna be intense, guys. It's gonna be tabernacles, baby. Intense. All right, guys. Much love. Always agape. 77 to 99. All right. Much love. I'll see you guys on the next live stream. Good conversation, guys. Appreciate it. Yes, thanks for coming in. First, Kinetic. I see you in here, you guys. Thanks for the long, the long stream here, and Elijah, my son, Ewok, thank you for coming in and helping out, being a part of the stream and all your comments. So it looks like it's just a few of us commenting, and everybody else is on the standby going, what are these people talking about? So be wise. Do not be foolish. You know, the foolish virgins were going in the wrong direction because they were going to get what? They were going to get oil, guys. They were going to get oil. Okay. So be wise and make sure that you have that oil already. Yep. Make sure that oil put up so that when he returns, he says that he wants to find your, you know, loins. Maranatha, until he returns, he wants to find you girded, your loins girded in his service, so that you're heading in the right direction. You're not trying to go get dabs or oil at the last moment, that you've got that extra oil put up, okay, for a rainy day, you know, and that your lamps are trimmed back. Don't burn up all your oil at one time, right? You need to have extra oil, so don't burn it all up, okay? But be burning bright. I want to see you burning the oil. That midnight oil, right? And your loins girded in my service, so that you're headed in the right direction when he returns. Okay, that's what's important about the lesson, is that that we're wise and that we have the stores. You know what I'm saying? If that makes sense. Okay, so make sure that when he returns, that you already have oil, that you have extra oil, that your lamp is trimmed, so you're not burning it all out. Moderate, but still be found burning bright and girded in his service when he returns. Okay, that's direction that he wants to find you. This way, not going to the store to get oil, right? He's your prize. tells you, I want to find you burning bright when I return. Lamps trim, girded in my service, till I return. Maranatha, brothers and sisters. Maranatha. Always agape.